Welcome to the stream, guys. Hope you're all doing well. So today, my friends, before we do start, I actually have something special. It is a new trailer. So you guys, of course, have seen the ECL trailers and different things we've had like that to get the streams hyped up. So I made a new one with some of the new trailer footage, also some new syncs, a better quality version of the BFG division. It is indeed the same song, but we're going to fire it up here in a second. Just wanted to let a couple more people gather here on the stream before we do it so less people miss it. Also, my internet has been fixed. I had someone come out today and they were here for most of the morning, changing out all my equipment and the wiring and everything. So yeah, we should be good. We should be good here. So welcome to the stream, my friends. And once we get a couple more people here, the players, of course, are still working on their picks and bans. We're going to be on Sword of Torgald. It is going to be Stormrunner versus Duck Palpatine, aka Papa Palpatine in Discord. And I think it's time to show you guys the new trailer. You guys hyped? You ready? It's go time. Yes. Hope Igor didn't use Abby's normal brain this time. What's up, Garland? Yeah, it's a pretty good thumbnail for sure. The classic comedy there. All right, guys, it's time for the new trailer, so enjoy. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of an intro, and hopefully the audio levels are fine. Sometimes you have to tweak it here and there, but yes, Elijah Crooker, we do have a Discord, and I will most certainly give you guys a link. Everyone will get a link to the Discord throughout the course of the stream, probably at least 3 or 4 times. So here you go, guys. Enjoy, and we'll see you after the trailer here.
The old world calls.
All right, guys, hopefully you enjoyed the new trailer. I tried to get every single faction in there. Some of them obviously got a little bit more attention than others simply because there's so many characters that just don't have trailer footage. You can't really introduce them. Like the Beastmen don't really have much in terms of trailers. They just have like a couple, moments of action, but really not too much. So we are here in the first match of the day. No blocker. I know there's no blocker, guys. You can't trick me today. I'm on point. We got new equipment here. So yeah, I tried to do some more syncing, some more other things, but yeah, hopefully it's good. All right, so first game of the day is going to be Storm Runner facing off against Duck Palpatine. So let's go ahead and fire up this game and get things going here. In our first match of the day, it is going to be Skaven versus Warriors of Chaos on the Sword of Torgold. So welcome again to the stream, guys. Hopefully everything will go well. I just had Luke was here helping me. So Luke, if you're watching, thank you so much. He was actually asking about the YouTube channel and whatnot. But Luke, thank you, man. He came by today, spent most of the morning here, and was able to change all the equipment. So it seems like it's more stable now. I noticed my upload speed was faster and a couple other variables. So maybe my equipment was just outdated. Who knows? So here we are. Sword of Torgold time. Let's party. And again, guys, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. King of the Hill time. We're back. Hopefully it'll be a nice, fluid stream. We have a lot of good players playing today, so certainly going to see some cool builds, some diverse play styles, all that sort of good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and minimize here real quick and make sure everything's good. Yeah, you guys liked it? It's pretty good, right? Yeah. A little too fast between clips. Okay. Good feedback for sure. I mean, I can still edit it and change it. So if you guys are watching this back after the fact, or if you want to leave a comment on the video afterwards, if there's things about the trailer that seem... I noticed there was one little mistake I caught. I forgot to clip the beginning of one clip, so it had a little bit of a kind of a glitchy moment there for a second. But for the most part, I think it's a little bit more engaging than the previous trailer. Plus, the BFG Division version I was using in my first trailer was like a really horrible, distorted, like kind of a bootleg version. Whereas this version is a more high quality version. So the BFG Division should be better in this version. But again, any feedback is appreciated. I tried to get all the factions and yeah, I think we got most of them. Again, like I said, Beastmen and factions like that are a little bit hard to represent because they don't really have trailer footage. Same with the Greenskins have pretty limited trailer action as well. I mean, they have like Grimgor walking around talking to the Goblin in his trailer, but like there's no action there really. So we just had to get him roaring the wah in the beginning. So for the forces of the Skaven, who shall be led by Storm Runner, he has Skaven slaves in the front line. It looks like he does also have Poison Wind Mortars. And against Chaos, Poison Wind Mortars, how many does he have? I mean, if you just bring him as like a one-off, that's not bad. Pretty good at like wearing down elite troops like Chaos Chaos, Chosen and Warriors and things like that. So yeah, targeting like the Chaos Warriors and, the Mirror Guard are pretty much always brought. So they're certainly some good targets for the Mortars there. In the secondary line, he has Clan Rats. He does also have Plague Monks here, and it looks like it is going to be a Wild Plague Priest as well. I don't know if this was a mistake, but it looks like Storm Runner did bring all the spells from Lore of Plague, which is often not done. It could have been a mistake. Maybe he forgot to kind of take his caster down because the rest of his build looks pretty good. He does also have Ogres in the back, a couple Skirmishers as well, which I think are very good for dealing with Manticores. Manticore Skaven Lord sniping is very common, so having Gutter Runners to slow the Manticores with Poison Shriekins and kind of peel them and damage them, I like that quite a bit. Warp Grinders here, he does also have a Hell Pit Abomination. And in the back for his Lords, he does have Queek Headtaker, all right, and an Assassin as well. So Queek actually does have good AP values and is pretty good against Armored Infantry, so... still not as competitive as Skrulk by any stretch of the imagination, but still has some niche applications against Chaos. Now for the forces here of Duck Palpatine, let's take a look here. He's got Chaos Warriors, Mirror Guard. It is going to be a good old-fashioned Spawn Rush. Now, I've actually played against the Spawn Rush a couple times in the past few days, and have a couple good Skaven builds against them. I think really using Jezzails and the Skirmishers are really good too. I love the inclusion of the Gutter Runners, but Jezzails and a single Warp Lightning Cannon can really do a lot of work to those things. Yeah, it's basically a Spawn Rush. You got the big old chicken here with Final Transmutation, Searing Doom, as well as Plague of Rust. So basically, yeah, you just use him. He's hard to kill. He has really good missile resist and magic resist, and he does his thing. Start when ready. No rush. Or no need to wait for me. I'm like so paranoid now about the internet and everything. My goodness. But it should be fine. Demon Spew are here. Forsaken, of course, are going to be the Demon Spew. And these guys are pretty good. They're the Nurgle Forsaken, basically. And these bad boys do have a Swarm of Flies ability, which is pretty good. I really do like them as like a one-off unit just because of the debuff. On top of that, Chaos does have some Skirmishers on the flanks. They got Marauder Horsemen, who shall be screaming and flying up here. Marauder Horsemen, pretty good against Hell Pits, good against Ogres, good for harassing the back line. And it looks like Palpatine does also have some Chaos Knights on the far side of the battlefield. So 45 Chaos Knights, and they are not the Lance variant. They are the Sword and Board variant. So they're better in sustained combat, worse in terms of shock damage. So now we do have the Marauder Horsemen coming in. Skaven don't have too many missile tools in the front line here. So the Marauder Horsemen, if they wanted to, could perhaps come in and poke maybe try and pick off a couple of the Poison Wind Mortars. They only have 70 armor. They're not like super tanky. And I would imagine Warp Chicken is going to be coming there too, but man, this is some really good value. And you can see here what Stormrunner is doing is he's switching targets. So he goes after the Marauders, gets the poison value, switches onto the Mirror Guard, gets his value there, because it's a damage over time ability is where you really get your bang for your buck here. So he's trying to do a maximum spread here, but man, look how inaccurate those things are. But all it really takes is one to hit, and then look at the damage. I mean, Mirror Guard are very, very beat up, good value, and on the flank, a bit of a disaster here for Palpatine. He does actually lose the Doggos to the Rat Ogres. So the Rat Ogres and the Slingers are able to force the Doggos back, but now he has to deal with a lot of pressure coming in. Oh man, this is going to be a final transmutation here. I think it's going to hit Queek, and it's overcasted. It hits Queek, it hits the Assassin, it hits the Plague Monks, hits the Mortar teams. That was a really good cast right there. Really, really good. Ton of damage on the Assassin, pretty good damage on Queek, I would imagine. More on the primary target, and you can see the Assassin is really getting Shrek'd pretty good here. Now the Skaven are going to have to deal with his Blitz coming in, but remember, that's pretty much all the magic you're going to see for quite some time here from Palpatine. So the Mirror Guard are going to be running in here, as well as the Weird Spawn. Skaven Slaves doing their thing, being sacrificed for the Horn Rat here. I would imagine that some Ogres or some high mass units will be sent in here to try and tarp at this advance. Queek got really beat up, man. That final transmutation was very, very nasty. He does also have a Hell Pit in the back. The Hell Pit Abomination will be good against most of the threats here, especially against like Weird Spawn and whatnot. He does also have some Warp Grinders. Warp Grinders could come in and like snare things in place and do some decent AoE damage, but Warp Grinders, you typically want to use them to deal with like massive amounts of infantry. That's where you really get your bang for your buck here. So it looks like there's going to be a Wild Plague. Man, you never see this. So Plague, the Skaven Plague spell being used here, and doing some okay damage against Marauders. Not too many like good targets there. Usually those type of spells don't do a lot of damage against like Spawn or single entities. Probably should have used it over here on some of the more healthy Chaos Warriors. Searing Doom going down in the back here from the Warp Chicken, dropping it on top of the Plague Monks and getting a little bit of value there. Queek Headtaker and the Assassin maybe looking to go after the Chicken, but they are intercepted here by the Chaos Warriors as well as the Demon Spew. But it looks like Warp Grinders are going to be dropping the base here. But yeah, they get broken. And if they actually break, it stops all their abilities. Oh no, unfortunate situation here for the Skaven. Stormrunner's Assassin is getting taken out by the Warp Chicken. Of course, the final transmutation was really able to stomp his couch pretty bad, so now he's pretty much just going to get chased off by Warp Chicken, I would imagine. The Warp Grinders are in a lot of trouble, and the Hell Pit Abomination's doing a great job. You can see here it's spanking down. Nice little Wind Blast going down. Not Wind Blast, but Plague Breath going down there from the Marauder Horsemen. But for the most part, it's looking a little bit grim bones for the Skaven. The Chaos Knights were able to collapse this other flank against Skaven Slaves, and now they're on top of Skirmisher units. And the Forsaken are coming in, the Demon Spew, and they're about to rear charge these Plague Monks, which are already fighting a losing battle. Now, the game is certainly not over yet. There's still a full health. Hell Pit Abomination, Queek's in okay shape. The Plague Priest can summon a ton of rats, but these expensive Plague Monks, are relatively expensive, are now going to get rear charged here by the Demon Spew, and the Demon Spew will just massacre them. They're Forsaken are designed to kill such units, like lightly armored, low melee defense units, and Plague Monks, yeah, only have 24 melee defense. So the shock damage coming in pretty hard. It seems like at this point, Papa Palpatine has taken control of the game for the most part. You can see here he does have the Marauder Horsemen, of course, throwing in, and it looks like someone may be having some sort of a connection issue, but it's pretty much a foregone conclusion at this point. We know the Warriors of Chaos have won. And we'll minimize and check. Yep, it's not me. There's no screen blocker. No, stop it. Yeah, and that's game. So Palpatine did drop, but I think Palpatine dropped. I can't quite tell. Or someone dropped. I think they both did, or one of them left. But nonetheless, that's going to be a victory for Chaos. It was pretty much a foregone conclusion at that point. We'll check in and see. I think he dropped. We'll check see what the players want to do. It's more of a casual format, so we can replay it. It doesn't really matter too much. We'll see what they want to do. I would say he was in a better position, so we can give win or replay. Up to you. And again, if it were a tournament, we'd have more official rules, but since it's just King of the Hill, we're going to do it to it. So yeah, we'll see what Stormrunner wants to do. It wasn't my internet. No, that was their internet for once. Summon the Electrobots. Yes, indeed. Garland Green, thank you for the 20. Despite the new and improved trailer, love these streams. Hey, I'm glad you like the new trailer, Garland. Thank you for the 20 bucks, man. So we'll give Stormrunner the option. Him and his clanmate, they are in the same clan, so they can decide what they want to do. But if Papa Palpatine did indeed drop and he isn't coming back, then we can see what's going on. Let me check in with him here. Alrighty, on the road again. Sounds good. Well played, Storm. The game was pretty much over at that point. Stormrunner, of course, being a good gent here, is going to give the win to his fellow clanmate. Of course, they're pals. So let's go ahead and update the scorecard here. So that is going to be that. And we're going to put Papa Palpatine here. Of course, the Senate is not taking this lightly. He's very Very, very serious business here. And the current leader is going to be, we'll update after this game here. So next up on our list, we have, so Stormrunner has played. Well played to him. We have Mr. Sauce. You are up. Alrighty, so I'm going to link the list here. GG indeed. Yeah, Palpatine said, for him it said we dropped, but that really is just indicative that your own internet has crapped out for a moment. He didn't have any lag during the game really, so it was clearly just kind of a one-off issue there, so hopefully we should be fine here. We'll do the Essence of Chaos next. Should be fun for our next map. The Essence of Chaos. It's the Essence of Chaos. It's not just Essence of Chaos. Very, very fancy stuff. Get it out. Get this one out of the way early. Yeah. Alrighty, perfect. So what are the odds of a screen blocker happening today? Slim to none. Garland, I will. Thank you, man. Yeah. Slim to none. Alright, so we have Mr. Sauce. We're on the Spirit Essence of Chaos. So now we have the pick and ban system. Of course, let me go ahead and remind the players just so they're aware that all this treachery is afoot. So the king picks 3 factions, the challenger bans 1 of the 3, and then picks, and then the king picks from the remaining 2. Map is set. Good luck, have fun. So we have AneurysmSauce, who of course loves himself a little bit of Archaon from what I understand. And we'll see what they do. So in the meantime, we'll just hang out and chat. Why is what is this going on here? Oh. What treason is this? Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to play a ton of Age of Empires, Jared. Like a ton. A ton of Age of Empires. Hey, Stormrunner, you played a great game, man. Well played. Stormrunner, I have to ask you, was it a mistake that you left all your spells on your playcaster? Because I noticed you had all 5 spells. Typically, you just want to have like 2, like the 2 summons and then like blades or like maybe a plague breath or something like that. I wasn't sure. Or maybe you just like having the variety. I was curious about that. Well played, man. Well played. All right. So let's see what they do for picks and bans. So currently, Duck Palpatine is going to pick Chaos, Norskin, Empire. AneurysmSauce bans Empire and he goes Greenskins. Although I think Greenskins have a pretty good matchup versus Empire nowadays. And then it's going to be Chaos. So we have Greenskins versus Chaos on the Essence of Chaos, which is an extremely close quarters map. This is like a map where you just get in there and you go fisticuffs. It's super close quarters. So I think it'll be 2 aggressive builds for sure. We'll see. We will see what's cracking. Also, I have no idea the new pick system works, so I let him win. So the ECL finals, Marco, are going to be Friday, most likely at like 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's going to be the round of 8, so it'll be the first 4 rounds of the ECL, and then there's going to be a separate stream. Yeah. So Stormrunner, I actually played in a best of 3 yesterday versus the great Undertaker, aka Grombrindle, and I had a really good Skaven build against the Spawn Rush. Yeah, but if they're going, so Stormrunner, if they're going Chosen, you can usually just defeat the Chosen. So here's what you do. You get Ikit Claw on his Doom Wheel, and you basically, with him, you get no spells. You take all the spells. Basically, you just have a good character. You keep the Brass Orb, though, and the Unlimited Power, of course, which is, gives you a little bit of work. So then Ikit Claw, plus you get, and for your caster, you get a Plague Priest on a Plague Furnace. So basically, the Plague Furnace gives you a Mortis Engine effect, and on the Plague Furnace, you bring just the 2 rat summons, and maybe like Blades of Putrefaction or something like that. Or Blessed with Filth, sorry. And from there, basically, if they bring Chosen will lose like super hard against Ikit Claw and a Doom Wheel, and they'll also lose really bad against a Plague Furnace, which will just drain them. It doesn't care about how tanky they are. So from there, you get the Jezzails, you get a single Warp Lightning Cannon, then you just get Skaven Slaves, Rat Ogres, Clan Rats, and Natty Boobos, and Ikit Zap Zap Cannon to defend. It's really strong. You use the Zap Cannon plus the Jezzails to kill the monsters, and then you just like use your Plague Furnace to spam summons and drain down the elite infantry. And you also do bring 1 group of Warp Grinders to defend your back line. Yeah. So as far as, I know somebody in chat was asking about the new pick and ban system. Start when ready. Basically how it works, and this is something where I think Arrow, for the banner rules, which we've been using for a couple tournaments, is experimenting with. Basically what you do is you, in a best of 3, you start with player 1. Player 1 picks 3 factions they would like to play. Player 2 then bans 1 of the 3 factions and picks their faction. Then player 1 picks from the remaining 2. it's a new pick and ban system, and of course it would go back and forth. So like then the next player would do that in the next round, etc., etc. So we're experimenting with it in King of the Hill, and it seems like it's pretty good. I actually like it quite a bit. I think it's fun. The classic, of course, is pick and double ban. So you pick your faction and ban 2. But in this one, it's a little bit, yeah, I don't know. I actually like this system. I think it's pretty cool. So we are in the Spirit Essence of Chaos, small map here. It's going to be greenskins, Papa Palpatine, the actual Palpatine, not the clone, the current King of the Hill here. Coming in with Chaos once again. Going to be going fisticuffs with the greenskins in a very close quarters map, but neither of them really care about this. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Forces of Chaos, or maybe greenskins to be a little bit easier. So greenskins do have a pretty big bacon core. Savage Orc Boar Boys, Savage Orc Boar Boys here. So yeah, Savage Orc Boar Pigs to the sunset, and they actually have a decent little charge bonus, decent AP values. Extremely squishy though, or only 14 melee defense, so usually getting them to rear charge things and not take head-on charges themselves is the right way to play these guys, but we'll see. I mean, just in sheer numbers, they can usually do some damage. And of course, with the WA being affected and all that good stuff. Savage Orcs in the front line, we do have a Daka line in the secondary, which is super necessary for dealing with Manticores and Shaggus and things like that. For the Lord, we do have Wurzag. Wurzag, of course, very, very powerful. We don't need to talk too much about him, but he does give snares. Bonewood Staff is really powerful. And in the back, he's got Savage Orc Biggins, so not a ton of AP here in this army. Actually, I was expecting Black Orcs, but it seems like he has an entirely... Oh, okay. I think he's kind of theming a little bit. I think Aneurysm has a fully Savage Orc army. Like, Black Orcs are very common because they're super good against, like, these type of troops like Mirror Guard. However, maybe it's a little bit of metagame because oftentimes Chaos, you know, will get a couple monsters, and that forces him into Marauder Infantry, which will lose horribly against Savage Orcs. So we'll see how that goes. Now, for Chaos, he's got Marauder Horsemen. He's got a Fire Sorcerer up in the sky. A Chaos Lord onto Manticore, actually. Interesting, with the Mark of Slaanesh, it looks like. Oh, you never see that Pendant of Slaanesh, which gives him a little bit of melee attack, but you don't need a ton of AP to kill Greenskin Lord, so this is kind of a cool thing. It's got a Giant, so really, the army is very monster dependent. It has some Chaos Knights as well, which I think are very good against Greenskins, at dealing with the light armor of the Greenskins. But yeah, the Chaos Lord and the Manticore Goon Squad certainly very powerful. If Wurzog's not careful, he can be killed very, very quickly. Good luck, have fun. It's going to be a real fast knockdown, drag-out fight here on the Spirit Essence of Chaos, which is where Morkur probably lives. That's some good water, guys. Some good water indeed. Man, it's good to be streaming again with a decent internet. Man, that was triggering me so much the other day. I was so mad. All right. Battle's underway here. Marauder Horsemen are going to be throwing their javelins into the Savage Orc people, doing some decent damage here. Wurzog's actually on foot, so he's going to be a little bit tougher to kill. I mean, less mobile, for sure. And it looks like maybe a missile attack is being dropped here. Yeah, so there is a Goblin. He uses his Vindictive Glare on top of the Chaos Sword, which didn't do too much damage. The Chaos Sword was able to endure that pretty well. And now we have Marauder Infantry against Savage Orcs who are wad up. The Savage Orcs, looks like their attack order might have been on another unit. No, it should be proper. But yeah, Savage Orcs should win against Chaos Marauders pretty heavily. Now up in the sky, the Gooning attempts come in, so the Chaos Sword is going to be going after Wurzag. He does have the effigy, but it looks like Papa Palpatine was able to get some Warhounds around the flanks, which was a little bit unfortunate. It looks like here on this side and on this side. So basically, two of the archer units are about to be jumped here. Now, these are Savage Orc Airboys who probably can beat the dogs in combat. Over here, Wurzog does actually use Effigy, but all the buffs from the Chaos Sword have been popped. Pendant of Slaanesh, Foe Seeker, Deadly Onslaught, and Wurzog does take a lot of damage, but the Goblin Big Boss is able to give some back, but for the most part, this trade is going a little bit better for Chaos, and Wurzog can only run for so long, because once this Goblin Big Boss gets overwhelmed here, oh man, look at that. The Manticore is just feasting on the soul of that Big Boss. Also, a lot of the Pig Cav over here were able to overwhelm the Chaos Knight, so that's a good trade for the Greenskins. They were able to get 3 Savage Orc Boar Boys and just absolutely crump these Chaos Knights. You can see the Chaos Knights just literally just all over this the floor right here, just completely trampled. Now back in the main fight though, Wurzog Gooning is going to continue, and that's something that one of the reasons why Azag has become such a common pick, at least in this matchup or in my experience, is Wurzog is really easy to snipe. I mean, yeah, he can protect himself with an effigy, but the Greenskins don't have too many other high mass units to protect with. Maybe if all these Savage Orc Boar Cav come in and are able to protect Wurzog, I mean, losing your Lord, especially your Caster and Lord this early, is really devastating. As far as the main fighting goes, it's going pretty well for the Greenskins on other fronts. So Savage Orcs were able to win their frontline fights. They're piling in now, but they're still a giant. There's a Chaos Lord, and of course Savage Orc Infantry will not do well against Terror Routes as the game does progress. Granted, the Pig Cav are able to come in here, and if the Pig Cav can stabilize Wurzag and keep him alive, then I think that does give the Greenskin a chance to potentially come back here in this game. It looks like a Burning Head is going to be going down. Nice one right there. It is able to go into the Savage Orc Airboys, or the Savage Orc Warboys, excuse me, but not too much damage. Just a little bit of a poke there. Perhaps worth it, perhaps not, but if Wurzog is stabilized, it does give the Greenskins a fighting chance. As far as their Daka line goes, I'm pretty sure the Daka line just got crumped. Yeah, some of them have come back. Looks like the Hounds were able to do some decent damage, and also the Marauder Horsemen are going to be able to ride them down. Savage Orcs are very squishy. They have like terrible melee defense. As a matter of fact, it's 8 melee defense on those guys, so they're just going to get completely wrecked here by the Marauder Horsemen. And the Hounds here on the other side, the Chaos Warhounds, probably going to be doing the exact same thing and maybe able to finish off these Savage Orcs. They might hold. I mean, the Savage Orcs certainly will hit back pretty hard, but I think they're probably going to break. Their leadership is certainly very fickle. Now over here, we do have the Resurgence of the Greenskins. It looks like Wurzog is running for the hills. He's at -15. I would imagine that this Chaos Sorcerer on the Manticore is probably going to hunt him down and keep him from coming back. And for the forces of AneurysmSauce, he's trying to pin down the Chaos Lord. And if he can get the Lord here, you can see the Lord's a little bit trapped up. Some of the pigs are nipping or oinking at his heels here, and he will be running for the hills. Some Savage Orcs may be able to intercept and slow him down, keeping him from taking off, but I think that there's a Giant here. The Giant is far too healthy. Looks like the Goblin might be trying to drop a Vindictive Glare from downtown here. You can see he's a little bit trapped up. Yeah, it looks like the Marauders have him a little bit trapped, so he's not actually able to get there and get that Vindictive Glare. The pigs are actually doing a really good job, though, sticking on the heel here of the Chaos Lord, and he's getting a little bit low. 1,400, I mean, he still has some wiggle room for sure. And also there's Marauder Horsemen peppering into this formation. There's a big angry Giant. And nothing the Greenskins really have left is good against a Giant. I mean, yeah, Savage Orcs do have decent DPS against light armor, but they're going to have some trouble, especially when Terra comes into play. So here come the Warhounds. Warhounds are charging into the back of these pigs here and these Savage Orcs, and do break some of them. Some of the pig infantry, the Hog, the Bacon Cav, shall be charging into the Mirror Guard here and crumping these foul servants of Slaanesh. Yeah, the shock damage of the Savage Orcs isn't bad for the cost. They have a decent charge bonus of 60 for, you know, kind of what they are. It's not bad. They're kind of like a dual-purpose unit for both having decent shock value and also decent kind of a sustained combat with their AP values. But yeah, for the most part, they're going to have a lot of trouble with that Giant there. In the back, Hounds are forced back. It looks like some of the Bacon Cav have been able to come back. Savage Orcs here. Savage Orc Biggins are actually pretty good against Giants, but there's only 30 of them left. And it looks like these Savage Orc Biggins are going to be karate chopping these Chaos Marauders right here. These guys are certainly going to lose this fight against these Savage Orc people. Now, as far as the rest of the Chaos Army goes, another Fireball is coming in, going after the Bacon Cav here, and the Marauder Horsemen are going to be charging in, and that's pretty much army losses. Savage Orcs are not going to be able to hold up to the might of a Giant. I mean, yeah, maybe if Wurzog was still around, but in that case, it's going to be army losses. Well played to those two players. We have Palpatine. He's on a run here today, guys. He's won 2 in a row. So let's go ahead and update that. Palpatine has won 2. He is our current leader, so we'll just put we'll put the Sheev. No, let's put Palpatine. That's his actual name. He's won 2, so a good run so far for sure. Let's go ahead and pull this in, make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't bleed onto the screen. And there you go. So for the next map, let's go ahead and pull it up. The next player, we have Amove Hacker. So Amove Hacker will come in and challenge the Sheev. And let me link the list here. Amove, you're up if you're watching, man. Hope you're doing well. Let's get you in here. Let's have some fun. So well played. For the next map, let us go ahead and do the Tome of Shifting Sands. Yes, we'll do a nice desert map. Palpatine says, cool Savage Orc army. AneurysmSauce says, thank you. Yeah, Savage Orc's a little bit tricky against Chaos. But if they do have Marauder builds, it can be pretty strong. This is not a hill. That is a battle station. It's pretty good, Major Moolah. It's the Palpatine from Robot Chicken. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, we need a Jedi to come in and deal with this. Thanks again for joining today, guys. Hope you're all doing well. Let's see if the great Amove Hacker has joined our lobby yet. Not yet, so I will invite him. I think I know his alias that he's playing under, unless it's changed. So let's go ahead and find it. Where are you lurking? He could be appearing offline, hiding in the shadows, waiting to pounce and spring his trap. I'm sure he'll show up in a second, though, guys. No stress. And if he's not there, we can always go on to the next player, which is fine. Tomb of Shifting Sands is the next map. Let's just hang out and chat for a minute. Peter Bowdier, love seeing this live for once. Great job as always. Thank you, man. Given how much the lower orcs love a fight, they have crappy leadership, which is a shame, yeah. Yeah. Lower orcs, I bet you that if the Greenskins do eventually get a DLC update, like, they're going to become even fightier for sure. Yeah, I think they just need an update. Greenskins are a very competitive faction. I think not like A tier or S tier, but kind of in the middle of the road. They have some good matchups. Yeah. All right, what's his name on Steam? Oh, let me see if I can find him on the Steam menu, because I can actually invite him from there, so. He had some, like, I think he had some anime name last time. Who knows what treachery this is? The discussion made me wonder earlier, actually, Turin, do you think Ballista Stegodons can possibly trade evenly with new Dark Elf Chariots? Yeah, they actually do okay in that trade. As a matter of fact, David Versace, that was something that was done a lot in the early ECLs when Scourge Hunter Chariots were kind of OP. That was something that we did see. Yeah. Hey, Aneurysm, well played, man. You know, that's Savage Orcs. It's a bold strategy, Cotton, but Wurzog gets gooned really hard. That's why I think you need Azag. Yeah, I got new internet today. And it's completely stable so far, so not to jinx it or anything. All right, so we'll go ahead and message him directly. It says he just fired up the game, so yeah, should be here in a second. And for some people, it does take a while to fire up Total War Warhammer. It's a long load-in. But for any of you guys who are currently up in the next King of the Hill, if you could fire up your games and be ready to go, that'd be much appreciated. I know a little bit of confusion since we did switch people around today. Some weeb name. Oh, man. It's funny. Yeah, they changed all my equipment and did everything, so hopefully it'll work out. I don't know. Sent him the password. Yes. Perfect. We're all good. I'm doing really good today, Grimsoka. Really good, because we got our internet fixed. Life is good once again. I can actually stream without drama. The stream that went out the other day, I may upload it. The issue being is that there was a lot of, like, more than half the games were, like, super laggy. Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm going to probably edit it, like, download it as a video, and then edit it and upload the ones that weren't laggy as, like, kind of a separate fun vid. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. A moves on the way, according to him. Let's make sure you can see the lobby. He is, okay, so he has a different name. He has a... Perfect, invite is sent. Sorry about the delay, my friends. At least it's not lag. Yeah, everything's good today, though, for sure. You've not missed much, Juan. Juan, you're very early. So if we take a look at what's left for the day, we have Amove Hacker, Protocol Wired, Willow, Tank, Anticity, Wicked D, Swarv, Sainier, and Divina Q. And then in reserves, we have Undertaker, Decoli, King of the Dead, Samurai Warrior, Flying Taco, Zardar. And I think that's it. We'll see. If it goes fast, we could just keep playing through all the players. You haven't missed too much. You've only missed like 2 games. But if you guys are... let me go ahead here. Get the system. Hopefully the players are getting a little bit used to it for today. And it should be pinned in the King of the Hill section. All right. Go. So here he is. So the king, who is currently Papa Palpatine, is going to pick 3 factions. We'll see what he does. And his opponent bans one of them and then picks himself. This is Amove Hacker. Amove Hacker. Palpatine says, am I going to have to destroy my own creation? Look at that. Oh, man. Oh, okay, I get it now. He's doing the unlimited power thing. Oh, I get it. So we'll see if Palpatine is destroyed by his own creation. Perhaps so. Tomb of Shifting Sands is a pretty open field map. Palpatine picks Chaos Norska Beastmen for his 3 factions, so he likes to play the forces of the Dark Gods, it would appear, which Palpatine probably would. Although I think Palpatine would be more of a vampire count kind of guy, you know? Because I don't feel like the Sheev, I don't know. I feel like he'd be a vampire count character. Like, vampires are so scheming, you know? Chaos is, like, less scheming. They're more straightforward. I mean, unless he's, like, a Tzeentch guy or something. Yeah, if you're really trying to draw a parallel between those characters. So now we have a ban and a pick from Amove Hacker, so he can ban one of those 2 and basically just pick around them. So what is he? We'll see what he does. We'll see what he does here. My internet does win the King of the Hill. Yes. Let them fight. It's Godzilla style. Yes. So he's going to take Wood Elves and ban Norska. Interesting. Amove usually plays Dwarves. He plays Dwarves. He plays Vampire Coast. Those are kind of his main factions. So to see a wild Wood Elf pick here. So he picked Wood Elves and what did he ban? So you need to ban one power. So he needs to ban one here. So we'll see what the Power Man bans here. Of his 3. He'll get something going. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the wild FFA we uploaded today as well. That was quite a stream. That cursed stream. But it looks like it's going to be Wood Elves versus Chaos as far as what I can tell. Yeah, Palpatine is pretty similar to Malekith for sure. But Christina, yeah, the internet won the screen blocker. I don't think like the Sheev, I mean the Sheev does, you know, Malekith gets burned, Palpatine kind of gets lightning scorched. I guess they have that in common, you know. This attempt on my life has left me scarred and disfigured. Oh, I love it. Yeah. So good. I'm sure Kevin will appear. Oh, okay. So it's Chaos versus Wood Elves. Start when ready. So currently the Sheev, the Palpatine is on a 2-0 run streak right now. He's doing pretty good for himself. He's doing pretty good for himself. Yeah, sorry, I totally missed it. I don't know why I missed that. During the next Ever Chosen, it would be great to see player interviews about their main factions playstyles. Yeah, Major Mullah, I think so. Maybe that's something I'll try and get done. Whenever that is. Turin uses reading spell. I did. We've done it. Yeah, you guys like the new trailer? Except Palpatine doesn't live with his mother. Yeah, that's true. I suppose he doesn't. Glad you guys like the FFA. So, Christian Bender, the Kevin thing. So basically, I was doing a stream and a player named Kevin, he guessed the name of the password and joined my stream, and then he left quietly into the night. So basically, it became a bit of a meme here on the channel that a wild Kevin has appeared, and he became kind of a cult figure. It's a very strange thing, but the internet's like that, you know. So Kevin is kind of a cult leader now on our channel here. I don't know if he'll appear in the night. Maybe he will. Will he bless us with his presence? Tomb of Shifting Sands is pretty open field, not too many trees. So, but you know, knowing that Amove Hacker likes to play dwarves, I have a feeling we're going to see like a Durthu tree box. I don't think we're going to see like a traditional Wood Elf kite build. I've never seen him kite before, and it's so contradictory to his playstyle that I would just be super surprised. We're probably going to see Durthu. We're going to see like what are those guys called? The Wildwood Rangers, like all that kind of stuff. Which, you know, if Palpatine does go all in on defeating the kite here, if he doesn't know how Amove plays, then, you know, maybe it'll work pretty well. But whenever I play against Wood Elves, even if I'm playing against a kiting player, I always bring like Kolek plus like sometimes even a second Shaggoth, and then everything else is designed to kill kite. But just those two characters, just in case they go for like a tree Death Star, it's really important actually. So that would be my 2 cents. Should do a King of the Hill where each player picks a Lord and one unit best. So you're saying just a Lord and a unit? That would be interesting, yeah. Well, it's hard from a cost perspective, yeah. All right, battle is here. So we're going. Thank you guys again for joining. We're back in business here in the Turin household. Let me go ahead and open up the windows, get some light here. I'm like turning into Gollum in this cave. Speaking of Gollum, someday when my screen is gonna like pop up and scare me. I see it like acting all difficult back there. Samuel, I haven't done that. No, a battle report. So I'm trying to find someone to play with. It's been a little bit tricky. I could get the same players back. They're both probably willing to, but I'm trying to get different players for my 40k battle reports, and then they'll come back eventually. But I don't. You know, they only have their armies. They have the one army. So There's a guy I'm going to message today, and hopefully I'll be able to film it on like Thursday, maybe tomorrow or Friday, and then have it up the next day. I do want to get another battle report, though. It's been too long. I love doing those. It's so fun. I mean, playing tabletop 40k and Total War Warhammer are like my favorite hobbies, but obviously with Total War Warhammer, I'm limited, right? I can only play for like 2 hours, but 40k, it doesn't bother my hand really, so I can play that like all day. So it's a pretty nice little hobby for me, for sure. All right, players are loading in here. Yeah, maybe I'll do some. I play Magic on my own at night when I'm just kind of, and I was a little bit hesitant to play lately because of, or stream it, because my internet was so bad. It was just crashing on all my streams, but now that it's fixed, maybe I'll do some more Magic streams. We'll see. We'll see. It's been a little bit harder too since Lady Turin got a full-time job, because she has to get up early. So if I'm streaming, and my whole streaming rig is in the bedroom, so like she obviously needs to sleep. All right, let's take a look here at the forces of Amove Hacker up in the sky. We have a Glade Lord with Praven Rhema. Interesting. All right, so it's not what I thought. He's actually going to be, defying the laws of his playstyle. He does have Wildwood Rangers, which are a decent AP unit. These guys can, of course, cut through a lot of Chaos Infantry, a little bit squishy themselves. You have to be careful. Spellslinger, a Beast, Manticore Summoner. He does also have a Waystalker. So the reason why you bring a Waystalker in this matchup is simply to snipe the artillery piece. So the Waystalker, you put it back, you use the Arrow of Kurnus on a Hell Cannon, and basically just KO it. It's really, really good. So yeah, it's a Waystalker kite build with a couple Eternal Guard in the back to kind of a support. It looks like maybe 1 or 2 here. In the front, he does have the Wardens of Sithril, but it's very much a build designed to, it's very like mixed forces kind of. He does also have Sisters of Thorn, no other Cav unit. So a very traditional Chaos Blitz using like a couple Chaos Knights could probably overwhelm this build pretty efficiently, but we'll see what the forces of Chaos brought. So he does have the Demon Spew. He does also have Chaos Marauders into the Sunset. Oh man, all right. So he's got 2 Chaos Knights, 2 groups of Marauder Horsemen, some Hounds in Deep Vanguard back here. You guys can see some Warhounds. A Kolek to deal with trees, which I like quite a bit, and a Shadowcaster with a Pendulum, Enfeebling Foe, and Melkoth, which is really the standard kit of spells. It's a good build, for sure. I think both players will certainly have a chance to win this. Papa Palpatine has to be really careful to make sure he doesn't lose Kolek to the Waywatcher Focus Fire, because if he does, that's just going to be game. But yeah, I mean, the Waywatchers are very nasty, but if he plays a very conservative game, sends in his army, brings in Kolek once the Waywatchers are being chased, I think he could be in good shape here. So we'll see. Also, he needs to pull back the Demon Spew, like just run right now, because the Demon Spew is going to get wrecked by the Waywatchers like so hard. They're not a tanky unit. Forsaken in general are very, very squishy. So you can see here, they lose 2 models, looks like 5 models so far, and now he's running for the hills. Very, very good reaction. That was incredibly quick, so definitely well played to him. And the other targets like Marauders and these kind of chaff troops here, it looks like the Arrows of Kurnus did go in and attempt to go after the Chaos Sorcerer, but just a wild miss. That's definitely not a very accurate lad there. Here comes the second one, and it makes some okay contact. The Chaos Sorcerer does take a little bit of a poke from those 2 Waystalkers, or from the Glade Lord and the Waystalker, but nothing too bad. Now here the Sisters of Thorn are going to be going after the Forsaken. Honestly, the Forsaken could countercharge them if they do opt to charge in, and I think the Forsaken would probably still win that fight in melee. Now, the Sisters probably just want to kite this, kind of poke, and play that more careful game here. In the back, you can see Papa Palpatine has gotten his Chaos Warhounds, and they're waiting and lurking in the shadows. With some good control, they could easily maneuver around the defenses, like come up and over here, get into the Waywatchers. There's a lot of openings here in this Wood Elf army, for sure. Over here, Forsaken do charge in, but they got softened up enough that they might actually lose this fight. Granted, Melkoth does go down here, so they're a little bit slowed, and they're going to be taking some damage from the Forsaken on the way out. So here comes a sniping attempt. Palpatine's Sorcerer does get Praven Rhema. All the Waywatchers are now shooting him. So that's a pretty rough situation. I mean, it looks like it wasn't super bad. It seems like some of the volleys were a little bit kind of I don't know, a little bit late. I don't really know. It doesn't seem like they all really connected. Honestly, that Praven Rhema was like as good as it could be for Chaos. Breath attack coming in from the Lord. But yeah, didn't follow up and do that much damage there. So the Forsaken continuing to chase. Marauders have now engaged on the front line, as have some of the Chaos Warriors. Marauders will lose pretty bad to the Wildwood Rangers. They just have better stats and better damage overall, but they'll do some damage back. Wildwood Rangers are not terribly tanky. Manticore Summon's coming down as well. Some of the Hounds have engaged against the Wildwood Rangers, and now the Chaos Knights are coming in. So the Chaos Knights are really the big deciding factor, and what you want to do is like a big Alpha Strike. Basically, you push in the Chaos Knights and Kolek at the same time, so it's kind of like a threat overload for your opponent. So the Chaos Knights are coming in, might be able to get a charge here. Oh, and they charge into the Sisters of Thorn. Those Sisters are going to get wrecked pretty bad, although the Curse here might save them. It does lower their melee attack down to 20. And the Chaos Knights are about to be jumped by some Eternal Guards. A little bit of scary stuff back and forth here. So some of the Hounds were able to get around the back and are now jumping on the Waywatchers. So it looks like they crept around here and were able to get that good engagement. So now the Wood Elf missile line is a little bit compromised. And the Chaos Infantry, of course, will eventually win most of these fights. Not all of them. The Wildwood Rangers, of course, will beat the Marauders. But where there's Mirror Guard and Forsaken and other decent troops, it can get a little bit scary. Very well played though over here. Amove Hacker has been able to kind of screen out the Chaos Knights. They've been slowed down by the curse. They've been kind of dragged into combat they don't want to be in. The Chaos Knights here are actually both fighting against Spears and Sisters, which isn't the best situation for them. Pendulum coming down here. That was actually a really good Pendulum. My goodness, that did a lot of damage here. Also, I think that Palpatine probably wants to get these Marauder Horse Masters around the back. Just like instead of using them here, run them up and around and use them as harassing cav units. It would be very, very powerful for sure. Nonetheless, though, it looks like Chaos is not able to get into the backline terribly efficiently. I think Palpatine needs to get his cav units pressuring the back line. There's nothing back here. I mean, just circle around. What you can do is circle one Chaos Knight around the back, the other one right through here, and the Spears can only defend one angle. And from there, if the Way Watchers go, that's pretty much game over. So here we have Kolek fighting. The Manticore Summon is about to run out. And you can see Big Papa Kolek is going to be going after the Spellsinger Beast. But a really nice Pravenoth Rayma there. Beautiful stuff here from Powa. The unlimited power, perhaps overwhelming Palpatine's sensories here. But you can see here that Kolek Sun Eater is in battle here with the Wood Elf Lord, and normally he would be very good in this situation, but of course there's a Manticore coming in, and there's a bunch of Way Watchers back here just kind of waiting to fire. So Palpatine taking the wide route here with the Chaos Knights. If the Chaos Knights can come in and maybe buy some time for Kolek, man, Kolek's just still pounding that Glade Lord, despite the fact that he's being 2v1'd. The Star Crusher is not messing about, but the Chaos Knights are coming in now. This is going to be a pretty devastating charge for sure. Be able to get in there and really mulch on some of the Way Watchers. Way Watchers taking quite a bit of damage here, but the Dragon should be able to peel those guys off and also apply poison. Balance of power very heavily favored here for the Wood Elves. But the Feral Manticore will disappear eventually. As far as its time, it has about probably 30 seconds left, I would imagine. But I mean, if the Way Watchers aren't able to escape this and Kolek's able to come in and finish off the Glade Lord, for example, that would probably be Chaos's only way back into this game. Currently, it's pretty Wood Elf favored. Many of the fights have gone Wood Elf's way. He was able to screen out the Chaos Knights pretty effectively, and the other units, like, they need to all be harassing that back line. The Way Watchers needed to be dealt with earlier. So Kolek's going to break to army losses, and Amove Hacker, Powa, has zapped the Sheev. The Sheev has fallen, and now Amove Hacker will be our current King of the Hill. Of course, Sheev is still our current leader with a 2 victory sweep so far. But now Amove Hacker is going to climb the hill, put the crown on his head, and also, on that same note, put a target on him. We'll see how it goes. So well played. Well played indeed. I think the Chaos needed to be a little bit more aggressive at pressuring the back line, but you know, it is what it is. Well played. Well played to those two players. A nice run by Palpatine. So we'll put Amove here. All right, so we have Amove Hacker. And he has a whopping 1. The blocker has not entered the fight yet. No, the blocker is doomed. I've conquered it. All right, so for the next list here on our list, we have... So Palpatine is done. Amove is the current King of the Hill. We have Protocol Wire. So Protocol, you're up. And Protocol, you're up, brother. Very cool. Making pretty good progress. Anakin did kill Palpatine. It would appear that Anakin was the power, yes. Lore-friendly game. No dwarf games yet, Deacon. So I'm sure there will be some. We have some, I mean, as a matter of fact, Amove Hacker is a dwarf player. So if you're going to see dwarves, it would probably be from him. Hey, Hadrius, the Curtis was drunk for that first volley. I know, man. It was. That first volley was just wild. It was wild. It is a Young Frankenstein pick, yes. So Protocol is here. Let's go ahead and pick the map. We're going to go ahead and do Troll Country. GG. Palpatine with the sad face. Once again, you have taken the crown from me. All right. Picks and bans. Shared them once again. So now we're going to hang out. All right. Grimsoki, you know, the Wood Elves are very good, but they're not OP. There was many things about the Chaos player played well in many respects, but also he needed to he had a lot of tools to shut down the back line that just kept getting caught in weird situations. Yeah. I mean, the Chaos build was very capable of winning that. Very capable, yeah. So let's go ahead and see what the lads have set up here. So, what is this? Amove Hacker picking High Elves, Dark Elves, and Wood Elves. He normally is a Dwarf player. It's very strange. So now Protocol gets to do his ban and pick, and then, yeah, I don't know what he's going to ban here. This is weird. Yeah, maybe Amove is trying to, like, diversify his gameplay, his portfolio here. So he bans Dark Elves and he picks Beastmen. Beastmen are good against High Elves and Wood Elves, for sure. mean, it's good even matchups in my opinion. So this is good. So we got Beastmen versus either High Elves or Wood Elves. He doesn't want to deal with Scourge Hunters, it would appear. Who knows? Delicious water. You guys want to make a soundboard? Oh god, that'd be so cringy. And for anyone joining the stream late, we had our new trailer. We made a new cinematic trailer for my stream intros. I spent most of yesterday working on it. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Just minor tweaks. It had a lot of the footage from the same one. Intro's a little bit different. Oh yeah, Crazy C4 we've had a couple, yeah. Dryads and Glade Guard with Wardens of Sithril. We'll see. Well, he's going High Elves, actually. It looks like we have a High Elf pick. So High Elves versus Beastmen. It's actually a good matchup. I like this one. I feel like it's pretty even. High Elves have some pretty good tools for the heavy cav are really nasty against Beastmen for sure. Like Dragon Princes can do some good work. High Elves have some really good terror route options with like the big dragons. Yeah, it's fun. We will see what he brings. Protocol, no idea how he's going to play this. Maybe a Wild Cygor shall appear. Troll Country is a relatively close quarters map, but Siege play still can be efficient on it. It's not so small. Every time I hear Troll Country, I always think of Avenged Sevenfold. So you can go back to the beginning of the stream. You should be able to rewind. It's in the beginning somewhere. But also, I'm going to be uploading it separately probably tomorrow. Yeah, I think Grimsoka, I think that Chaos is a little bit of a weaker faction overall right now. Not like super weak, but I think they're not very strong. Like, they're hard to play. They have some good matchups, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like Chaos has definitely kind of fallen by the wayside because most of the content Chaos will get will probably be in Game 3. So I think they're going to be kind of a bit of an outcast until then. But they still can win and they still have some really good tools, but yeah. White Lions are okay, but not so much. I don't like them that much in this matchup because oftentimes the pigs or the beastmen will simply bring like Razor Gores and Minotaurs and things that really just wreck them. Like I think just either using Chaff or like Phoenix Guard can be pretty good. Phoenix Guard aren't bad for sure. But yeah, Razor Gore herds really tear up White Lions pretty efficiently. So, yo, Turin, every time a game is played in Troll Country, neither player brings trolls. A fairy loses their wings. Every time a game is played in Troll Country and neither player brings trolls, a fairy loses their wings. That's pretty good. So it's going to be High Elves versus Beastmen. Protocol. Nice, dude. Nice, man. That was pretty good. I'm eating pizza and watching Turin. This must be living the dream, yeah. It's a dream of sorts. Crazy C4 said his wife and he had a 12th anniversary the other day. Hey, congratulations, man. Really appreciate the kind words. Palpatine would not be an Ultramarine. No, Ultramarines are like the Paladins of 40k. Like, they're just, the classic good heroes. I mean, yeah, of course, there's always flaws with everyone, but it's like... Spears, yeah. I agree, Faust. You know what I really like is actually using double Flamespire Phoenix with Alariel and then using, like, some Dragon Princes and just Chaff. It's pretty strong. Like, you get really good gooning, for sure, and, like, powerful terror routes and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's a couple ways to play it, but White Lions are not the answer. White Lions are okay in a couple matchups. I like using them against Empire sometimes, like just as like a couple. But in general, yeah, I wouldn't bring them against Beastmen. Beastmen will run them over pretty well, I think. The shock damage of Beastmen really good against martial prowess. So Unlimited Power is ready. Protocol Wired is getting his boots strapped on as he prepares for the duel here. Unlimited power. It's pretty good. I dig it. Protocol has done very well in a lot of our King of the Hills. And we have a big donation. Man, I just saw that from Tyson Boddick. Tyson, thank you so much. So Tyson just donated 200 Canadian dollars. Dude, I blocker for the screen gods? No, dude. Don't you put that evil on us. You guys want a blocker? There it is. There you go. This one's for Tyson. We'll put a blocker up just for a second, and then I'm going to turn it off. Yes, Dimitar Peeve, I will give you a link to current competitive 40k list in a second. Tyson Boddick, thank you so much, dude. Here is your screen blocker for the gods. Hopefully the gods are appeased, and now the screen blocker shall go back to the Shadow Realm from whence it came, so you can actually watch the game that you're here to watch. Thank you so much for that donation. Hot damn, dude. That is an erect one right there. A fat 200 Canadians. Oh, man. All right. Well, the Chaos Gods smile on us this day. Hopefully you enjoyed that disturbing screen blocker of Italian Spartacus and myself. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. Although for the next Ever Chosen, guys, whenever that is, I'm going to have a mullet. Like a legit mullet. My hair is so long right now. Like, I'm going to be able to have a glorious Joe Dirt mullet. Like, the earth will tremble at the might of this mullet. Yeah, it's going to be great. Tyson, thank you so much. That's super generous, man. That's super generous. That blocker, that's me in Italian Spartacus. But it's face swapped. I'll show you guys afterwards. In Tyson's honor, I will show you. Turn in 20 years. So basically you're saying just by giving me Italian Spartacus's bald head and his beard, I aged 20 years. Oh, man. That's funny. You know, so I will have the mullet for the next Ever Chosen, like a diehard mullet, like Joe Dirt style. But what I'm going to do is when I know, when I eventually find out when the Ever Chosen is going to happen and I'm allowed to announce it and everything, I'm going to put up a poll of a couple different mullet styles. And you guys, the people, will be able to vote. And then I'll go get that haircut. I'll come in with the dirtiest of dirty mullets that you guys vote on. And I put a challenge out to Italian Spartacus to come with a Friar Tuck haircut. So to not shave the non-bald parts of his head for like a couple weeks. And he could come in with Friar Tuck and a mullet, but I don't know if he'll come through with it. We'll see. Hopefully he does. All right. Thank you so much. An Abaddon ponytail. I could do it. My hair is so long right now. It's straight up Jesus length. Like I'm straight out of the Old Testament right now. All right, guys. So for the forces of the High Elves. Okay, now I'm really paranoid. I'm minimizing one more time to check for the blocker. Okay. Flying Taco says, I remember I made a pact with my friend in high school that after summer we both come back. After summer with mullets, he came back with a buzz cut. I was very disappointed. You know, that's how I'm going to feel if Spartacus doesn't do Friar Tuck. All right, so Illyrian Reaver Archers. So we have 2 of those, and they're actually pretty good at skirmishing Centaurs. They can also fight them in melee combat, which is cool. They can kite, they can fight some of the mobile elements, they can fend off hounds. I really like them. They're a pretty diverse unit. So he's got 3 of those from Amove Hacker. Also can potentially do some damage against the Eye of Morsleeve and Minotaurs and things like that. He does have a Moondragon and Alariel the Bird Queen with a lot of single entity play here. So 2 nobles here, of course, anti-large specialists. So he has a lot of means to deal with some of the bigger threats here on the battlefield. 2 Tyrannok chariots, silver helms in the back. Obviously, he can't quite afford Dragon Princes, but yeah, this is like a super micro-intensive army. Like controlling a force like this, we've seen people like Lotus Moon do it very effectively, but yeah, we'll see if he can. It's very tough. That's a lot to micro. Now, for the forces of the Beastmen, we have some Ungor Spearmen hidden in the trees on both sides. We have a front line of Gore Herds, which won't be terribly effective here. I guess they'll be effective at taking a beating. We have the Butchers of Kalkengard. The Stories of Drakewald. We have a big old Eye of Morsleeve here, which is a really good pick. It's going to be able to throw boulders and kind of keep the High Elves a little bit honest here. We got Morker, we got a Beastcaster. So basically he's going for the dreaded double summon build, which is probably one of the better ways to... It's a really, really... Like, if you're a newer player and you just want to, like, have something that's strong, do this. Bring a Wildcaster and a Beastcaster, Manticore Summon and Cygor Summon with both of the daggers on both of them to get the Winds of Magic, and you can summon so much. It's really crazy. Razor Gores to deal with Silver Helms is very good, and also some Hounds. So it's a good army. Honestly, both players have a great chance here. It's really, at the end of the day, going to come down to Amove's micro. Is he going to be able to really... This is quite a powerful build in many ways. Is he going to be able to really efficiently play with it, though? It's the question. It's a lot to micro, whereas this Beastman build is a little bit more straightforward, probably a little bit more user-friendly. Granted, very, very strong. So we'll see how it goes. Good luck, have fun. To these 2 fine players. Currently, the king of the hill is Amove Hacker, a.k.a. Powa. And the current leader, though, is Palpatine with 2 wins. The Curse of 2, standing strong here in the stream. And we'll see if the Gore Herds with shields are able to break through. Let us find out this day. That's some delicious water. Alrighty. Here comes the battle. The Eye of Morsleeve going to be unleashing his first boulder. Amove is able to fan out, and he's pretty much going to run in like every direction and just force the Beastmen to kind of chase with their slow infantry. Basically, if Amove Hacker can pick apart the high mass units like the Razor Gores, he's going to be able to just do whatever he wants to the infantry. Like just cycle charge him with his chariots and like his characters, and it's going to be pretty rough for sure for the Beastmen. However, the fact that the Beastmen do indeed have the Eye of Morsleeve here, that is very, very good. Is 235 units a legal count? I'm not sure. I'd have to go ahead and double check here. We'll see how this goes, and then I'll check after the battle. Of course, it's a more casual format, so if it is a rule break, we could just let the players replay the game afterwards, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, here, Chaos Warhounds with Poison are pushed back, and the Moondragon swoops in as well. So here comes the Bray herd, the Beastmen, trying to corner these Wood Elves, or not the Wood Elves, the High Elves. Unfortunately, some of the Ungor Spears are isolated on the edge of the map, which means they're basically just going to get instantly pushed off. They're just going to get charged by chariots and some of the other tools here. I can't remember what the legal army size is. I know it got changed recently. It used to be like something like 500, then it got like reduced. I can't remember if it was like as low as this though, but we'll double check. Anyways here, Cygor Boulder still coming in, dropping some hot rocks. A nice shot right there, able to really wreck into those Silver Helms. And the Minotaurs are coming in as well, getting countercharged though by the Nobles. Nobles will be pretty good here, but the thing is, if the Nobles stay in combat here, oh, it looks like there's some sort of a vortex coming down, a banishment. Probably not the most efficient use. I think saving it for the healing would be a little bit better. Boulder's still chasing down and doing work here, and also you can see Protocol Wired is chasing down the Warhounds, but for the most part, the Nobles are taking a bit of damage. If Morker and company can get in here with his Goon Squad, that would be quite powerful for sure, but the Butchers are taking some damage, down to 11 of 12 models, but they also have infantry helping out, which means they're not going to get like fully kind of poked by the Nobles. Some of the dogs are able to get over here, and it looks like the Razor Gores, honestly, the Razor Gores going after the Chariots here wouldn't be a bad idea. Morker is coming into combat. Butchers of Kalkengard are holding, but now there is a Dragon coming in. The Dragon opting to go after the Butchers, which isn't a bad choice. Boulder's still flying in there. And let's go ahead and see here. How's our boy Morker the Shadowgave doing? He's holding relatively firm. The Butchers, I can't believe, are still going. They're super beat up. The Destroyers of Drakwold are going to be charging in as well, and a second Cygor has been summoned. So the Cygors have been unleashed. Here we have some Razor Gores and some Gore Herds fighting against some of the Reaver Cav, and the Spawn Summon has been unleashed as well. So it looks like, even though this blob fight looked like it was going to be over here, I think it's only just beginning. So a Manticore Summon coming in, a Cygor Summon coming in, there's going to be a lot of power here, and the one scary thing for the High Elves is the fact that they're now kind of stuck in sustained combat, and a lot of the Reaver Cav are just being wrecked around the map. You can see these ones are really taking a lot of damage, a lot of Reavers littering the battlefield right here. On the far side, we have some Razor Gores trying to chase down the Heralds of the Wind, one of the faster units of the game, so we'll see how that goes for them. Balance of Power currently is Beastmen favored, but again, that's because of the summons. He has a Cygor summon, he has a Manticore summon. The Manticore getting a really nice engagement here on the Pigeon Queen. She actually takes a lot of damage, and Morker's coming in with his Pimp Claw as well. And this is actually really unfortunate. If Amove isn't able to get away, I mean, the Destroyers of Drakwold also are anti-large and poison, and this could really just cost the High Elves the game. If they lose Alarielle right here or she breaks, that would be pretty much game over. Yeah, that would be really, really bad. But she is able to get away, so that's nice. A lot of the High Elf skirmish units are being chased. But remember, a lot of this is false inflation. Balance of Power is definitely not accurate of what's like the true state of the battle, simply because of the summon units. The Dragon does charge in here, but again, I would imagine these units will be quite happy to turn around and fight the Dragon. Butchers of Kalkengard, Morker, the Bray Shaman are all pretty powerful here. Nobles are doing really well, though. They've been able to hold and haven't really been taking too much damage at all. Now, we do have the Eye of Morsleep coming in. The Eye of Morsleep does have the Warp Gaze, so I think that's why it's coming in. I think it's going to come in here and try and drop the Warp Gaze on top of the Moon Dragon. And the second Spawn Summon has been used here from Morker, so I would imagine the Spawn Summon will probably run into the back of the Dragon here. And it looks like the Bray Shaman of Wild is terrified. Really nice terror out there. And I would imagine the Spawn are going to charge the Chariots. Oh, yeah, they're going after the Chariots. I thought they might come in and try and get Alarielle, because she's a little bit of a slippery goose. The Manticore is finally starting to get some decent damage here, but it looks like the Manticore Summon will be disappearing in a moment. And Warp Gaze should be here. I would imagine he's going to use it on Alarielle if he has it. That would be really strong. I mean, if he pins her down and gets his big beastie on top of the Pigeon Lady, that would be a lot of damage coming in. So Bray Shaman's fighting a Noble now. Some of the Spawn are starting to disappear, it looks like. I think the first batch of Spawn did disappear. The Chariots are taken out. As far as the rest of the battlefield goes, Razor Gores have been able to catch Tyrannok Chariots, which is pretty much doomed for the Chariots here. And also there's a ton of infantry, which are basically wasting all of the ammo of the Reaver. So the Beastmen player here doing a lot of stuff right. But we'll see, of course, if the healing can carry them through. But I think the Eye of Morsleep coming in, yeah, Star will buy this Dragon some time, but, he's fighting danger close to the edge of the map. So if the Dragon breaks, there's a high probability that he will run off the battlefield. Now, of course, enduring the summons and some of those other variables is going to be quite important here, but Morker and company fighting in. The Nobles could get trapped up here. I think turning and going after the Nobles wouldn't be a bad idea either. Currently, Balance of Power is very Beastman favored, but again, the Spawn are still here. I think he still has another Cygor summon as well as another Manticore summon. Really nice breath attack right there. Beautiful cast there by Amove Hacker, able to get the Moon Dragon downtown and roast the Gore Herds and company. And yeah, we'll see if the Noble here is able to endure. Morker the Shadowgave does take a pretty big charge. Of course, he is weak to fire damage, so breaking Morker could be pretty impactful for sure. The Bray Shaman of Beast, if he has another Manticore summon, should use it now. And also the Wild Caster is back, so there probably is a second Cygor summon, which is right here. So you can see the second Cygor has been summoned. And they can throw boulders. One of the Nobles is broken off. The other Noble seems to be coming in for the kill here. But it feels like the Beastmen are kind of overwhelming this army. This low model count army. Which, of course, we'll double check after the game and make sure it's all kosher. If Morkor the Shadowgave, as long as he doesn't break here, he should be fine. Nobles, of course, are going in for a very aggressive play, trying to beat him down, but Stars of Avalorn are gone. We've seen a Banishment. We've seen like 2 or 3 Earthbloods, so I really don't think there's too much left as it pertains to the Winds of Magic here. And it looks like this other Noble probably is going to get crumped. Yeah, he's going to get crumped pretty good. He's terrified, so he's going to come back. He's just going to get away here for a second. The Butchers of Kalkengard are still here. The other Noble is being chased down by a horde of angry pigs. And he's at 25, so he's kind of stabilizing, but those charges really hurt. The Razorgores actually have pretty decent impact on the charge. The Dragon is going to land over here trying to help out the situation, but the big Cygor Goon Squad's coming in as well. Morkor the Shadowgave, of course, still in really good shape, but it's looking pretty close to army losses. I mean, the High Elves don't really have anything left. Their Nobles are very beat up, the Pigeons beat up, the Dragons beat up, and they're still like a full health actual Cygor. And plus, I think that Protocol is holding the Manticore Summon in the back pocket. So here you can see this Noble is broken off. The Pigeon Queen and the Bray Herd will be overwhelming the forces of the High Elves. Protocol Wired winning. So now it doesn't matter if it was a rule break. That's basically why, like, you know, whatever. That's the punishment. He has to play it out, but we'll double check the rules. Yeah, so Protocol Wired and the Bray Herd shall advance and become the king of the hill. Well played to those 2 fine players. The Bray Herd was just all over the place. The pigs and the hogs and the oinkers and different things like that. Yes. Well played indeed. So the current king of the hill is going to be Protocol. So let's go ahead and get his name set up here. And next up on our list, we have Willow. Willow, if you're ready. North Nana, I believe. Willow, you're up. All right. GG indeed. The Bray Herd able to crump the High Elves. Well played, Protocol. You did great. All right. I think Amove was frustrated there by the with the amount of Beastman stuff coming. All right. So next, guys, for the next map, we'll go ahead and pick it up here and do the Storm Demon. We'll do this. Actually, no, Southern Chaos Waste. Let's get a little Chaos Waste action going. Yeah. Aerocrastic. The army was too small, so that was a rule break. But Protocol won anyways. But I would have made him make them replay it had it gone the other way. Does that mean he followed Protocol? He did not follow Protocol, Christian. Well played, though. Well played indeed. It was a fun game to watch, nonetheless. Very reminiscent of the early days of Ladder. Do some factions perform better on low model count versus high model count? Yeah, some factions are more elite, Grimzoka, or have the capability of playing more elite styles. Yeah, so absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it was a rule break. It wasn't. Arrow, can you let me know what the minimum size is, just in chat? So I can tell Protocol. He's curious about it. I could minimize and look, but I don't want to minimize right now. Too much. So now we have Willow, 6669, facing off against Protocol in the Southern Chaos Wastes. Some creatures lurking in the brush behind me here. And we'll see what he picks. So currently, nobody's gone past 2 wins. Papa Palpatine, the Sheev, is still going to be our champ so far. But of course, we have a lot of good players to come. What's up, Falcon? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope all is well in the East. It's the fellest of cons. It is. It's the man, the myth. So Aerocrastic says the minimum army size is 300. So Protocol, min army is 300 models. And he had like 256, so it's not like egregious, but it was less for sure. For future ref. All right. Thank you, Arrow. Really appreciate that, man. And here we go. Southern Chaos Waste is the map. Players are considering their picks and bans right now. Protocol. We'll see what he does. He seems to like to play some Chaos action, so perhaps we'll see that. Minimum 1 Chill of Sontar per army. That's true, Falcon. If that wasn't enforced, I think the game would just be broken. Every game you would see 8 Chill of Sontars. We haven't seen Malice in a long time. Luke Reed says, I've yet to try online play. I do enjoy watching it, though. You should. And Luke, let me get you guys a link to our Discord community. So there's 2 Discords. There's one that Italian Spartacus and I run together, which is more focused on general gameplay campaign. And then just to keep the conversation focused on multiplayer, I run a separate Discord as well, which is my weekly tournament Discord. So let me get you guys an invite, which is if you guys want to get involved in multiplayer, it's a great place to learn. So let me make sure here. All right. you guys can see that. Again, just, you know, be polite, obey the rules, all that kind of good stuff. Life is good. So, let me go ahead and paste the rules once again. Okay, so Protocol is going to pick Beastman, Norska, and Vampire Coast as his 3 options. So now Willow gets to ban one of them and pick, and then Protocol will pick from the remaining factions. Oh man, he's sitting on that Bretonnian sub-faction. He's sitting on it. Controversial. Sort of. We'll see. Some strong factions for sure. I mean, just as glorious and OP as the Chill of Santar. Nothing's as OP as the Chill of Santar. Yeah. Zarkon. Falcon is the, are you Zarkon? Are you the dark side of Malice? Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you all for joining. I'm kind of getting the idea of how to play from watching. Yeah, hopefully it helps, Luke. I mean, yeah, certainly you'll get the idea for builds, but it's just the execution that takes a little bit of practice. But you'll get there, of course. So Willow is going to ban Vampire Coast, which is interesting because dwarves are really good against Coast. But he bans Coast and picks dwarves. Now the dwarves will have to face Beastmen or Norska. Dwarves have a decent matchup against Norska, in my opinion, but really rough against Beastmen. So if Protocol wants to, he should just go Beastmen again. Unless Willow maybe has some sweet game plan we're not aware of here. Some scheme or some build that perhaps will illuminate us to this matchup. We'll find out. We'll find out indeed. Oh, man. Falcon said your lawyer said to answer this question. Oh, man. What time is it right now in Russia anyways? It's plus 10 hours or 11 or 12? Poland is 9. So what is Russia, like 10 or 11? Yeah, Malice doesn't really have a light side. He just has like a bad and a badder side, right? Grimsoki, you should jump in. Just get in that Discord, hang out, and whenever I make the call, you just join in, man. Or woman, not sure. But it's fun. King of the Hills are always fun, and it's honestly one of my new favorite formats because it gives a chance for a lot of players to play on stream and get to try out some wacky stuff against good players. It's fun. It brings people together, which I really do like the King of the Hill format. I really do indeed. Sebastian hoping it'll probably go close to 4 hours today, I would imagine. Although we're only at an hour and 15 and we're making some really good pace, so if it continues to go very quickly, then I can let the people on the reserve list continue to play. So that'd be cool. 7, 1 second here. Alrighty. We have a donation coming in. Oh my god, Joe, you're far too generous, man. From Joe Leonard. Holy shit, dude. A fat hundy. Tabletop-wise, I know you're a 40k guy, but do you have a favorite AOS faction? Other than Cities of Sigmar? Dude, you just answered the question. Cities of Sigmar is my favorite if I were to play Age of Sigmar. But Joe Leonard, dude, thank you so much. That's like several streams in a row. You've just been dropping these balls deep donations, man. So thank you so much. I don't know what to say, man. Thank you so much. And okay, so let me see here. If I had to pick another faction in Age of Sigmar, I'm pulling them up right now. Okay, so the Fire Slayers I definitely would probably like because they're dwarves. I like them more than the Kharadron Overlords because the Fire Slayers are kind of like traditional Slayers. So I kind of like get and that's what Gotrek is kind of associated with in Age of Sigmar. So probably the Fire Slayers would be who I would play. Or I would play the Maggotkin of Nurgle. I really, really actually do like the Age of Sigmar models for the Maggotkin. I think that the Blight Kings are such cool looking units. So it would either be one of those two, to answer your question. So Cities of Sigmar, which is basically the only reason I like them is because they're old Warhammer. Fire Slayers or the Blightkin of Nurgle would be what I would play. Because a Blightkin, I already would know how to paint them and everything, so it'd be like an easy experience. But yeah. So, Joe, again, man, I just want to thank you so much for the donation. Really do appreciate that. And yeah, can't say enough. One sec. Sec, guys. All right, Joe Leonard, I just sent you a message on the Discord. So Joe, check that message if you don't mind. And thank you so much. All right, guys, here we go. Man, what a day. Willow versus Protocol, current king of the hill, is on the line here, guys. We'll find out. Southern Chaos Waste Protocol wired with a very impressive victory against the High Elves in the last game with summoning a herd of beasts. And it's pretty funny because actually in tabletop, from what I've seen in Age of Sigmar, there's a lot of summoning. Like the Lizardmen and the Beastmen can like summon all kinds of shit. So it's kind of like similar to how they play in this game as well now. Turin, how do you spectate without occupying a spectator slot? So Captain Rump, you use what's called spectator mode. Yeah. You use spectator mode, and it's a certain, like when you go to make the game, you host it as in spectator mode, and it doesn't occupy one of the slots. My brother teaches in China, and they have to get up at 4 in the morning, but China tells him it's 8. What? Huh. Well, hopefully he's doing okay in China right now. I know there's all kinds of pandemic action around the world right now. Toilet paper's hard to get. There's going to be black markets for hand sanitizer and toilet paper soon. It's going to become Mad Max. I was telling Anna that we're going to get our Haggard SUV and like put like, you know, spikes all over it and like they cage the windows and put flamethrowers on the side of it just in preparation. Just make it Fury Road. As far as I know, even on big maps, dwarves, yeah, this is an incredibly hard matchup. But like Aerocrastic was saying, I think that it has been helped a lot by Gotrek and Felix, or at least Gotrek. But it's still extremely difficult. I think massively Beastmen favored. Like this is one of the worst matchups for the dwarves. And that's the thing about the Jawi. The Jawi have some really good matchups. Like dwarves in general are like a hard counter. I don't know how hard, but they are a counter against Tomb Kings. I think dwarves typically win against Tomb Kings pretty consistently. Like I've seen high-level Tomb Kings players or high-level players lose to players who are of lesser skill playing dwarves against them pretty consistently. I think that the dwarves have some really good matchups, like really good against Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast and some of these really top-tier factions. But on that same extreme, dwarves have some horrible matchups, which is like Beastmen, for example. Beastmen and Skaven are just like almost unwinnable, in my opinion. Now for the dwarf army, let's take a look. He's got Longbeards, Norgumlings into the sunset. So forming a bit of a U-shaped box here is the Great Willow. He does also have a dwarven cannon, looks like a standard cannon, 2 Slayers, a wild gyrocopter up in the sky, but Harpies will easily shut that down. And 2 Slayers. So yeah, pretty well-rounded army for sure. But yeah, my concern again is dealing with the, well, it looks like he didn't bring Razor Gores. There's some Chariot action, some Bestigors, and also a Cygor to maybe try and bunker bust like a Gotrek and Felix box. So I like that from Protocol. I think that's good. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. We'll see if he can do something with his build here. Now for the forces of the Beastmen, he does have Ungor Spearmans, 4 groups of the Bestigors. He has a big angry Cygor in the back. Morkor, of course, is the go-to pick. Harpies, you basically always want to bring at least 2 Harpies in this matchup, both for harass, but more importantly to shut down Gyrocopters. Because without Harpies, Gyros can actually snipe things like your Bray Shamans, and it's really nasty. Protocol has gone with the double summoning build once again. It's just so good. So I definitely think that's one of the better builds for the Beastmen, and it's really hard to defeat, actually. Especially for Dwarves. Because the Cygor summons, like in Melee, they're basically like AP Giants. You can summon them to throw boulders. The cannon will, I mean, it's not like trading Cygor for a cannon. The Cygor typically should just ignore the cannon and throw all of his boulders into the Norgumlings, Ironbreakers, and these more expensive troops. So here comes the first boulder. Is this going to make impact? Oh God, that's brutal. Losing 13 of these elite troops immediately. And like, yes, the dwarves have a cannon to shoot the Cygor, but like, it's going to take a year to kill that Cygor. And in the meantime, like, his army is going to be taking such brutal damage. Oh, that pains my Jawi soul to see that happening. So here we go. Ironbreakers are running for the hills, which is smart. Just, pull back here. But then there's like, they're not in the front line suddenly, and it really changes things. I think what the dwarves should do here is probably rotate the Longbeards to fill the gap, and then rotate here, rotate the Slayers on the flank. And some of the Rangers here are shooting in, going after the Bray Shaman of the Wilds, and a Gyrocopter will potentially get some decent shots as well. The Jagged Dagger has been activated to get that juicy Winds of Magic. And the frontline fighting is now underway. So Grombrindle, the White Dwarf, is here. He's pissed. He's got his axe. We'll see how it can do in the front line. But, I mean, look at the frontline engagement, too. It's so Beastman favored. I mean, Bestigors will make pretty good work against Longbeards. It's not going to be fun for them. And now, the Gyrocopter was doing good work, but now the Gyrocopter is going to be swarmed by Harpies. Harpies will take forever to peel. I mean, yes, the Rangers could eventually do it, but, like, it's just not cost-effective. So the Gyrocopter is being shut down. The Bestigor herds are coming in. We have the Ungors coming in just from so many angles, and the cannon is shooting the Cygor, and like you can see, it's doing damage, but the Cygor is still like confident. It's going to take like another 6,000 HP that's going to take like 45 minutes. So the chariot's slamming into the side of these dwarves here, and now it's going to be bouncing into the back, going after the rangers here. So the rangers is going to be in a little bit of a pickle as they get rode down. Good night, sweet Dowie. And now, the cannon is pretty vulnerable here. The Ironbreakers are in the back hanging out. The Cygor still just bombing them. I mean, man. Nice little juke right there, able to kind of dodge that shot. And really here, it's not going terribly. The Slayers are doing well, and Morker is a little bit trapped up by the White Dwarf. And yeah, I mean, if Grom Brindle and the Runesmith can beat down Morker, which always takes forever. I mean, it's a big if. Maybe there could be some magic here, maybe. So the Spawn Summon has been used here for Morker the Shadowgave, dropped in the back. Easily going to be able to do massive damage against these Rangers. And also a Cygor Summon has been used here to give them a Walmart Giant to fight here in this situation. Frontline fighting is going okay for the Dwarves, and the reason being is that the Bestigors are kind of trapped behind a lot of the Gors, so they're not able to make that square contact. Therefore, the Longbeards will hold for quite a bit longer. Ironbreaker's trying to come in, but there's nothing to stop these Chariots from just going balls deep wherever they want. Cygor still putting steady value on the Ironbreakers. The Chariots are running amok. There's really not too many things to punish this army. I actually do like Thunderers quite a bit more, so if you are watching this back, Willow, I would recommend using the Thunderers. They're much more efficient at killing Chariots, and honestly, their damage outputs seems to be a little bit better in my opinion. I mean, the Rangers are okay against light armor like Minotaur rushes, but really, I would highly recommend using the gunline units because they can pound those Chariots to dust pretty efficiently. So the Summon Cygor has been taken out, so that's pretty good, and both Spawn Summons have been used, and Dwarves have taken a lot of damage, but they've also baited out quite a bit of stuff. So maybe, just maybe, if the Dawi and the White Dwarf here, the Ancestor himself, is able to come in and karate chop Morker, maybe. So Morker's down to 2,800. He's taking a little bit of damage, but of course he's healing. The summons have been blown, both the Spawn summons, one Cygor summon. I think there's still Manticore summons, so obviously Protocol Wired is a very seasoned Beastman player. He's doing a very good job being patient and layering his summons to allow his Winds of Magic to come up to the maximum amount, which is very, very smart. So Morker is able to get away, so the White Dwarf almost beating him down. Of course, in Mortal Kombat, Grombrindle would be able to beat down Morker, but Morker is a slippery, ethereal presence. Another Flash Bomb going down, trying to slow him, but for the most part, if we look, the Dwarven Cannon is killed by Harpies, all the missile pieces are done. There's, very tattered Ironbreakers, which will lose to the full health Bestigors here, and a Manticore Summon is coming in here. So, yeah, man, he really, really made a big mistake not banning Beastmen. Because Coast is doable for Dwarves, and I think the other Chaos is doable as well, but Beastmen is just so difficult. It's so difficult. Nonetheless, though, Willow's putting up a great fight considering the circumstances. He has beat down the Bray Shaman here with Grombrindle. He's been doing a lot of work. I mean, he put Morker down to the danger zone. He's been doing a lot of damage. Over here, Ironbreaker's still fighting, holding on to the bitter end here. Some of the Rangers on the edge of the map have come back, and they're actually defeating these Harpies in combat that were trying to chase them off. And one of the casters is gone, so look at that. I mean, Grombrindle doing some work. Now Gromby's going to be going balls deep. Oh man, Morker's in trouble. Is there going to be a wild Dwarven comeback? Who knows? Zero leadership on him. He probably wants to run here. But the White Dwarf definitely doing some huge damage. The Rune Axe of Grombrindle has been popped, which gives him some nice damage and leadership effects there. But I just don't think Gromby is going to be able to carry this, because basically he's going to be like standing alone against a horde. The Norgoblings Ironbreakers, of course, will take like 5 years to kill, but army losses will probably strike before then. And yeah, like a Cygor stomping on him, Bestigor's beating on him, and Gromby is not going to be able to carry this game. But what a valiant attempt for sure. It's a really difficult matchup, and he certainly didn't do a bad job. Here comes a Cygor summon or a Manticore summon, it looks like. And yeah, the fact that he has that in the back pocket just speaks volumes to how well that went for the Beastmen. But it was a good effort for sure. It's difficult. I mean, a lot of the single entities did get very low. Very, very low indeed. So, there you have it. And now that is going to be Protocol taking over. All right. So we have another donation coming in from Tyson once again. Oh my God. Sorry I missed that during the game. But 200 Canadian dollars. Tyson, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Tyson. I don't know what to say, man. That's very, very generous. So hopefully it's not too much sweat off your back. I always feel bad when people donate that much. But and then we have a donation coming in from Grim Soka on the stream as well, but that one went through PayPal. So Grim Soka dropping $100. Must support Turin. Papa Nurgle demands it. Dude, you guys, man. Well, I guess the ECL prize pool just got that much bigger. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is extremely generous. Wow. All right, guys. Well, please shoot me a message in Discord, those of you guys who donated here, if you don't mind. Grim and Tyson, if you guys are in the Discord, shoot me a message, please. That's very generous. Man, all right. Focus. Where was I? So now we have a tie. Protocol and Palpatine are here. We're tied at 2. Let's update this. Thank you so much, guys. That's huge. Wow. All right, then. Yeah, give me that golden Jaime Lannister arm. Actually made of gold. All right. Where was I? Okay. Got to get my focus. Oh, Tank's already here. Tank, thank you for making it a fluid process. I'll be on Schwarzhoff in here. So let's go ahead and get the... do I need to do screen? No screen blocker. Although Tyson wanted a screen blocker for a second, so I'll put it up here just so you guys can admire this glorious picture. So this, for anyone who doesn't know the context, this was a face swap between myself and Italian Spartacus. Drop some dosh for your Turin, oh valley of plenty. Yeah, getting spoiled today, man. The internet's fixed. You know, everything's good. Don't worry, you get a screen blocker for a second. Joe, thank you so much. All right. Yes. It's a disturbing picture, but basically they face swapped Italian Spartacus and I. You like this cursed image? It's pretty scary, yeah. You can do same or different. So yeah, protocol you can switch. You basically it's like a since it's King of the Hill, it's different each time. So the tank is here. Tank won our last King of the Hill stream. Sparty like a serial killer. Stone Cold Steve Turin. Oh my god, it's really disturbing. It's really disturbing. Sparty's got quite a chrome dome for sure. You can see the light reflecting off it. But I mean, now in this picture, it's obviously my head. I look like Walter White. Yeah. Spartacus on this picture, want my heart on a plate. It was done on Twitter a while back. Yeah, Tyson, please do shoot me a message in Discord if you could, man. Looks like Bert Kreischer, you're saying, the comedian? So there you go, guys. There's the picture. That one's for our boy Tyson here, for dropping the fat ones. I don't know what to say, man. Thank you so much. All right, let's pull. I'm going to turn it off before I forget. It's such a good picture. It's so disturbing. So Tank is here. Let's take a look at the picks and bans. So Protocol picks Beastman, Norska, and Vampire Coast. So Tank, I wonder what Tank is a Vampire count main. So Tank will ban one of these, and then he's basically just going to ban the one that's worse for his Vampire counts. Yeah, see? He bans Norska. Because Vampire counts are really good against Beastmen, like Blood Knights and Born Descensions just like Shrek them, in my opinion. And Vampire counts have a decent matchup against Coast. I'd say Coast is slightly favored in that one, but I mean, obviously for a Vampire count main, they probably don't care much about a slight favor. It's like good enough. Banshees are really good in that matchup too. The Turin side looks like the worst kind of person at a wine tasting, and the Sparty side looks like a guy who stole horse trank beds from the veterinarian office he cleans on weekends. The Tank returns to defend his strap. All right, Grim, just shot you a message. And Tyson, if you're not in the Discord, man, get in there and shoot me a message. Ooh, you want me to start selling Warp Dust? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, but guys, thank you so much. That's so generous. Oh my god. Oh. All right, so we have Beastmen versus Counts. I think. No, wait, no. He's still thinking. So he can pick Vampire Coast or Beastmen here. Yeah, Vampire Coast is definitely the smarter pick. And Protocol knows this. Facing off against the Great Tank. Might do another stream tomorrow as well, guys. Tomorrow's Thursday. Vampire Coast should try to go air, considering cannons and Luther. They should dominate the skies and snipe from the air. It's pretty strong, Falcon, yeah. There's a couple ways to play it. You can even do like Leviathan spam. But yeah, Luther and another Goose with like some Fellbats can dominate the sky pretty well. Yeah, so there's a lot of ways to play it. There are many ways indeed. All right, guys, sending some messages here real quick. Hey, no worries, Wicked. I saw your message, man. Hope everything goes well on the training. I will do that indeed. So that means Undertaker has come off the reserve list. So Undertaker, if you're watching from Poland, you are now on the main list with Wicked dropping. You were the next on the reserve from what I saw. So we got the spooky battle here. I can almost guarantee you Tank is going to come with double Banshee. It's so good against the big armor. I've thought about streaming every day. I've thought about it. Yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. I love streaming, actually. It's like I enjoy it more than recording videos. Granted, I still enjoy that, but like this is really fun. Yeah. I know, Angela. We could try it. Angela Twerkle. Oh my god. That name is so funny. Leviathans aren't bad against counts. Vampire counts historically have had trouble with big armored monsters. But Gooses can do it, but it's like requires a lot of finesse and angling and timing with like Helm of Discord pushes. So yeah, there's a lot of options. Toss a coin to your whichever valley of plenty. We'll close out, and for anyone who didn't see the new trailer, we'll actually close out the stream with that trailer as well. We got you, Wicked. No worries, brother. Another series I want to start doing as well. Grombrindle sent a pretty funny emoji of Arnold putting war paint on as he gets ready for the King of the Hill. Yeah, streaming's much more. When you die from a crazy mad lad with a freaking hand pistol. I know, Luther, yeah. We started our stream a little bit earlier today, yeah, Mr. Picat? Tried to. We had our internet fixed today, so I had my internet company come in and change all my equipment. So they changed the router, the modem, the cabling, like everything. They just went balls deep, and it seems to have solved the problem. So, but like that, it happens like every 6 months. They just need to change everything. So, I mean, there was like a little bit of a drop on the stream earlier, but it was very minimal. I made a new stream trailer. Yeah, so you guys know the Doom trailer. I'm going to show it at the end of the stream, but otherwise you can rewind back and see it if you want to. I redid it. I added in the Skaven trailer, the Malice trailer, the Lizardman trailer stuff, like all the newest things. I know, Mr. Picat, it's crazy. Hey, Burak, thank you so much for the tenor. Been watching you for a long time. The least I can do. Go High Elves, go Tyrion. I don't know if it was the squirrels this time. I don't think so. I think it was my equipment. Something was wrong with the equipment or God knows what. Who knows? Start when ready. When ready. Yeah, going Luther, Goose, Bats is pretty strong, and then just having like a single entity to kind of anchor the ground. Yeah, I made a new BFG division. I made a new BFG division intro. It's pretty sweet. Like in the beginning of it, it has like a clip of Karl Franz giving his speech, you know, talking about like torn apart by led by the craven, torn apart by the greedy, you know, forever on the defense. And then like there's like clips cutting in showing those things, and then at the end it says like no longer, and you know when he says no longer, and then like the peak of the song drops. Yeah. Romulan, they didn't. They did not. All right, we're good. Tank and Protocol are ready. Vampire Coast versus Vampire Counts. The classic cousin bull here. We'll see which bloodline is superior. That of the crazy mad Count Luther, or the Counts. I would imagine Tank will go with double Banshee on the ground. It's just so good at shanking down some of the big threats. Probably some Graveguard as well, just with the Sword and Board. The Banshees can kill Depth Guard too. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. That's the one thing I can probably guarantee from his build is double Banshee, but I could be wrong, but it's just so strong. White Kings aren't bad either, but the Banshees are harder to kill, and they also have better AP values. You do lose out on the Terror. Obviously, it's not useful here unless they're Sartosa, but it definitely brings a lot to the battle. Definitely brings a lot to the battle. And again, guys, I can't thank you enough for your generosity today. I really hope it's no burden off you guys. That's a lot of generosity, so thank you so much. Who wins this matchup lore-wise? Honestly, in lore, it's always like a bit of a... it's all over the place. Like, you know... Like, in lore, if you read the lore of, like... You know, usually in 40k, the good guys have the... Or the quote-unquote good guys have the best plot armor. They, like, rarely take significant damage. And if they do, it's always, like, some... You know, something that doesn't matter. The bad guys, you know... It's funny, in 40k lore, it's like... The demon Primarchs are often villains, like Mortarion and, you know, characters like that. And even if they get killed in a battle, it's like, aha, they're demon Primarchs. Their soul goes back to the warp and they reappear in a couple of years. It's like, it's just like so perfectly layered for the plot armor, right? So let's take a look here at this army. For the counts, it's going to be skeleton warriors in the front line. Looks like into the sunset. A lot of Cryptors as well. So Cryptors are actually, after some of the changes they've gotten, especially with buffing support from the corpse carts, they can actually do decent against like crabs and yeah, they can put some serious hurt on crab units. So he does have a couple of Cryptors as well. Fellbat's up in the sky, and Blood Dragon Lord, I would imagine that's his favorite. Tank always uses this. So it is the double, the Blood Dragon Lord and the double Banshee. So the double Banshee is just a staple in this matchup. A very, very good answer against the mighty Rotting Leviathan. It doesn't kill it quick, but over the course of a long battle, it can shank it down. He has a Black Coach as well, and a Corpse Cart with Unholy Lodestone. So really, his anti-armor is the Blood Dragon Lord, double Banshees, and Black Coach, you know, can do well in the Cryptors as well. So good army. Now for the forces here of a Wired, he's got 2 Rotting Leviathans. Actually has a couple of gunnery mobs. Very, very cool. So the Black Spot plus another one. And Count Noctilus on his mighty peg-leg beast is going to be summoning some zombies, which is quite cool. In the back, he's got halberds. He's got some zombies, the Tide of Skilled. And I think that's pretty much it for his main core. Oh, is this a bloat? Oh, baby. A bloated corpse. The mighty thick boy himself. Look at him. He is so thick, he takes up the entire screen. Look at that. Look at that gut. It's like me after I eat burritos. On top of that, guys, we have the Lamprey's Revenge, and that is pretty much it. Nice little army for sure, but again, magic damage is always tough to come by here. And yeah, the Banshees are going to be really, really hard to kill. So the guns, obviously, will probably focus down the Blood Dragon Lord or the Crypt Horrors, all of which need to die. It looks like he's forming like a bit of a firing concave here. He'll probably send forward the Leviathans and maybe use Count Noctilus's summons to target the advance, therefore allowing himself to keep the halberds in the back. I'm really curious about this bloat, though. I have to make sure to watch that. That bloat is clearly going to be one of the focal points here of this game. Not too many good targets for it, though, honestly. I mean, zombies and skeletons. The bloat, maybe it was expecting, like, the Sternsman or something. But, like, have fun. Because, like, yeah, if that bloaty boy connects with the Sternsman, oh, that's Value City. Okay, we have the Königstein Stalkers here. Those wouldn't be a bad idea. You could take them out. And here we are. So it looks like the crabs are going to be used. The bloat is going to be hidden in the tree line at the back. Unsuspecting tank here. Good luck, have fun being dropped. 2 good sports as always. And here comes the battle for the fate of this map. Let's see what happens. Bats are flying in. Tank assessing the army. The Colossus shooting in. Unfortunately going after zombies with its first volley, but that pretty much always happens. And from here, I wonder what it'll target. Probably the Crypt Horrors. I mean, Banshees probably are not worth targeting. With the Banshees, you want to get them like locked in place and use the Wraithstorm ability from Count Noctilus. That's one of his best bets for killing them. Is he going to go for the Lord? I couldn't quite tell what he was shooting at there. It's a little bit hard to see. Some of the Fellbats are taking some light fire here from the Rotting Leviathans. Definitely very powerful single entity army here. The Leviathans do have some gunfire themselves, and you can see here the Blood Dragon Lord is going to be taking a lot of fire if he's not careful. I mean, if the Black Spot and other gunnery mob jumps on him, that Blood Dragon Lord could really get buttered right now. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be turning. Zombie Summon is going to be going down here, but not before he takes a fat volley to the face. And the Banshees are so hard to get rid of. I mean, they're so sticky here. And they're just going to be pinning down Noctilus and chasing him the entire game. You can see some of the crabs are sent in as well, but the problem being is that, you know, the crabs are actually, like, also a good target for the Banshees. So the 2 gun units have been shut down. The Black Spot has been shut down. The other gunnery mob has been shut down by the Blood Dragon Lord as well. Some of the Fellbats are being disrupted. And the Rotting Leviathan definitely needs to jump on the Blood Dragon Lord, but he's going in balls deep for Count Noctilus. The Heart Piercing has been popped, but he's kind of low, actually. He's taking a lot of damage. Banshees are tied up here on the Lamprey's Revenge, but the big angry crab is coming in. Helm of Discord is active. Oh no, the crab pounding! The sandwich of the crabs! If the crabs actually both go after the Blood Dragon Lord here, with Noctilus in a 3v1 environment, the Blood Dragon Lord could actually get pinned and die. So I think that Protocol really needs to make sure he goes after the Blood Dragon Lord with all these big monsters. Now, as far as the rest of the battlefield goes, zombies and skeletons just kind of engaging across the battlefield. Nothing terribly significant to watch. But Tank, with some good control here, is able to get away. Very, very scary situation, though, because those crabs are no joke. And, those are pretty good bodyguards here, but you can see the Banshee's taking, like, 0 damage. They're just so tough to kill here in this matchup. It's usually, like, they're the last units, and either Army Losses kills you or a nice breath attack there by Tank. Able to get a breath attack on the back of Noctilus, and it looks like another zombie summit is coming down, but the gunnery mobs are actually buttering the bread of this Blood Dragon Lord pretty good. You better be careful. Cryptors are getting some decent AP damage in, but of course Invocations and all that business are keeping the Leviathans pretty healthy here. You can see an Invocation is going to be going down. Also trying to heal up the big old Krabos, or the small Krabos, the Lamprey's Revenge, which have taken some damage. No casualties though. And Vampire Ghost is enduring pretty well. Seems like Tank is having a bit of a problem penetrating into the center mass, but Vampire Counts, when they play this, it's a very long game. It's not something they win quick. It's like basically Vampire Counts have to kill all the chaff. So all the zombies, all the deckhand mobs, all the gunnery mobs will die, and then basically it's like a grind fest. Count Noctilus and the Crabs facing off against the Banshees and the cycle charging from the Cryptor, or not Cryptor Lord, but from the Blood Dragon Lord. Oh, a bloat's coming from the tree line! There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. How much damage will this do? 3,000? Wow. That's really depressing. That's just like in that movie, The Other Guys. Hey guys, aim for the bushes. But the Blood Dragon Lord just nukes the Bloated Corpse. But you know what? At the very least, that Bloated Corpse took the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord away from the main battle for a period of time. I feel like they should change that to make Bloated Corpses actually hurt single entities a lot. Like, that would make them cool and useful. Yeah, that's kind of silly how it doesn't do anything there. But anyways, Banshee still trying to shank down the Leviathan. Cryptors are getting worn down, though. It seems like the Crabs from Protocol have been going after the Cryptors quite a bit. The breath attack coming in after Count Noctilus. He's not terribly close to his healing cap. Still has some room before that is procced here. But the gunnery mobs in the back are taken out. The halberds in the back are taken out. And this is pretty much like the status quo. This is what almost always happens in this matchup. It looks like a Wraithstorm is going to be coming down from Count Noctilus in the sky, targeting the Banshees, which is a great choice, and doing some good damage. Like, that's not bad against those ghostly units. Cryptors are pushing in once again. Again, Wired is going to want to save his summons for the late game. So basically at this point with Noctilus, you want to save all your summons for the late game. Just wait till it's like the absolute clutch grindy moment and save it, and that can, win you the game here. So Noctilus and the Crabs going in there. Tank is going to be cycle charging with his Crypt Horrors, trying to keep them from being beaten down here. And oh no, one of the Crabs is actually isolated. So somehow, some way, Protocol sent one of his Crabs away from the main fight, and keeping them together is super important here because now Tank is going to be able to pull some Crypt Horrors, some Spears. The Black Coach and the Blood Dragon Lord can potentially isolate and do massive damage here against this Leviathan, which is pretty unfortunate for sure. So Protocol, if he can still maneuver around and get it back over here to this Death Star, that would probably be the best play because he still also does have the Lamprey's Revenge. These very tanky Crabs, of course, will take an eternity to kill as well. But if this Leviathan is on its own and doesn't have the support of its pals here, it probably will die to the Blood Dragon Lord pretty effectively because he has huge AP values. So the Black Coach comes in, not trying to Black Coach the Leviathan, but rather trying to pin in what's over here already. Balance of power is actually pretty even. Maybe a slight favor, but it's still pretty negligible. It's pretty close. The Banshees are now at the heels of Count Noctilus. If you look down here, you can see both these angry ladies. They got their shivs, and they're going to be shiving Count Noctilus in his peg leg, which is pretty ridiculous. But nonetheless, it is happening. The classic Vampire Coast versus Vampire Count matchup, it pretty much always goes like this. Rotting Leviathan here is being attacked here by the big Blood Dragon Lord, and it looks like it might be able to get back using the Black Coach as a springboard. So basically, he gave an attack order to the Black Coach to make it kind of lunge and attack like that, which was quite good. And he is able to get back, getting an invocation on that unit. Very, very well played there. So he is able to kind of stabilize that situation. Now, as far as what the Coast has in terms of chaff, nothing really. It looks like another Wraithstorm? No way. I thought it only had 2 charges. Maybe he didn't cast it earlier, but another Wraithstorm coming in on top of the Banshees doing okay damage. But that, like, damage you see there on those Banshees can easily be counterplayed by the juicy, juicy invocation of Nehek. So Invoke can come in. The Blood Dragon Lord is very healthy. The Crabs are finally starting to get worn down. As a matter of fact, one of them is getting very danger low. And there's enough Cryptor mass here, which is very strong, to target these guys. Now the Crab is going to be getting munched on by the Zombie Dragon. Zombie Dragon, of course, especially the Blood Dragon Lord, is one of the more hard-hitting characters in the game. So he comes in, 541. A lot of weapon strength on that bad boy. Pretty good AP values as well. The Black Coach cycle charging and doesn't do the damage. Looks like I might have gotten a little bit of poke and stroke in there. Not too much to write home about, but Noctilus did save his summons for the late game. Like I said, pretty smart stuff. Able to keep them, keep a lot of the chaff at bay and also start to chip down the chaff with the Vampire Counts. You know, if the Vampire Counts lost the Cryptors and some of those other units, it would really make the fight much better. But the Cryptors are actually the MVPs here with the Banshees, just kind of keeping them in, keeping that steady damage and that high mass, not allowing the Coast to maneuver at all. So one of the Leviathans does go down. The Crab falls. The other Crab now is in the danger zone, and it's pretty much only a matter of time before Tank wins this game. The Blood Dragon Vampire Lord is going to be able to just cycle charge to his heart's content, and the two Banshees are just going to prison shank down Count Noctiluss. They're going to go straight up Shawshank Redemption on him, and he is not going to have a good time at all. Here comes another charge from the Lord, putting the Rotting Leviathan down to 3.9. 3.5 right there. Leadership has got to be in the danger zone. And the dreaded Black Coach is here as well. This thing, of course, has good AP. I mean, even though it is like, you know, meant versus infantry, it still has fire damage, which is very pertinent here, as well as good AP against Depth Guard. And that is going to be a win for Tank. So, Tank is going to become the king of the hill. Will Tank win 2 streams in a row? He's on the board at least, but again, some very stiff competition coming up here. We'll see if the Great Tank can carry on. Well played in Protocol, though. 2 nice wins, and of course he is one of the King of the Hills. One of the 2. So the Crab Slam, the bloaty hero. There goes my bloated corpse. Watch it as he goes. All right, Tank's coming. Tank, the Tank. Frank the Tank. Frank the Tank. All right, let's get this going here. Sorry, that got cut off there. My apologies, guys. The current King of the Hill is Palpatine and... wait, why does it say Palpatine and Palpatine? What? Oh, I screwed that up. So it should be Palpatine, Protocol, and then... Let me go ahead and check. I can't remember. Can you guys remind me who the other King of the Hill was? Man. We have a donation coming in from Gravitational Flux. Thank you so much. Donos for the Dono God. Cash for the Cash Throne. Thank you for the 25er, man. Really appreciate it. And the throne continues to grow. The bots have arrived. They're here. You like the Shawshank Redemption reference? The Shawshank? Yeah, it's pretty good. The good old Shawshank. Oh no, they're really coming hard. Are there any mods left? I think Wicked had to go to training. Oh no. Oh no, I'm going to have to do it. Oh no, they're swarming. People are yelling help. All right, so we're going to have to, I think, some people here. All right, so I'm adding some emergency services here. One sec, guys. I'm just having to tame him. Okay. The Cryptors were really good. They were really, really good. Well played. So now we have... oh my god, is it going to be the same? Protocol says this matchup leaves him very confused. It is a weird matchup, dude. Alright, so let's go ahead and change the map for these guys so they know what's up. We'll do the... Tarantula Coast. One of the Tarantula Coast maps is good. I can't remember which one. Is it this one? I can't remember which one is good, so I don't want to risk putting them on a terrible map. Ogham Shard is a little bit dimly lit for my liking. Zuhua Lake, I think, is a decent one. Although, hold on. We'll do Engui. Map is set. Alright. Mighty Lord Turin, bring out the Helden Hammer. I know, dude. Sigmar, protect us. Sigmar, protect us indeed. So now we have... Alright, so Tank is playing. We have Anticity up now, and then Swarv, Senior, Divina Q, and Undertaker. And then, of course, we have a fair amount of folks on reserve. So if we have time, we'll, of course, get all you guys in. And we'll do it to it. Map is set. We're going to be on Engui. So Tank is going to pick Dwarves, Norska, and Vampire Counts. And now it's time for Anticity to ban. Are we going to have to watch another Coast vs. Counts game? Oh, God, no. No, God, no. 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 It's actually not that bad. It's still kind of fun. I know, the Slanesh bots are coming. Us Nurglites must hold out, lest we be overwhelmed. Although, honestly, I've been playing you know why I think the Slanesh bots come? It's because I've been playing a ton of Slanesh and Tabletop. I've been building an Emperor's Children army. Ding Yi Woo, good morning from Australia. Going to school now. We'll watch the stream later. Hey, take care, man. Hopefully all is well at school. Hopefully all is well at school, my friend. Okay, the bots have been tamed. Falcon, we might get the rematch, dude. Okay. Oh, yes. Here you go, dwarf fans. You got your dwarf champion. We got dwarves versus vampire counts, which is a good matchup. It's a tank on vampire counts, which I think it's slightly dwarf favored, actually, but not by much. And for a specialist here like tank, I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, vampire counts have some pretty good AP options, so yeah, it's going to be tank versus Anticity. Anticity is going to be our Dawi champion for the day. Tank currently has 1 win, so let me go ahead and update the scoreboard, make sure that's correct. Looks like it is. And yeah. You say you have missed a bit, but again, you can always go back later and watch. What have you done, Turin? You brought doom upon us. At the hands of Lucius. Yeah, I'm excited for the new Fabius Bio model. I hope, though, it's more... I hope he's actually, like, good and not just, like... He's so janky now, because, like, currently in the rules, Fabius Bile can be used in pretty much any Chaos Legion, which is neat. But the thing about Fabius Bile is whenever he gives his gift to something, on a 6... You have to roll a dice for every model, and every 6 you roll is a mortal wound. So I remember seeing someone using Fabius Bile on a blob of Chaos Terminators, and then he rolled, like, 5 6s, and it literally killed 2.5 Terminators, and I'm just like, what? Like, it's so bad right now. Yeah. Like, if it just did 1 mortal wound to the whole unit, that'd be okay, but, like, oh, it's so bad right now. So yeah, players are picking their armies. In the meantime, we'll just hang out and chat and, you know, enjoy each other's company. Satisfy the grudge! Lolaku, I'm glad you like the streams, man. Pump those Dawi legs. They're being pumped. Mr. Picot readies the banhammer. He does indeed. Pump those Dawi legs. They're being pumped. So after this, we have Swarv, who, of course, is Wareja from back in the day. He is coming in. We have Sainier, we have Davina Q, and then Undertaker. And then, of course, in reserve, we have Takali, King of the Dead, Samurai Warrior, Flying Taco, Zardar, Seven, and Zyphos. Hopefully we can... It'd be cool if we could get to everyone. Would you go double Banshee versus Dwarves? You know, it's honestly not a terrible idea. But the problem is, Ardelian, is that Grombrindle is a very common pick. And he does do magic damage. So Grombrindle can karate chop Banshee super hard. It's a little bit risky, but I have seen it done. But yeah, like if you're expecting a Rune Lord or like, you know, something like that. And Thorgrim also does magic damage. So like they will dunk on Banshees in combat. So it's a little bit riskier. Honestly, against Dwarves, what I like to bring is double White King. White Kings don't have a ton of AP, but they have a bonus versus infantry, and they're really good in sustained combat versus like Longbeard. So I do like White Kings a lot. Yes. Versademo says, every time a new message pops up, I get really paranoid and think it's a bot. Mr. Picot, I've recorded the next episode of that, so it'll be going up. I just haven't. I have a huge queue of videos ready to go up. So, yeah, the new Gaskull model looks really cool. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of White Kings in this matchup. White Kings, Graveguard with great weapons. Black Coaches aren't bad. Fellbats to shut down Gyrocopters. A Foot Lord. I actually really like Foot Lords against Dwarves. Like bringing like a Blood Dragon Lord on foot can be really strong. Or like Manfred. And get like double Bunus to kill Ironbreakers and like elite troops. Yeah, no, but I have a pretty heavy duty Emperor's Children army. It's like outside of Death Guard, Emperor's Children is probably my biggest force. I have 10 Terminators, Noise Marines. I have an Emperor's Children Rhino. I have Emperor's Children Cultists. I have a Claw Lord with the Relic Lightning Claws. I have a lot of stuff for them. Vargulfs aren't bad here. Yeah, Grimsoka, I agree. Vargulfs aren't bad. They could do some work. But like, because they can juke. If your opponent goes with bows, they can juke pretty well. And the fact that they self-heal makes them very strong and independent. I often do bring a Vargulf or two here in this matchup. There's a lot of ways to play it. I'm curious how Tank is going to play it. Someone who does specialize in vampire counts, because it's going to be really telling about what's an efficient build. As a matter of fact, in my first Faction Wars, first or second, Tank was representing the vampire counts. And he was put up against Dwarves, I think, in the first match, and he was able to win it against a very good Dwarf player. So, yeah. So I think Tank is very comfortable in this matchup. Now we're loading in, my friends. Here we go. The battle is underway. Let's see what's cracking here. And yeah, double White King, just like double Banshee. It's very, very good. Up in the sky, Blood Dragon Lord, Helm of Discord is just so good. And plus he gets extra AP from his Heart Piercing. For his main line, Graveguard with great weapons and some standard variants. It looks like 1 regular variant and 3 great weapons. He does have Black Knights, which have a bonus for his infantry and decent mobility, so 2 of those. And also, Corpse Guard with the Unholy Lodestone, regular Corpse Guard, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, very Graveguard dependent. White Kings, it's like a sustained combat build. It's not going to like try and burn the dwarves down, but it's like a grindy Graveguard build with White King support and Corpse Guard support. And now, guys, Anticity is a very good dwarf player. I've actually played against him quite a bit with his dwarves, and he is very, very good at them. So you guys are in for a treat for sure. Both these players are top tier. So Anticity does have miners with blasting charges in the front line. In the secondary, it's going to be Longbeards, which are just all you really need. He's got a couple Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes to try and kill the Blood Dragon Lord Slayers to deal with any backline threats, and Dwarf Warriors in the Deep Reserve with some Thunders to focus down the Graveguard with great weapons, it looks like. It's a very solid build. I like it. It's well-rounded. Gromby is always a good choice because he shuts down Banshees and can honestly kill a lot of things. He can kill White Kings pretty well too. But Flash Bomb's really good. It's kind of cool because like you get a slow. It's not as targetable as a Rune Lord, but Gromby is also a force to be reckoned with in combat, unlike the Rune Lord. I've kind of noticed the meta moving away from Rune Lords and kind of going more into Gromby. Granted, you could still bring a Rune Lord and then just get Godtrek and you kind of get the same thing. But yeah, I really like Gromby as a pick. I feel like he's very, very solid. He should be unbreakable though. I feel like he's like literally an ancestor god, or kind of the manifestation of one. It's kind of ridiculous how he would like run. Because like in the lore, Grombrindle would never run. Like ever. But again, in the lore, he always wins basically. So, you never really see him on the back foot. In the lore, Grombrindle just like appears in the most pivotal moment in like a dwarven battle when the dwarves are losing and just rallies them. That's like what he always does. It's such a cool thing. There's a bit in the Masters of Stone and Steel when the dwarves of Zufbar are being overwhelmed by an Orcish because the cowardly local Empire army didn't come to help them. They like run away and abandon the dwarves to a massive orc army. And the dwarves of Zufbar are being swarmed, and the mighty Grombrindle appears in the twilight of the battle. The final moments, well, not twilight per se, but yeah, at the end of the battle, and just like cleaves the orc lord asunder, and just like, oh, it's so epic. Yeah, he's a really cool character. Good luck, have fun. So here we are, guys. Different matchup. Tank coming in with his counts. And again, for anyone who wants to join FFAs in the future, it's first come, first serve typically, so anyone can play. Basically, I just put an announcement up. It usually fills up within 30 seconds, but, just keep your eye on the Discord. Notifications on, all that stuff. All right, so the battle's underway. Dwarves with a very wide deployment. Typically, you see dwarves in like a box deployment, but this is a very, very strange deployment. I mean, I'm sure it'll work, but like he's got like half his army here, half his army here. Usually dwarves are very like focused and centralized, but in this case, it looks like he's kind of taking a bit of a different deployment, which we'll see how it works out. Now, the vampire counts are moving in. Obviously, the Black Knights are swarming around the flank here. You can see these guys getting ready to butter some dwarven bread, perhaps. The White Kings in the tree line here will be advancing out, but there is a dwarven gun line that is, if Tank's not careful, those White Kings can get pounded pretty hard. Now, White Kings do have silver shields, so it's really not terrible for them to get shot to pieces, but you still don't want it, obviously, if you don't have to. But it's nice they do have the silver shields. Now, if they turn and run, and they get shot in the back, they, of course, won't get the benefit of that silver shield. So dwarves are moving out now from the tree line. It looks like some of them are staying, and some of them are opting to kind of screen out this oncoming horde here. And what are the dwarven guns going to shoot? Looks like a Scab Scraith. Oh, look at that. Nice Scab Scraith right there, doing some decent HP damage. I mean, it usually doesn't do well against armor, but I think the fact that Anticity was so bunched up, it kind of ended up doing okay. So the White Kings are fanning out. Looks like one going here after the miners. Anticity kind of trying to really pull his opponent apart and like force him into an awkward engagement here with like having some of his forces over here and some over here. In the back, the dwarven guns are able to really pepper into those Black Knights, only taking out one model initially, but doing some massive HP damage. So clearly, the dwarves are very concerned about the mobile pressure. Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes. Trollhammer Torpedoes are coming in, shooting at the White Kings. They're a very small target, though, so it's kind of hard. Longbeards have engaged against zombies in the front line, and Tank being very careful with his elite troops. You can see here all the great weapons, or not all of them, but 2 of them in a standard Graveguard, are trying to do a flank overload. So rotating away from this like huge dwarven army in the forest, and basically just trying to capitalize on a weaker point in the dwarven army, which is basically just miners with blasting charges here. Now, Slayers are going to be going for the corpse card, it looks like, but I think that Tank is going to be using zombie summons on top of it to keep it from dying to the Slayers. Trollhammers are rotating over here, and you can see one White King has been fully wrapped up here by the Slayers, and the dwarven guns are back online, shooting into the hide here of this Blood Dragon Lord, of the zombie dragon. But the Black Knights are now going to start pressuring in. Anticity seems very aware of this, though. He has Slayers in the back rotating to cover this kind of gap back here. A nice Scab Scraith going down once again. That is an activatable item here from the White King. So they both, of course, have that. It's pretty cost effective because every morsel of damage you can do in this matchup is really good. But this is a little bit unfortunate. This White King here is going to get karate chopped. Anticity coming in deep here. Grombrindle coming in, and Grombrindle will beat down this White King like no problem, especially with Flash Bomb. Now, the Blood Dragon Lord might decide to come in here, but there are Slayers. Oh, that breath attack just annihilated those Slayers. Oh, man, that was a really good play there by Tank. I didn't see that at first. I was like, oh, this is going bad. But, man, those Slayers just got wrecked by that breath attack. Another zombie summon going down on these guys. And a lot of the missile pieces are tar pitted. But remember, there's still Iron Drakes back here. There's Thunderers here. And this Blood Dragon Lord honestly can't stay here. He's going to get wrecked pretty bad if he does. Now, basically, the White King was traded for a bunch of Slayers, which from a cost perspective is probably worth it. The White King costs like 600 or 700, and the Slayers cost 8 or 9 if I'm not mistaken, so probably a better trade there for the Counts. Granted, losing something that is very cost effective in the grindy battle for the Vampire Counts is a little bit dicey. Dwarven Guns are shooting into the Blood Dragon Lord. He's down to about 3.4k HP. Now he's going to be jumping down, going after the Longbeards, but Grombrindle has no fear, has been popped, trying to make sure that the Longbeards will hold in those frontline engagements that they're basically overwhelmed. It's like, guys, I have some water here real quick. Ah, delicious. So, Trollheimer Torpedo shooting in once again. Didn't make too much contact. Did about 300-400 damage there, which isn't bad. Nothing to sneeze at. Grombrindle was able to go balls deep and take out that White King, no problem. And in the back here, you can see Tank trying to get around with those Black Knights, but really good control and defensive geometry here from Anticity. He's able to get the Slayers, screen out the charges of the Black Knights, and actually intercept a fair amount of those models. Now over here it's a little bit scarier though. Some of the Graveguard are trying to force path their way through, and the 12 remaining Slayers are rushing to kind of intercept them, which is definitely desperate times here for the Dowie. But as far as the balance of power goes, it seems like it's going better for the Dwarves. The missile line is very stable. The Iron Drakes are all in good shape. The Cav are in good shape. The Graveguard are of course on ideal targets, but just so many engagements have gone quite well for the Dwarves, especially killing that White King earlier. And the Black Knights basically did nothing this game. Granted, they're a pretty cheap investment, so it's not a huge deal. But eventually you're going to have to deal with the Dragonback Slayers, and those guys are no jokes. Now, the things that the Vampire Counts have going for them is the fact that all their Graveguard with Great Opens are in relatively good shape. I think we have some fighting here, which are doing well against Longbeards. These ones were able to win their fight against the Longbeards in the front. So now it's going to be, these guys coming in. A nice switcheroo here. He sends in the Slayers instead of the Dragonback Slayers, which keeps the more valuable Slayers alive. And also backline pressure coming in here from Tank. So even though the bounce power is Dowie favored, it's certainly far from over. It's a very, very close game, as a matter of fact. But the one thing that could cost Tank this game is if he lets his Blood Dragon Lord just get nuked by either Thunderers or the Trollheimer Torpedoes. That would probably be game blouses if that does happen. And a Flash Bomb does go into effect here, so he is able to get a Flash Bomb. Oh man, Trollheimer Torpedoes coming in. Tank's Lord is so low. He just got hammered right there because that's slow. And oh, the White Dwarf coming for vengeance. Getting the big chop in the back. The Blood Dragon Lord down to 548. Thunder shooting into his back. Slayers coming in. Oh, a headbutt. Look at them headbutting the back of this dragon. 38, negative 32 leadership, 57 speed. The White Dwarf is hot on his tail. Here comes Torpedoes, and down goes the Blood Dragon Lord to the wrath of the White Dwarf. Very well played. So now at this point, I'm pretty sure the game's over. Even though Tank has a lot of the Graveguard, Gromby will do a good job cutting them through. The Dwarves can basically split up all of their missile units, I think, and should be in relatively good shape in that respect. And yeah, Gromby's just going to be hunting down this White King here, and it's going to be really tough for Tank to win this at this point. The Blood Dragon Lord getting crumped. That was such a clutch Flash Bomb right there. That was so good. And now you can see the White King is basically running for the hills. 2,300 HP. Gromby will definitely hunt him down, though. 32 speed against 33, so they're more or less the same speed. The Graveguard here are negative binding, so they're going to be crumbling down. And the White King taking a huge blow from the Rune Axe of Grimnir, as that White King definitely not happy about the situation. Slayers here are still in pretty good shape. We have 44 Dragonback Slayers. The Graveguard are still a threat, though. I mean, I just don't see how it's going to happen. There's just so many Dwarven missiles all over the place, and Thunderers will do a really good job hammering into the Graveguard. Plus, Gromby is going to take forever to kill, especially with the White King being down. I mean, the White King here, another chop. Gromby able to pop Foe Seeker, so now he has 39 speed. He's going to be able to hunt down that White King, like no problem. The White King's like running for the hills and trying to Benny Hill it, but yeah, he's just getting karate chopped by the mighty Dwarven Lord. Here you can see the Corpse Guard here taking a little bit of focus fire. Graveguard with Great Opens are saturating in, trying to do their thing, but the Dragonback Slayers, even though they're not an AP unit, will definitely massacre a Corpse Guard very, very quickly. And after that, they'll be able to probably take out the Graveguard, no problem. So this Corpse Guard is going down really fast. It is a large entity, and the Slayers just massacre large, lightly armored entities very easily, especially when they have like 20 melee defense. The Graveguard here are also taking a beating from some of the Slayers, and Gromby, once again, with the Flash Bomb, is going to be going after the White King here. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, coming in with that chop. The very slow, ponderous chop. White King down to... Trollheimer Torpedoes coming in. I was like, what was that? But Gromby, yeah, should be able to finish him off. 360, he's crumbling. His leadership might stabilize, but that's going to be army losses. And there you have it, Dwarf fans. The White Dwarf, Grombrindle, has come in and purged the foul vampiric threat from this noble land of Angui. And that is going to be a new King of the Hill. So Tank was our previous champion on King of the Hill, but Anticity coming in with that dwarf play and really doing an excellent job. Excellent play. So guys, Anticity's on the board. So let's go ahead and get him up here. So one sec, guys. Anticity. Well played to him. Yeah, he's a really good dwarf player. He's really good. As a matter of fact, I have a greenskin build that I hadn't lost to dwarves in like a couple months with it. Like I had been beating top tier dwarf players pretty easily with it, but then I played Anticity and he was the first one to beat it. The replay's on the channel actually. It was really, really good. Gromby got in there. Man, that was a really well played game. And also guys, take note that it is a difficult matchup for the vampire counts. So it's a two-sided coin there. All right, so Swarv, you're up. So Swarv is up. We'll see if he's here. He appears AFK in Discord, but I'm sure he's lurking here. All right, good stuff. Well played. Tank says really good catch. And honestly, yeah, had Tank been able to keep that Lord, it could have been a win for the vampire counts because of how many Graveguard were left. But that really was the play. It was really, really good. So let me see if Swarv is here. If he doesn't show, we'll give him a couple minutes here, at least 3 minutes to kind of hang out. We can move on to the next player. The great Swarv. Swarv. Where art thou? So we'll see if he responds in Discord. If not, we can move on to the next player. Undertaker dropping the Wookiee meme. I love it. It's a really good dwarf play. Really good dwarf play indeed. We have a donation coming in from Nick Orr. Sorry, I missed that during the game. For the $5, thank you so much. Love your work, Turn. Wake up every morning in Australia to your streams and videos. It's become my morning ritual. Keep it up. I will, man. Nick, thank you, man, for the donation. And I hopefully will keep this morning ritual of yours going. We also have a donation coming in from Magic D. Streaming a lot these days. Good stuff. Magic, thank you, man. I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad you enjoy it. Yeah, the dwarves played really well that game. Magic D, thank you, man. That was the best AoE game in a long time. It was really good. It's really cool, wasn't it? So Swarv, we'll give you a second. Another minute here. I'll shoot him a direct message, which of course is our go-to. Let me see if he's on Steam. It says he's away. Oh, he's back. See you in the lobby. Send him the password. All is well. Yeah, I got him. We're all good. Breaking Bad. I know. I love Breaking Bad. That was a great show. Undertaker, you are at the end of the list, but on it. So yeah, you don't Undertaker. You didn't replace Wicked D, but you're in the order you signed up. So you're still on the list, but basically I can't like just jump you up because there were people who signed up before you. So, but you are now on the list, Undertaker. I saw you asking that in Discord, so no worries. All right, so for today's list, we have Swarv, Senior, Davina Q, Undertaker. And of course, we have our reserves. We'll see how far we can get onto those, depending on how quickly this goes. I know, Grumbrindle is pleased in chat. The White Dwarf is here in chat, hanging out with us. So Swarv should be here in a second. I'll make sure you can see the lobby. For the next map, we'll go ahead and do... let's see, what do we feel like doing? Oakenhammer. We'll do Oakenhammer. We'll keep it well-lit maps. Look, even the bots know the dwarves played well. They're making comments about it and everything. So clever. Alrighty. Anticity awaits his opponent. Of course, we're using an experimental pick and ban system, which seems to be pretty popular. Now I'll just hang out with you guys in chat. So what's going on, guys? Life's good? The bots are pretty funny, yeah. Like to see, like, you know, See the name there. I'm just talking about, the subject matter that, we're discussing here in stream. It is pretty hilarious. Yeah, can't complain. Man, I cannot wait for Friday to our ECL round of 8 to show you guys all the replays. Oh, they're so good. So many good battles in there. Some upsets as well. They're very persistent. Yeah, they don't give up. Yeah, Grim, we haven't seen any Tomb Kings today. That's true. Lycus, you did miss the bots, yes. Oh, Undertaker, that's you with the Grom Rindle picture? Oh, that's great, dude. I don't know if Kevin's on today. He's probably maybe at work or something. So, all right. So dwarves, beastmen, and vampires are his picks. So now Swarv gets to counterpick. Well, he gets to ban and then pick himself. I don't know if Swarv played in the last one, so I better update him on the pick and ban system. King picks 3, Challenger bans 1, so we've shared it with him. Yeah, Patreon. Joe, I do have one. I go on there occasionally. Yeah, and usually I just use it to respond to direct messages. Like if people message me on there and want to ask questions, or play games and whatnot. Francis, thank you for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. You and, what is that, like a chestnut or a water nut or something? It's an interesting picture, but Francis, thank you, man. Enjoy the emojis. I need to update the emojis for the faction war. I'll show you guys some of them here. I'm a little bit laggy when you do that. So these are the emojis you get. Oh. I just went to go put emojis on the channel, and my channel told me, it's like, sorry, only members can do that. It won't even let me put emojis. Oh my god, that's so troll. Well, you guys can link them, so no problem. But yes, Joe, I am. Yeah, I respond to messages on there and whatnot. And requests and all that kind of good stuff. Oftentimes people on Patreon will shoot me messages like, hey, I want to see a video with this matchup, or I want to this or that, and I'll follow up and do it. Oh, Coast it is. So we have greenskins. So Swarv bans dwarves because he was probably watching and just saw how solid Anticity's dwarf play is. So now Anticity is going to go Coast versus greenskins. So usually this is almost 100% a greenskin Daka line. So I think we'll see something similar here. He pays his tribute to Turin and the Master Dwarf. Yeah. Yeah, you have the Troll Toll too. Yeah, Spirit of Gord coming in with the Danny DeVito one. It wouldn't even let me link him. I'll pay to link ban emojis. I'm not a member. What? What? Hey, take care, Dirty Troy. Thank you, Nick. Yeah. And the more members you get on the channel, the more emojis I can make. I think I'm allowed to have 2 more now. Yeah. The Jabba one is pretty good. I don't know. Souls? Sure, why not? Yeah, we're flexible here, Grimsoka. We're very flexible indeed. So we got Greenskins versus Vampire Counts. Anticity is ready. We'll see what Swar picks. AKA Wareja. I wonder what the inspiration is. I think he's a Polish player. Hey, Gromrindle is Wareja Polish? I think he is, right? I am the Senate. God, I love Palpatine memes. It's one of my favorite things on the planet. There's one I wanted to show you guys on stream, but it's pretty inappropriate, so I don't know if I should. But oh man, I love Palpatine memes. They're so good. The quad bloat. I know, the bloated corpses with the Corona. Oh god. It's gonna be Mad Max eventually, guys. It depicts the community. Yeah, I need to get a steel chair emoji. I would update it right now, but I'm afraid it'll screw with the stream. So, you know what? In your honor for suggesting that, I'll come up with a steel chair emoji for you. There should be one. Maybe I'll have Lady Turin draw a Warhammer character holding a steel chair. But the problem is it's hard to see it because the emojis are so small. Yeah. Wookiee's a really good one too. Yeah, the Wookiee emoji. Well, what? Well, let me... Okay. Oh, no, it's still not letting me link the emojis. That's so funny. Oh my god. No, I can't, guys. It literally is if the video were to be reviewed, it would probably get me demonetized. And, it's really bad if a video of mine gets, demonetized. Yeah, you lose a lot of money. No, I know you guys can take it. I don't care. But it's just if one person, if it gets flagged, But we'll share it in the Discord later. Yeah. We'll use patient 0 for the corona. Yeah, it's probably in the Discord, actually. Somewhere in there. I mean, it's not that inappropriate. It's really not. But, like, you really have to be careful with YouTube these days. Like, anything that has, like... It's not as bad with what you say, but if you show something with, like, sexual intonations or, like, anything like that, like, it can get your video, limited ads and stuff. And, yeah, that's not fun, so... Because, even though, like, the ad revenue from streams, it's more based on donations and wouldn't be a huge deal. The problem is that if your videos get limited ads or demonetized, YouTube actually doesn't share them as much. They don't put them out in their suggested videos. So that's really where you take a hit when it comes to streams. Yeah. It's not secret. It's not secret. Anyone's welcome to the Discord. Yeah, don't worry, we will. We'll put it up in the... Hold on. Let me see. I think it's already in there. Let me find out. Oh, yeah, it's in there. So if you guys are in the tournament Discord, just go to the memes and scroll up and you'll see it. You'll see it, yeah. So we'll drop you guys a link here. Because the Discord is not private. Anyone can join. Any of you champs can join. So if you just go to the meme section of that Discord, you guys will see it. It's really funny. It's just so stupid. I have a very childish sense of humor, like very childish. Like anything like crude or like that. It just gets me every time. Like that's what she said. Jokes actually make me laugh out loud in real life if they're done well. Oh my god, it's so funny. every time Anna and I go to Starbucks. So we go to Starbucks, right? Like this was like a month ago. I kind of stopped because it got a little bit overkill, but we went to a Starbucks and the guy's like, just like dumb things like this, the guy will be like, all right, could you just insert it in there? And when he's talking about the chip on my card reader, and I'm like, that's what she said. The guy just like stares me down, not laughing at all. Oh God, I love it. Like I love dropping really haggard. That's what she said. It's just at stupid moments. Anyways, oh my God, Swarv trying to win the hearts and minds of the people here. So guys, it's Greenskins versus Coast, Swarv versus Swarv versus Anticity. Anticity coming off a glorious dwarf win. So for the forces of the Greenskins, we have Orc Biggins in the front line. We have 2 Black Orcs to help deal depth guard and give sustainability and also some AP against crabs, which isn't bad. A couple of Night Goblin Archers. Fanatics? What? Night Goblin Fanatic Archers? You never see those. Goblins in the back. A Grimgore Ironhide. Oh my god. Oh man. Guys, we got the Grimgore. We got an Orc Shaman. A couple light cav units like Death's Creepers and Skirmishing units, but the ultimate Haggard Grimgore. Grimgore facing off against Luther Harkin. Talk about a mismatch of the ages. Squig Hoppers, Spider Riders, all that kind of good stuff. And now, guys, we have the Tide of Skjold. We got Bombers in the secondary. Bombers make very quick work of lightly armored troops, but are countered by bow units to an extent. Some gunnery mobs, Vampire Caster in the back, more handguns layered in the back as well, and Morngul's on the flanks to sweep and keep the flanks from being pressured. Luther Harkin, of course, is a choice. He's an absolute powerhouse, and just going to minimize here for a second here real quick, guys. Yes. It is the great Thentox. Thentox in chat was the one who shared that. Thentox, if you made that meme, that is legendary, but if you shared it, still legendary, but man, if you created that, big props to Thentox for the glorious meme. Don't worry, man. Credit where credit is due. You actually made my day one day. Like, I was laughing so hard when I first saw that, so big props, man. Looks like there's some Vanguard play from the Greenskins in the back. No, those are actually Scurvy Dogs. So he's going to be using the Scurvy Dogs defensively, probably because he has artillery, so he feels comfortable doing that. I think it's a mortar, though. Yeah, it's a mortar, which he's hiding behind the rock, which isn't a bad idea. And he's purposely leaving it exposed, so it's going to look like a mistake, and then the Night Terrors will pop out from their stock and potentially push those guys back, which is pretty funny. It's a good build from Vampire Coast. I really like it. We'll see if Grimgore can do it. All right. But yeah, I think Grimgore is just going to get sniped by Luther. So the battle's underway. Vampire Coast actually moving up, so opting to march forward to beat the Greenskins. And now you can see Swarv immediately thinks it's free. You can see he actually gave the attack orders, I think, onto that piece right there. But obviously the Night Terrors have been discovered, so he did look probably. I'm sure he's aware of this. So the Night Terrors will go out there and sweep and probably keep those guys at bay. And the mortar's shooting in. It looks like the first volley did go after some biggins, doing some okay damage. And now we do have Luther Harkin over here, who is he going after Grimgore? Doesn't look like he is quite yet. There are some archers here, but only 2 Fanatic archers. It's not like much. Honestly, Luther can really just fly over this army and do whatever he wants. Like, there's not really any big threat. As a matter of fact, if I were playing here with Vampire Coast, I'd probably grab Luther and just start shooting at the Orc Shaman. And you could probably like kill him almost before the fighting starts. But nonetheless, some of the Squig Hoppers are charging into the front line, but they are going to be taking a handgunner volley up on the high ground. So the handguns from Anticity will be forcing those guys back. Squig Hoppers do not have shields, so they're going to take a pretty righteous pounding from that gunfire there. Some of the bombers also unleashing a small volley of fire, so much better trade here for the coast in the beginning. Night Terrors are still protecting that mortar, which is hidden behind the rock. Really good utilization of the terrain there, for sure. Now, frontline fighting is away. This will be decent for Greenskins, but the bombers are really, really good against Greenskin lightly armored infantry. Biggins do have 50 armor, so they're not completely naked. But here they come. Bombers going in. Some of the Greenskins diving in and cleaving these zombies asunder. But nonetheless, the trading initially, I think, is going a little bit better here for the Vampire Coast. Obviously, Grimgor is a pretty big crutch, but we'll see if he can overcome it. So now some Morgul's are going from the back and shall be diving in. The handgun mobs in the back, what are they shooting? It looks like they're partially obstructed, but probably shooting the approaching Black Orcs would be the right play. We do also have some more Biggins coming in, and honestly, the Biggin pressure is quite strong here. They're very good against Morgul's. Looks like a Vile Tide going down, or not a Vile Tide, but a Brain Busta, which does hit the bombers. Of course, won't do much here against the Morgul's. And the Fanatic Archers are shooting quite happily into the appropriate targets. Now, Grimgor is also in the middle, and Grimgor is doing a decent job. You know, him and his Black Orcs are pounding down these very, very squishy zombies in the front line. But the thing is, if Grimgor does overextend and goes into the open, the handgun mobs are really going to be able to punish him pretty hard. In the back, some of the Spider Riders have been able to get onto the gunnery mobs on the flank, and eventually the mortar potentially. So there are some areas in Anticity's army where he's in a little bit of trouble, but in the front line here, the Greenskins are completely buckled. In the center, though, the Greenskins doing a little bit better. Obviously, Grimgor and his Black Orcs able to push through into the bombers, but the handgunner fire up on the high ground is really starting to pay the troll toll here. So in the meantime here, you can see Luther Harkin is just diving in. Honestly, I think Luther needs to be used a little bit more efficiently to snipe. Going after the Orc Shaman would be super, super clutch for sure. And also going in and eventually cycle charging and shooting Grimgor, I think would be very important as well. We have some Squig Hoppers pushing in. Squig Hoppers might be able to do some work, but man, the last Samurai gunfire coming in from the gunnery mobs. They're just putting those Squigs in a trash can. You can see they charge in, but they just break. Brutal stuff. And now Grimgor is certainly in trouble. The Night Terrors will do some really good AP damage to him. And also on top of that, Luther is coming in. Black Orcs are continuing to push in, and honestly, considering the meme levels in this Greenskin army, it's a really, really close fight. The Orc Shaman has been broken. He's been hornswoggled. He's been Luthered. It looks like he's also taken a little bit of poke from maybe some of his own archers here, but we'll see. Morgul's here are breaking off, and the Black Orcs are pushing through, but Anticity does have some pretty good layers of guns. Here in the back, he has handguns here, so he can certainly pull his opponent in a couple different directions. Scurvy Dogs in the flank are being used to chase down the archer units. A little bit of a lapse in micro does leave those guys standing there taking some free fire, but the Orc Shaman is pretty much done for now. I don't see him being too much of an issue. In the back, though, some Biggins are getting onto the gunnery mobs, and all it takes is a couple of healthy Biggins to defeat those guys. So we'll see if the Biggins are able to peel back there. Balance of power is currently... It's relatively close. Maybe a slight balance advantage, but for the most part, Luther Harkin being alive is always a big issue. Grimgor has popped stand your ground, and he is going to be going for the Night Terror. So here comes the big old Grimgor Ironhide. And it looks like he does take out a Morgul. No, he doesn't. He tries. Breath attack from Luther Harkin going into the Black Orcs there. A lot of the Morgul's are crumbling down. Greenskins still have a decent Daka line here in the back. You have the Night Goblin Fanatics and the Biggins, and honestly, they might be able to pick off the Night Terrors and these Morgul's here, and then from there, the Greenskins will have some decent tools for pressuring inward. And is this Grimgor meme build going to be able to pull this out? That would be absolutely just insane. The Grimgor meme. Hath it come to rain terror on this stream? So the Night Terrors here are, of course, getting some really good terror routes, but Grimgor is coming back here, and he's got a bone to pick with these guys. And he's going to get Nick and hopefully karate chop some of those Night Terrors down. Black Orcs are continuing to push in here, so the Black Orcs will make their way towards the main line, but I don't know. I just think with Luther being this healthy and alive, he's such a carry. He's such a carry. The Greenskins are without a caster as well because Anticity did a really good job using his dogs here. So he got the Scurvy Dogs and he basically chased the dudes off the battlefield there. So that's really, really nice for sure. Zombie Pirate Gunnery Mob still shooting in. It looks like for the most part, Anticity does have his handgun stable. His mortar is still shooting as well, which is kind of problematic here. There are some Greenskins, some Loonies kind of pushing here, some Black Orcs, but Black Orcs will not stand up well to handgun fire. Really, really good AP values on those guys. And Grimgor, you know, he can only do so much. The Ironhide back here is finally able to clean up the Night Terrors there, down to 3 models, disintegrating. They should be done in just a moment. Fanatic Archers here, they will put up a decent fight, but really, at the end of the day, like I said, Luther is just, I think, going to be too much to handle, especially with this much handgunner fire. He's going to be able to just advance onto the Greenskins and just unleash torrents of fire. You can see the Black Orcs that were healthy a moment ago, these 2 Black Orcs here, just getting absolutely Pound Town. And Anticity's been doing a really good job using his Scurvy Dogs to chase these things down. So Scurvy Dogs come in, hunting the Black Orcs. Luther is back up in the sky once again. And the Vampire Caster is still here as well. So depending on the Winds of Magic situation, he could still have enough for invocations to heal up these characters. And I think Grimgor is, at least he's going to live. So he's got that going for him. He's not going to be completely useless. I mean, this game he did do some decent damage. He was able to kill the Morngulls and some other things. So Luther wasn't a complete, not Luther, but Grimgor wasn't a complete meme this game. He certainly had some teeth in some respects. So the undead shall advance. Bombers are going to be unleashing some volleys of fire here into the biggins as they do push forward. And it looks like Anticity is also going to be summoning gunnery mobs, I would imagine. Based on the positioning, I think it would be gunnery mobs. So go ahead and check. Yes, they're going to be shooting their pistols. Bombers are going to be firing. It looks like they have some ammo left. And the bombers are really going to wreck these guys. The biggins coming in, just absolute firepower coming in from Vampire Coast. This is a very proper Vampire Coast build. Like a ton of handguns, ton of powder. Very, very cool build for sure. And yeah, well played to Anticity. He played a great game. And alas, Grimgor shall be the last of his people. Hounds in the back feasting on the souls of the remaining goblins. Hey, at least Grimgor lived, for the most part. I mean, the battle will end before he dies, which is good. So props to Grimgor. Big props to Swarv for trying to make that work. It is a very bold strategy, but if you don't come in optimized against Vampire Coast with greenskins, you are going to have a bad time. A very, very bad time indeed. We have a donation coming in from Indiana Mojins. Says, so the Danish government just shut down all public education to contain Corona. Additional Turin streams for us board students. Hey man, I got you covered. We'll stream tomorrow too. We'll do it too. We'll do it to it. All right. So currently Anticity is going to climb to the King of the Hill position once again. And he is tied for a whopping second place here. So for the current leader, we have a three-way tie. We'll see if Anticity can break the streak here. Next up, we have Senior. Senior, you are up. Senior. And a Senior. The great Senior. He's been a fan of the channel for a long time. Always a pleasure having you on the streams, Matt. Let's tag you. You're up against the great Anticity. A fierce opponent indeed. GG, well played. All right. Part of me wants to just pick like a meme map and see what happens. Just put him on like the Fallen Man. Let's do the Glacial Lake. I really like Glacial Lake. I don't know. It's just like a fun, simple map. Is it up higher? I can't remember if it's the Glacial Lake or if it's just Glacial Lake. Senior is here. We'll do the lake. Good luck, have fun. All right, so you guys do your picks and bans. I'll hang out here and chat with you guys. Just got my 40k Custodes army in the mail. Oh, Elijah, so it begins, dude. So it begins. Custodes are pretty fun. If I were to play a Loyalist army, I'd probably like to play Custodes more than Space Marines. I just find them very interesting, and I like that you don't have that many models. Mole Spaghetti? Yes, indeed. Please get up, Grimgor. Please get up. Someone, a Deacon Scale Singer, dude. I love the shopping cart for the steel chair. That's pretty funny. Oh, man, dude. There's some meme maps for sure, but I don't want to do it because it really is like unfair. If I'm going to do meme maps, I'll do an entire stream of them instead of just like, because they're still competing here. So Anticity does dwarves, beastmen, vampires, and Senior will ban the dwarves. And now he needs to pick someone that is good against both vampires and beastmen, which there's plenty of options. If he's, but I think Senior is he's going Tomb Kings. Very cool. So somebody in chat wanted Tomb Kings. I think it was Grimsoka. So here you go, bud. We got the Tomb Kings on Glacial Lake. Anticity will probably go Vampire Coast here, because beastmen have a rough matchup versus DK, in my experience. So we got Tomb Kings versus Coast. I would imagine, yeah, it's going to be Coast. Very cool. Good luck, have fun. Salon Gold. Yeah, I've seen the new Gazkul model. It's really cool, Adnan. It's really cool. Fentok says, I haven't played Total War Warhammer in months because I sent my laptop for repairs. They finally get it back to me 4 weeks after and want to charge $200, 200 pounds. What did they have to repair? Was it euros or pounds? I can't quite see that, but yeah, that's rough, dude. That's like the mechanics, like when they find like a million things wrong with your car. Maybe that's what happened. Back in your day, we had Kevin meme stream. Well, when Kevin returns, the meme will return as well. But he's a legend of our channel. since a stream or two ago. So players are picking their armies now, saying you're on the Tomb Kings and facing off against Anticity, who shall be on the Vampire Coast. So this is an even matchup. I like this one. You get to see the Tomb Kings in action. You do. Oh, the motherboard. Yeah, I don't really know what's fair. I'm not really tech savvy. Even though I do YouTube for a living, I'm like actually really pitiful with technology. So after this, we have a Divina Q. We have Undertaker. And then perhaps a couple players from the reserve list. We'll see. Would you guys like to see, I think doing King of the Hill like a couple times a week, maybe twice a week would be good. But I think the other stream format I wanted to get your guys' opinion on would be doing best of sevens between like two high level players. So basically the other streams would be a best of seven stream where I grab like two high level tournament players and have them cockfight. You know? Would that be something you guys would be interested in seeing, just to like, so it's not King of the Hill every single stream? Let me know. $150 for labor costs, man. Like I went to you know, a local store here and like had them change my fans, had them like check everything, clean everything, and it cost me like $80, like with labor included and like just all kinds of detail. Most spaghetti, the horn, I love it. Yeah, let me know. I used to do those streams back in the day, like have two high-level players battle and do a best of seven. I think it's pretty fun to see that, but yeah. Yeah, you guys like that? Is the other idea? Okay, cool. Anticity's actually in the ECL Grand Finals too. He qualified this season. He's playing you know, guys, Anticity actually is playing Falcon in the round of 8. So you guys are going to see that matchup on Friday. Yeah. What kind of pick and ban would there be for a best of 7? Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably just like pick and single ban the entire way through. Well, Aristodamos, I mean, I used to do best of 7s like way back in the day. Like way back. Like I remember having like, you know, Gabo King fighting Onyage like way back when. I just stopped doing it. I think doing it live is a little bit more fun. I don't know, just my 2 cents. But obviously, if there's internet issues, you know. So they're ready. Let's get the show on the road. Yeah, I remember, man. We had some really heated, and we used to have a lot between Dob plays. Used to play in a lot of them. Yeah, that was like the earlier days. The early days when I had probably maybe half as many subs, if not less, than what I have now. I don't know why we stopped doing them. I don't know. I think we started evolving to 4-man tournaments and like doing that, but I think the best of 7 between two really good players is like pretty illuminating for like good builds because you get a lot of games potentially. All right, so guys, here we are. Let's take a look. Oh baby, Sane, you're coming in with the double dreaded Bone Giant. Oh yeah, Sane, he knows what you guys like. So he's got 2 Bone Giants. He does have a Tomb Scorpion for his 3rd construct here. Front line is probably just going to be Tomb Guard and Skeleton Warriors, I would imagine. Looks like it's Skeleton in the front, Tomb Guard in the secondary with High Queen Khalida. Oh my god. This build is something. So Khalida Bone Giant build. He didn't even bring a caster. He's going so balls deep into the Bone Giants. All right, I love it. Obviously, you always want to bring a caster, but this is pretty metal too. So he's got a whole front line of Skeletons. He's got a Tomb Guard, Kepra Guard in the back, and double Bone Giant. Oh man, this is exciting. But what is he going to target, you know? Probably the Colossus. Maybe just try and like snipe Noctilus out. All right, so for the forces here of Anticity, he's got zombies. He's got Lamprey's Revenge. He does have 2 mortars. Oh man, those mortars are not going to be useful at all here. They're designed against mass archer play. Now the handguns will be though, if you can close the distance. So he does have the handguns here. More handguns in the back, crabs, Count Noctilus, and that's pretty much it. Oh my god. This Khalida Bone Giant play. Oh man, he is not prepared. I mean, but look, this build still can win. The mortars can do decent damage against Tomb Guard. The handguns, if they can close the distance, can easily kill the Bone Giants. It's really just going to be... Sainier needs to advance quick. He needs to get his infantry, like, screening this whole wall. Like, ASAP. Otherwise, the Bone Giants will just be shot to pieces by the other deals there. I want to minimize right now and read the chat. But the double Bone Giant cometh. Oh, man. This is a treat. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a best of 7. And then Friday we'll have the ECL Grand Finals. Round of 8, and then a week after that we'll have the top 4. So this month is a lot of, and then the week after that is the faction war. So we have a lot of good stuff coming for the remainder of this month. Playing in a 40K tournament this weekend. I'll be playing at RTT at my local place. So the Bone Giants are lining up their shots. What are they going to be shooting? It looks like they were going to shoot some skeletons, but then another attack order was given. So Saneur's Bone Giants, 350 range. Noctilus has 330. So he's advancing. It looks like he's going to go after Noctilus. Noctilus might just run, actually, once he takes a couple of these giant shafts to the face. Yeah, he's running. Noctilus is running. That's so funny. So Saneur needs to be really effective at making sure he switches targets. And at this point, honestly, shooting Lamprey's Revenge would be a really good choice. I'd probably ignore the cannons, to be honest. But the Bone Giant target priority needs to be really good. Like, if they're not, like, maximized efficiency, it's going to be a pretty rough run. So one Bone Giant shooting over here, going after the crabs, going after the rotting Prometheans here. And the other Bone Giant as well. So both of these guys are drawing line of sight onto the crabs, and they are buffed by Khalida. Khalida does give some nice buffs to missile units. So what is he going to do with the Bone Giants? Quite curious. Noctilus is coming back now, so I think one Bone Giant is being given an attack order to go after Count Noctilus. Crabs, not crabs, but the Tomb Scorpion's pushing in now. These crabs have taken some pretty heavy damage from the Bone Giant so far, and Noctilus is now shooting in as well. So Noctilus is the target here. Looks like this Bone Giant has gone after Count Noctilus. He's taken a little bit of damage, and now Anticity is going to be pulling back. The other Bone Giant going after the crabs here. Man, those rotting Prometheans are just getting wrecked by the frickin' Bone Giant. Just taken apart. Khalida waiting in the back, obviously. Tomb Kings will have pretty good infantry here. Like, they'll be good. Tomb Guard take forever to kill for, like, zombie troops and things like that. As long as they don't get hit by the bombers, he should be relatively durable. Now, these Crabos here are critical binding. Definitely want to finish them off. You don't want to let things live. And it looks like he's going after the mortar now, which I think is a big mistake. I think killing the rotting Prometheans and those bigger units is probably the wiser choice. Khalida opting to go into combat, so she's going to be jumping in, going after the Lamprey's Revenge. And Khalida has good AP herself, but she's also a big target for all the missile pieces here. Now some of the handguns are shooting in, and he needed to leave something back here because these scurvy dogs will tar pit the Bone Giant for quite some time. And honestly, I think this Bone Giant build has some teeth, but he accidentally overchased a little bit here. But he does use the Ushapti summon to peel, so the Bone Giant will be back online now. And it looks like some scooting and shooting. Going after Count Noctilus, he takes a giant shaft right to the face. A second shaft flies over his head. I know that probably sounds pretty wrong. Nonetheless, Scurvy Doggo play from Anticity has been really good. Bone Giants are going to be shooting downtown, going after Count Noctilus at this point. The other crabs are still weak binding, but they have been able to stabilize, which is a little bit unfortunate here. But now Count Noctilus has taken a pretty heavy beating. Invocation has gone down to kind of, stabilize that boy. Ushapti summons have run in as well. And the problem with using Ushapti summons back there is, now the dogs are just going to run away, and then the Ushapti goes somewhere else, and then the dogs come back. He really needs to leave some Tomb Guard to finish off those doggos there. Now, Khalida and the Tomb Scorpion are doing decent damage here against the Lamprey's Revenge. Some of the bombers and other troops have been dealt with, and now you can see the Ushapti are going to be running into the gunnery mobs, which is good. Definitely shutting down the handgunners is a little bit more important, but oh man, Khalida's so beat up. Man, the handgunners really have been shrekking Khalida. She needs to get back. I did not notice that. So it must have been all the handgunners were focusing down Khalida that entire time, which is pretty unfortunate. The Bone Giants, of course, are going fisticuffs with the Scurvy Dogs and doing okay in that respect. Ushapti summon back here, still doing its thing, and Noctilus taking another giant shaft to the face. Definitely doesn't like that. And Khalida is fighting the doggos, but the problem is Khalida's really in the firing box of all these handgunners, and they're probably going to be able to turn their sights onto her and really put her down. As a matter of fact, Saneur should grab Khalida at this point and like run back here and just use her as like a deep support unit, because she's still quite powerful, even with the 1300 HP pool left. But if she just like gets jumped by any of these powder units, it's going to be game blouses. Yeah, 1100 HP. It looks like the handgunners have drawn line of sight on her now, and they're going to be going for her. The Bone Giants are in pretty good shape, and Tomb Kings honestly have a lot of infantry. Tomb Guard back here will be hard to kill, but Saneur needs to get Khalida away, because she still provides a very valuable missile buff, and she would be perfect back here for peeling off Scurvy Dogs and things like that, but I don't know. Tomb Kings have the Bone Giants getting compromised. Like, they haven't been shooting for like a good 2 minutes, really. I mean, they kind of are, but being tied down by the Scurvy Dogs is pretty unfortunate, and also, because they're using their melee attack animations as well instead of just shooting and reloading. Khalida here is 477. Tomb Strike has been activated to give her some extra AP. And this other Bone Giant is stomping the Scurvy Doggos. Tomb Guard are advancing forward, and Tomb Guard will be super good against what's left. But yeah, the fact that the Bone Giants, like I said, they're stuck in melee combat, and Khalida died there. I mean, Khalida maybe should have just stayed in the back, and with like one infantry unit, they could have fended off Scurvy Dogs, and the Bone Giants would be a lot more effective. But, Saneur still played really well, despite all the pressure. He put up a great fight. And I do actually like the double Bone Giant there. I think it has some real teeth. So well played to Saneur, coming in with Khalida. What a hero. So guys, let's hear a round of applause for Saneur. But the dogs of Anticity were able to get there. So now I can simplify the scoreboard. Let's do this. And let's go ahead and get the current leader. Anticity with 3. Now we get a much smaller leaderboard here. So let's go ahead and fix that. All right. There you have it. Well played, Senior. It was a glorious build, a glorious attempt, my friend. But the dogs were all over the place, those doggies. So Davina, you're up. No worries, Zyphos. I saw your message. That's unfortunate. About your internet. So let's go ahead and fix that. Oh, baby, a triple. 3 cannonballs to finish off Cleta. Bone Giants are pretty good. I love Bone Giants in some matchups. He was going all in on the Cleta, man. What a hero. All right. GG, well played. So now we have Davina. I think it's on my friends list. Let's check. All right, I constantly have to cycle my friends list. So if you ever find you're not on my friends list and you were, it's nothing personal. It's just I'm literally making room for players who are playing in tournaments. See Kafka. So we will see if they're ready, and we'll hang out and chat for a minute. Yes, Dimitar. So let me get you the competitive 40k stuff. Hold on. Do I still have it on my PC? I'm gonna find it for you, bud. Okay, it's a little bit outdated. I don't know if they've been updating it since the Space Marine nerfs. Yeah, this one's outdated. It hasn't been updated since January. Well, honestly, the best bet for you would probably be to go to... So here's what you want to do. Reddit. This is where I follow competitive 40k for the most part. Okay, send me friend ID. All right, so if you want to look at 40k competitive, I usually use that, Warhammer Reddit /40k competitive. And there's a guy in there named Sir Panda is his name. And he puts, every Monday, he puts up a post of the weekend's best tournaments. And basically... you can see the top list from there. And like, this is the best, like there's so many good discussions on lists. Noise Marines are semi-competitive. I wouldn't say, yeah, they're semi-competitive, Benjamin. Like, I wouldn't say like A tier, but they're certainly, they can do well. Like I had a group of 10 Noise Marines with some of the new stratagems actually kill a knight on turn 1 in one of my last games. It was crazy. They with the new Emperor's Children stratagems, they hit really, really hard. All right, so we'll see if they're able to find the lobby. Oh, they made it in. So the map is going to be Eschen. So Anticity does Dwarves, Norska, and Vampires. Same as usual. And the map is going to be Eschen. Good luck, have fun. It's going to be a fierce battle. Will Anticity be dethroned? By Davina Q. The Arrow Titan is the buffed version, yeah. Dimitar, just read through there, dude. You're going to get so much knowledge from that Reddit, yeah. Yep, Jim, I hope so too, man. I hope so too. Yeah, I love I use a blob of 10 Noise Marines, and I put them in a Rhino, yeah, usually. So what's really cool about Emperor's Children is that they have a stratagem called Tactical Perfection, where before the game starts, like after you deploy and like right before the game starts, you can redeploy 1 unit. So what you do is you redeploy the Rhino, if you're going first, and then you can like put it in the back, and your opponents will be like, oh, it's not a threat, and they deploy, and then you redeploy the Rhino at the beginning of the game. You get a 3-inch disembark plus a 6-inch move. So the threat range of Noise Marines goes from 24 inches to 33 inches, plus an advanced roll and warp time. So you can pretty much reach anything. It's really good. And they pound it. They pound it. They're really good against Space Marines too because of their flat 2 damage from the excruciating frequencies. So yeah, I love Noise Marines. They're really one of my favorite units to use. So we have Davina Q using Wood Elves, and Anticity shall go Norska. All right, good stuff. Good luck, have fun. Players will pick their army, so we have Wood Elves versus Norska here. The Broken Lands and King's Glade for you to enjoy. Yeah, I believe RTK is a clan. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So yeah, when I play Emperor's Children in 40k though, I use 10 Noise Marines, I use a blob of 10 Terminators, and that's usually what I bring in the detachment. It's pretty good. When I like playing Night Lords a lot too though. Thousand Suns are one of my favorite as well, but Thousand Suns have a really hard time against Eliminators from Space Marines because they just snipe all your Psychers. No, King, we're gonna get you on. Don't worry. We're gonna go through the. We're probably gonna just. How far are we? Okay, we'll stay tuned. Yeah. Both players are ready. Very good stuff. Let's see what schemes they got. We're loading in now. I'm feeling inspired today. We're gonna go a little bit longer for the stream, so we're doing it. I gotta warm up to these longer streams. I've been using my standing desk for so long. Part of me was like, I kind of want to see what it feels like if I sit. You know? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I'm going to do some stretching here for a moment, guys. I probably should have been. Like, every 10 minutes I should be moving back and stretching, but... What state do you live in for 40k games? Elijah Crooker. I live in California, in Los Angeles, and there's a huge 40k community here. RGK is a Prussian prince clan, therefore is the mightiest clan in the universe, after XMT, of course. Some schemes. All right, guys. The camera is going to be static for a moment because I'm just stretching back here. Just grabbing onto my pull-up bar and hanging, even though I haven't been able to do pull-ups in years because of my stupid torn labrum, but I'll be getting surgery soon to fix it, so. Oh. My old bones ache. I hear Wookiee growling. I'm just being a dickhead out there. Shake out those hands. Norsca versus Wood Elves. Fun matchup, guys. A lot of chasing. Although we'll see how Davina plays it. Hopefully I'm not mangling the name. All right, guys. Back in business. So for the forces of the Wood Elves, not really opting to go for a kite. So, if people do over-invest in the kite, sometimes Wood Elf melee can catch you off guard. So he's got Wildwood Rangers. He does also have Eternal Guards. 2 on the flanks. For his Lord, he does have a Glade Lord with the Helm of Discord. So going for a melee-centric army, actually. Going to be using Helm of Discord plus the Elite Wood Elf Infantry to try and cut down some of the Norscan troops. Top of that, a Branch Wraith as well. Again, really good for melee builds because it does have the Call of the Wild, which is also a brand of dog food. But the Call of the Wild here, or Call of the Woods, does give a 5 melee attack to all the nearby troops, which is quite good. In the back, he's got a couple Wild Riders. Wild Riders do very well against Norscan mobility and also against troops. Yeah, very much an elite little army. He does have the Hawkeyes of Jakira, so a single missile piece, just to force the Norskins in. Otherwise, he would have to advance out of his comfortable position to chase down the Norskins. So you can see here, Anticity, he looks to be expecting the kite for the most part. Granted, armored Skinwolves do decently against Wildwood Riders. The extra armor very nice against the relatively low AP values of the Wild Riders. So he's got Skinwolves. He does also have Marauder Horsemen and stretching out into the sunset with a huge army of Marauders, it looks like, which will lose to Wildwood Rangers, one-on-one at least. A couple Javelins in case of a tree build. He does have the final transmutation to punish tree blobs. So Anticity clearly very well thought out here. Like he has anti-kite, but he also has tools to counter the blob. So he has Marauder Hunters. He has the final transmutation in case they have a tree blob in the trees. He's got Wolfric. And more Skinwolves over here with a couple of Ice Wolves as well. So they're all armored Skinwolves, which again, I think is a very wise decision. I honestly really like Anticity's army, as well as Davina's. I think both forces are certainly have some teeth. So we'll see how this goes. Let's make sure they're not waiting for me. Good luck, have fun. GLHF. We're doing it to it. Let's see if the mighty Wood Elves can hold back the wrath of Norsca. Shall the king be stopped by Davina? Anticity, the current king of the hill, currently 3 wins. The curse of 3. It's rare that players get past 3. Tank did get 4 on our last stream, which unfortunately was really laggy, so we didn't get to see all the epic games, but at least today it's been a pretty good run. So the Hawkeyes of Drakira are going to be going forward, but man, Anticity so quick on the draw. Both of them, really. The Hawkeyes went forward. They shot at the Skinwolves, but the Skinwolves were able to pull back. I believe the Hawkeyes of Drakira do have Snipe as well. Let's go and double check this. So I think they can shoot while they're hidden, which is quite strong. They also have Smoke Bomb too, which is really cool. So Firewall moving. I don't know if they have Snipe. Yeah, nonetheless, we'll see. They are hidden. Have a little bit of flank support here from the Glade Riders, who can poison down anything that really wants to chase them. But basically, Anticity is going to take a relatively slow approach. He's going to get his big force. He's going to advance here, and he is going to try and get that big old timing engagement. So the doggies are forced back. Armored Skinwolves taking some poking damage. Nothing that bad. They do heal themselves. They regenerate. being werewolves and all. Well, do werewolves really heal in like lore and things like that? I mean, I guess kind of in the movies. It seems like werewolves, I guess when they change back, and then they change again, they heal. I don't really know. I'm trying to remember werewolf lore. So Wulfric, of course, has Seafang. Seafang, Seabiscuit could be quite strong here against the Wildwood Rangers if Davina lets them get caught. But the Wood Elves, for now, are in a very defensive posture. Obviously, Norska has a much wider army, certainly has the tools to control the battlefield, but I don't think Anticity is against taking his time with this engagement, just moving forward slowly, simply because he's probably saving up Winds of Magic to get a big, fat, overcasted Final Transmutation on top of the Helm of Discord Lord when it's in the main fight, because eventually, if you guys really think about it, the Wood Elf Lord, the Glade Lord on horseback with the melee abilities and the Helm of Discord will have to go into combat in melee to get the Helm of Discord off, at which point I think Anticity will probably try and get a big, fat, juicy Final Transmutation, which could be very punishing. Now over here, the Wood Elves are pushing out. Davina's Cav pushing back the Marauder Horsemen. Basically just a slow push from Norska, just trying to find value where it can on the flanks here. And you can see here Anticity, very good micro, pulling back from the Marauder Horsemasters. Beautiful play. Like, he's really minimizing any skirmishing damage in the beginning. But now Wulfric is a bit of a choice target. He's a little bit kind of not low here, but slow here. And he certainly can't juke terribly effectively. So the Hawkeyes of Jakira could put some hurt on Wulfric. And of course, Wulfric can't heal. So frontline fighting is underway. You can see the Wildwood Rangers making contact here with the Marauders. Marauders will, of course, be massacred by the troops. Granted, maybe with a little bit of supporting fire from the Javelins, maybe not so bad. But again, we'll find out. Now on the far side of the battlefield, we do have a skirmish. You can see the Wild Riders of Davina have been kind of pulled out of the main fight. Skin Wolves are chasing them, but this is a lot of Norskin stuff that is not involved in the main fight. So there's some ups and downs. Davina may lose those guys in the back, but he's also distracting a fair amount of Norskin troops, which are more valuable in the end. Seafang going down. Seabiscuit is able to do some decent damage. It looks like it tore through some of the Wildwood Rangers. These ones actually took quite a bit of damage, as well as these ones up on the high ground. Wulfric has taken some damage and has been forced to fall back. On the flank, some of the Armored Skin Wolves do jump on the Hawkeyes of Jakira. Anticity, I think, knows that there are some Wardens of Sithril here, so it's going to be bad, but he does this knowing that it's probably worth it to sacrifice them to shut down this very powerful missile unit. Now, one group of Wildwood Rangers have broken. They also were able to kill the Marauders, but certainly a good trade for Norska. Now, the other ones are taking a ton of Javelin fire, and honestly, the Marauder Hunters with Javelins have good DPS against light armor in general, and Wildwood Rangers only have 40 armor, so it's really not bad. Wulfric being very conservative. Honestly, I think maybe bull rushing Wulfric in would be worth it at this point to kill the Branch Wraith, because the Hawkeyes of Jakira in the back have been taken out here by the Marauder Horsemasters, plus the Skin Wolves, the premier Condom brand of the old world. And now we do, of course, have Wulfric pulling back once again. And I think the Wild Riders of Davina are being kited into the Shadow Realm by the Marauder Horsemen, which is a really good situation for Norska now. And I think Anticity realized he didn't need that much kind of dealing with them. Just kite them and pull these guys back into the battle. So Balance Fire is very Norskin favored at this point. The Hawkeyes going down. The Wildwood Rangers are being focused down by Javelins. And now that Wulfric's going to come in, it's going to be a tough situation. In the meantime, Wildwood Rangers are forced back, forcing the Marauders into being nuked by their own witchcraft here. But I think there's too much Norska left. And the Hawkeyes being down, I mean, many of the fights, you basically have to kill like 2.5 Marauders to make the Wildwood Rangers worth it from a trading perspective, because they're very expensive. Some of the Armored Skin Wolves are charging in once again, and are going to be slapping the base on some of these Wildwood Rangers. And of course, Wulfric's here now. Javelins are just skewering into the Wildwood Rangers in their light armor. And Wulfric is going to be going into the Branch Wraith, which I would imagine would be a good play. But it looks like, no, he's opting to get into the fight. Over here, Plague of Rust is being activated, so Plague of Rust will put their armor down to 10, which means the Skin Wolves will make very, very quick work of them. And the Wardens of Sithril, I think, are still fighting over here. It looks like a Seabiscuit is coming down, which is going to wreck the Wardens of Sithril once again, doing tons of HP damage, but not taking out too many models. And the Glade Lord for the Wood Elves is still fighting pretty hard. Very, very good scrap here by Davina, despite being on the ropes. Doing a very, very solid job kind of staying in this game. So some of the Wild Riders are going to be coming in, trying to clean up this fight here. The Wildwood Rangers, of course, starting to actually push back here against the Skin Wolves a little bit. Javelins, though, basically throwing right into their back, so you can see these Marauder Hunters somehow got behind them, and that's going to be doing a bunch of damage for sure. 57 models, down to 52 from that one volley, a ton of HP damage. Some of the Wild Riders have come back into the fight, trying to juke out here against the Skin Wolves, and it looks like a Final Transmutation Brutal was activated. Wild Riders were able to get away for the most part, but yeah, the Final Transmutation hitting the Branch Wraith and these very elite troops is going to be extremely punishing. Wardens of Sithril over here being overwhelmed just by sheer numbers and bodies, and that is going to be a victory for Norska. Anticity going up to 4 whopping wins. I just don't see any way for the Wood Elves to claw their way back into this King of the Hill here. Maybe. So the Glade Lord pushes in. Helm of Discord is activated. The Werewolves are on the hunt. They're after you. Duran here. And there goes the Glade Lord. Well played. Very well played to both players. It was a scrap for sure. Very unorthodox builds by both players. Well, not by so much by Norska. I would say that was just a very well-rounded build. But yeah, I was expecting either a Kite or a Durthu build. But yeah, the Wildwood Rangers took a lot of damage from the Javelins, and the Sea Fangs were really good. The Sea Biscuits did not mess about. So that is going to be a victory for Anticity. So let's go ahead and update the scoreboard here to reflect that. Anticity rocking it with four wins at the moment. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll see what reign he can continue. So next we have the Undertaker. The dwarf on dwarf battle. Will he be able to usurp the king? You're up. All right. Here we go. So Undertaker's on the way. Will he be able to defeat the mighty Anticity? GG, well played to Davina. It was a great game. Now we'll do the Estalian Tomb for our next map. And Undertaker's on the way. So in the meantime, we'll just hang out and enjoy each other's company. All that good stuff. Next game could be a Dawi Mirror. You better prepare, folks. It could be. Anticity and Grombrindle are both like dwarf main, so yeah. Well played. Well played to both players in that game. I always feel like Norska is a hard matchup for Wood Elves. I always feel like that's the case. I don't know. I don't main either of those factions really, so I'm not terribly sure, but I always felt like Norska is pretty good against Wood Elves. Like Skinwolves armed with armored seem to be pretty damn good. Yeah, glad you guys enjoyed that one. All right, guys. So Gromby is here. So Anticity's going to pick Beastmen, High Elves, and Skaven. Oh man, showing his range of factions by switching it up. Maybe he knows his opponent's playstyle, so he's trying to pick factions. Oh, so what Anticity's doing is he picks factions that he knows are really good against dwarves because he knows Grombrindle wants to play dwarves here. That's really smart. So Beastmen, High Elves, and Skaven all are very good against Dawi. Probably the best bet would be, like, in Gromby gets one ban here, so he would ban Skaven, and then he would have to fight Beastmen or High Elves. So there's no, like, winning solution for playing dwarves here. Granted, Grombrindle is good at other factions as well, but that was really smart. Really smart bans by Anticity. So Anticity is banning Skaven, and he might still pick dwarves here, which is... Or, oh, no, he's picking Skaven. Okay, so he's picking Skaven himself, and what is he going to ban? Oh, all right. Grombrindle coming in with the Skaven pick, maybe? Oh, wait, no, is he going Clan Angrind? Oh my god, I've never thought about Clan Angrind using Felix to heal the ghosts. That could be something. So anyways, they're doing their picks and bans. We'll hang tight for a moment. Anticity definitely doing ODM proud tonight, yes. So guys, oh my god, Grombrindle is picking Angrind and he's banning Skaven. He's going for Clan Angrind. Oh my god, the haggardness is just too much. Is he going to go full ghost, is the question. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my god. The Clan Angrind spooky build. The mind games, but nothing is strong enough to dissuade Grombrindle from wanting to play the proud Dawi. Nothing. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. The true king of Karakay Peaks. Oh my god. So we're seeing what they're doing. Yep, Anticity's going Beastman. Really hard matchup for the Dawi, but we'll see. I mean, it's certainly better than Skaven. I think the best matchup would be High Elves, though, of the three, if he could have gotten his High Elves, but he is a stubborn dwarf. We had a really good dwarf. We've had great dwarf games on the stream today, or a great dwarf game. Smart move, yeah. He's definitely doing a good job with the picks and bans here. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Yeah, the ghost emoji from Cyber there. There's still one dwarf drawing breath in this place. Yeah, I think Beastmen are better against dwarves, though. Yeah, I don't know. Than High Elves. High Elves are really good against Dawi as well, but I think Beastmen are a little bit better. But that's just my opinion. I don't think it's empirical or correct in any 100% fashion, right? But Casper, the friendly Dawi. Friendliest Dawi you'll ever get killed by. I wonder if he's going to bring like a single Ghost Lord. We'll see. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get some water, and my mug is empty. My stein demands more hydration. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Drums in the deep indeed. All right, guys, I return. Oh, look at this. Anticity saying, I did a ghost build before. It won me a game versus Beastmen way back. Routed like half their army at once. You see, that's an even more mind game thing. It's like Anticity saying, I know you're going to ghost build. I know it's coming. Although, will there be a double layered mind game, and will Grombrindle not bring a single ghost character? Very interesting stuff here. You know, it does force the Beastmen to account for that and bring more magic damage, or at least some sorts of magic damage. Maybe there'll be a wild Deathcaster pick. And then suddenly there's no more, there's nothing there. There's no ghosts, right? Yeah, it's in spectator mode, guys. It has to wait for me before it starts, which is really nice. So the players can ready up, but I have control over the start of the game. Yeah, it's a really nice thing. I'm really happy CA added it. And that was something that, like, I remember we had one of the early Everchosens with Creative Assembly, and we told them, yeah, spectator mode would be really nice. And then, lo and behold, a couple Everchosens later, they have it. Pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Players are loading in, guys. We rise from the ashes. Yeah, I did like the days when Wrath and Ruin did damage for sure. But the slow is really good. Fentox, thank you for the heads up. I will try that. All right, so the battle's underway, and Grombrindle is not going to be blue-balling us. He did bring King Lun Ironhammer. King Lun. So he brought the ghostly Jawi Lord. Just one, though. He didn't go too deep in it. In the front line, he does have Longbeards with great weapons, so he does have some AP to actually fight against some of the Bestigors. In the secondary line, he has Thunders, Quarrelers, and Althar's Raiders. Norgrimling's Ironbreakers in the back. 2 Slayers, I think. No, just 1 Slayer. And Bolt Throwers. What? Wild Bolt Thrower pick. All right, is he going to be able to protect those, though? That's really the question. He has 2 Bolt Throwers. What is he going to shoot with those things? King Lun, it's going to be the true king of Karagate Peaks, Belagar. Belagar Ironhammer. He's got his big old Iron Hammer and Revenge Incarnate. You don't need a ton of AP against, against Bestigors, yeah, but Against other beastmen like lords and things like that, they're mostly lightly armored for the most part. So, I mean, I guess Morker is. And you got 2 of the bolt throwers. You got miners back here, so he couldn't afford a second group of slayers, it looks like. So he is going to be kind of forced to use miners with blasting charges to defend the bolt throwers. I mean, at least bolt throwers are like dirt cheap. I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned for this army. I mean, he does have the Iron Breakers. Is there a Cygor? No, there's no Cygor. Every time I play, I actually played a best of 3 against Gromriddle yesterday. It'll be going up eventually. It's pretty fun. So we have Harpies, we have Bestigors into the sunset. We do also have Minotaurs, the Butchers of Kalkengard, and Razorgors. Very standard stuff. We also have some Chariots, but no Morker today, actually. Oh, okay. So he didn't bring a Cygor simply because he can summon one. So Malagor the Dark Omen is going to be summoning some fat Cygors, and that is going to be that. He did also bring a Deathcaster, so you see that Clan Angren forced the Beastmen out of their normal picks. He brought a Deathcaster and Malagor instead of actually bringing Morker like he usually would, and like double summons, right? So the Bray Shaman does have Spirit Leech for King Lun, which is kind of unfortunate, and Purple Sun. Purple Sun can be really devastating if you can get it on top of the Ironbreakers. And on top of that, a couple Harpies. So there are some Harpies up in the air in the sky to either shut down gyros, or in this case, probably harass the missile line, or try and target the bolt throwers and things like that. So the bolt throwers, what are they going to shoot is the question. Like, I'm really curious about the reasoning. I mean, I guess they're not bad against like chariot type units. And 4 bolt thrower shots are unleashed here, but Anticity really quick to react, actually. And he's already juking here with the Bray Shaman, so... not going to be quite as quick as like a cannon. Some of the missile units, the Quarrelers are shooting in. Thunders are shooting in here against the Ungors. And what's going to happen, guys, is Anticity is going to get this whole army go over here, and this army and go over here. He's not going to hit the dwarves head on, and it's going to make for a very stressful situation for the Dawi. He's also saving up Winds of Magic with Arcane Conduit to try and get that Cygor summon. So he probably started with pretty bad Winds of Magic, so hasn't been able to summon a Cygor yet. Or is just waiting to get up to the 30 Winds of Magic to really optimize the Winds of Magic usage. So bolt throwers are shooting. Some of them going after the Turkey here. I think some are going after the Razorgors, which honestly aren't a bad target. Trying to shoot Malagor, I probably would advise against that. He's a small target for bolt throwers to hit. So far the Dawi missile's not doing too much. The bolt throwers, man, I feel like this dwarf army is just going to get crumpled. I mean, the Longbeards with Grey Weapons are very durable units. Those guys don't go quietly. Plus he does also have the Grumbling Guard. Maybe if he can get some really good picks, we'll see. So Harpies are jumping in here. And again, you can never count out the Undertaker or Gromriddle. He's a very, very good dwarf player. So here come the Harpies flying overhead, taking quite a bit of missile play. Probably going to be jumping directly onto the bolt throwers, I would imagine. King Lun hiding in the back as well. Spirit Leech is going to be going down on King Lun. You know what would have been next level was King Lun with Felix getting heals. The pigs charging into the front, but what's cool about the Longbeards is they do actually have expert charge defense with Belagar here. They've got good AP themselves, so they can actually chop back against these piggies. A countercharge coming in the front with these Longbeards, and the Raiders are jumped on here by the Harpies, and so far the Dwarven lines are holding. Harpies are being forced back. Longbeard's, of course, a very, very durable, cost-effective unit. But King Lun needs to get in there. He needs to get his hands dirty and try and get some terror routes wherever he can. And the Ironbreakers in the back are being hidden for some reason. I would imagine he's going to bring them in a little bit later. So the entire Beastmen Harass Corps, the Harpies have been forced back here. The Grumbling Guard are obviously winning against Ungor Spearman herds. And King Lun Ironhammer is just kind of hiding up in the tree line. I would love to see him over here in this engagement. The Slayers have engaged on the Minotaurs, which is good, but now they're going to be countercharged by Gors. And so far, it seems like the Dwarves are holding pretty well. Really nice Brave Scream right there, able to do some damage. Blasting charges against the Bestigors in the front, really paying huge dividends. And wow, the Dwarves are winning the frontline engagement here. Bestigors forced back, the pigs are out of control, and rampaging King Lun Ironhammer coming in. And honestly, a rear charge from this ghostly ancestor might be able to get some terror routes here. So here they come. One pig is going to intercept him, but he's most certainly going to be attacking this pig unless his attack orders are on the Gore herds, which is a little bit of a mistake. But nonetheless, his presence alone will lead to terror routes. The Razorgors get terror routed off, they're running for the hills, and now, the Gore herds will probably follow in suit. So Dwarves holding, one Cygor summon in the back is disappearing, so the first Cygor summon is out of the picture. Looks like it was throwing into the Ironbreakers, and that explains why Gromriddle was holding the Ironbreakers in the back line. So right here, these Longbeards are surging forward, going after the Ungors, and the Dwarven missiles are actually going after Malagor. And honestly, guys, I have to say, I am very impressed with his performance so far. It seems like the Dwarves are holding this charge, and I really didn't think the Longbeards with great weapons would hold that efficiently. But they are. The Dwarves definitely a stubborn folk. King Lun Ironhammer leading the charge here. Going to be terror routing off these Razorgors, and the terror route's really a powerful tool for the Dwarves to have. I mean, they don't normally have it, so that's really, really useful against the Beastmen. Here in the front, you can see the Longbeards with great weapons are holding. King Belagar Ironhammer also inspiring his fellow Dawi, but there is an opening here in the back. You can see the Thunderers here are going to be getting pushed on by the Gore herds, but now it seems like the sweeper unit, Gromriddle has been using these guys like a football sweeper. Those guys are going to be coming in here, throwing some blasting charges, which won't do too much to the armored dwarves, but certainly will terror route and push these guys off. And guys, we have a very even battle on our hands. Certainly winnable for both players. Cygor Summon has been activated here. Going to be using it in melee to try and finish off the Longbeards here. Nice little Brace Scream. Going to be chewing through the Grumbling Guard. But the Mighty Oathstone is popped, giving them a whopping 24 melee defense. So currently they're at 72. And here we have a fight between the Ironbreakers and the resurgence of some of the Piggies. Oh, and the Throwing Axe is coming in with the Mark of Althar. This could do some really big damage. 1600 HP. Are they getting the axes off? It looks like no. They're going to be kind of positioning themselves and trying to focus fire. But honestly, the Grombrindle and the Dwarves and King Lun Ironhammer are proving to be a real MVP here. The Butchers of Kalkengard, of course, are they immune to psychology because of their frenzy? I can't remember if they can be terror outed, or if it's frenzy dependent. Something I'll have to look into, but it seems like the Dwarves are pulling ahead on the Bounce of Power a little bit as the Beastmen in many respects are crumpling. And when the Cygor Summon goes in about 20 seconds, that's going to be a huge one. Man, and the Dwarves are holding! King Lun Ironhammer and the true King of Carrick 8 Peaks are fending back the Beastmen rush from a top-level Beastmen player here. So here comes King Lun. He's charging in after the Minotaur. Here he comes. Oh, and he karate kicks that Minotaur in the back and puts him down. The Iron Boot, ghostly Iron Boot here of that Dawi Lord, able to shatter the Butchers of Kalkengard. So now Malagor's probably next. A nice little Brave Scream going to be going down once again. But it seems like the Beastmen are running out of steam, and the Dwarves are going to hold a wild Clan Angren victory, dismantling the King of the Hill in what's considered to be a very hard matchup. Man, I did not think that build was going to work, but apparently the Longbeards have some really good teeth there. And of course, the terror routes were really, really good. So that is insane. Grombrindle is going to do it. Yes. Lunze! All right. Insane. I can't believe that. So that's going to be Grombrindle. Well played. What a Dwarven showcase. So he has quite a mountain to climb to get there. The true king. Oh man, that was a grudging. That was a grudging indeed. So next up we have Decoli. If you're still here. All right. I was too hasty with that engagement, says Anticity. Played like you had cannons. Really well played, though. Yeah, that was awesome. That was one of my favorite games I think we've had in quite some time. The true king of Carrick Peaks. Well played to both players. It was a really good game. And Anticity is still the king, guys. He is still the king indeed. One sec here. Why is this not working? All right, perfect. So we'll see if Decoli is here. He is. We are going to go beyond. So yeah, we're going to go beyond some of the players off the reserve list. We're going to let them just play normally. Until 4 hours. So we'll play until we hit the 4-hour mark. So we'll play for another 45 minutes, give or take. Right. Perfect. Just checking some settings, guys. Alrighty. So we have Decoli. I think I have him here. Yeah, I do. Okay. And then after King of the Dead, it was actually random Nyx. We'll see how far we get. Hey. So the next map is going to be... I want to try one of these ones. We'll do the Golden Monolith. Why did I capitalize that L? Feel like have fun. All right, so we're on. The King of Carrick Peaks continues his reign of terror. Maybe I'll do more FFAs. So after this, we have King, you're next. And then we have Random Nick, Samurai Warrior, Flying Taco, Zardar, if they're still here. I don't know if they are. We'll see. I would, if Grombrindle sends me that game, I'll cast it separately for sure. Yeah, you know, Anticity also did the dwarves well. Yeah, he played really well today. I mean, and he's the current king. 4 wins is hard to top. So we'll see how it goes. Look at the bot saying, what a game, 2 true Dawi players. Oh my god, that's so troll. Oh man. That's so obnoxious. Hey, Erlen Holmes, take care, man. Get some rest. So, Grombrindle goes Lizardman, Carrot, Kadrin, and Vampires. And then North Nana bans Vampires and picks Skaven. So, if Grombrindle picks Dwarves into Skaven, or Carrot Kadrin into Skaven, man, that is going to be... man, and if he wins that, too, that would be just absolute insanity here. They're evolving. Yeah. Flying Taco, if you got those FFA games, man, send them to me. All right, Samurai. You got it. So it's King, Random, and then Samurai. If Random, because Random did say something before you. But we'll get to you. Don't worry. I want to try and keep the stream under 4 hours, though, because if it does go past 4 hours, sometimes it takes like twice as long to render and it's like out of sync and it's really obnoxious. School is canceled for Corona. All online classes were canceled as well. I guess, yeah, that's crazy. The bots are so obnoxious. Yeah, guys, 1 second here. One sec. Oh, what the heck's going on here? I was logged into my wrong thing. 1 sec, guys. All right. Sorry about the echo there. Yeah, they just copy messages from chat. It's still really funny, though. All right, so oh my god, he did go. Sorry, I was minimized. I was fixing my stream settings there, but man, Grombrindle is going Carrot Kadrin into Skaven. Skaven is like considered to be like so hard, and he is doing it. I can't believe it. North Nana, of course. I mean, Skaven have a very well-defined recipe for winning this matchup. I won't say it quite yet, but I don't want to influence his picks. But yeah, this is like an 80-20 matchup, in my opinion. Like I consider myself to be a dwarf main in many respects too. Probably not as good as Grombrindle at dwarves, but like, man, I played this matchup back and forth with the boys, and it's like it's so hard. It's so hard to win. We'll see if Grombrindle can do it. I mean, he proved us wrong once. Let's crack a Drac next. Oh my god, if he wins it, that's crazy. The mighty white dwarf cometh. A Slayer Rush? Maybe. So guys, just answering the questions here. All right, here we go. It's showtime. This is happening. It's happening. The dwarves of Carrot Kadrin trying to take out the dreaded Skaven on the golden monolith, fighting over this phallic object. Oh man, this is if he wins this, truly, I mean, even after the Beastmen win, you know, a spot in the Hall of the Ancestors is deserved. This is wild. What is he going to do? Probably mass gyrocopter stuff, I would imagine, like a box. The best success I had in this matchup was using a box. So using like Thorgrim, Gotrek, Felix, and then using like 4 or 5 gyrocopters to just like go troll around and like snipe Skaven things. It's I don't know, it's so hard. But maybe he obviously has some sort of a scheme, right? Yeah, the thing is, Mark, they don't use Warp Lightning Cannons. Now that we're in the game, I'll give you guys the build that's so impossible for dwarves to beat. Basically, you bring a couple Jezzails, like 2 Jezzails, Natty Bubos. You spam the like 4 or 5 Death Runners. It's just brutal. Like, it's brutal. Like, so the snipers force the dwarves out of the box. But it seems like if we look here, the Skaven did not bring an optimized build by any stretch of the imagination. So this is very winnable. This is very, very winnable for the dwarves. It's still not going to be easy, but if we take a look at the Skaven build, there's no Death Runners, there's no Jezzails, and those are the 2 units that are horrible for dwarves to fight. And they're not here. He's going for a mortar build, and you guys might be wondering why he has Stormvermin with halberds. Because they have better AP values. They're still not great against dwarves, honestly. Like Longbeards can go fisticuffs with them, but he's got 2 mortars. So he's got Poison Wind mortars here, Warp Grinders, Skaven Slaves, 4 Stormvermin with halberds, and the Ixchis Triads just for an extra immobile AP unit. And in the back, he's got an Assassin, Deathmaster Snitch. Wait, what? Did Deathmaster just have, like... No, that's Ungrim's icons. I was like, what? Does he have, like, Killing Blow now? And did he bring a Caster, a Plague Priest as well? Okay, so he's got a Plague Priest. So for the dwarves, he's got Miners with Blasting Charges. Secondary is going to be Dwarf Warriors with Great Weapons, 2 Grudge Throwers, and 4 Slayers in the back with Ungrim Iron Fist as well. So the Skaven build is not optimized. It still has some teeth. But honestly, I think as far as the armies go, if I just looked, Grombrindle's going to win this. The Grudge Throwers will kill the Mortars. The Longbeards, or the Dwarf Warriors, will trade extremely cost effectively with the Halberds. And yeah, the Slayers will be able to just crump all the lightly armored stuff. I would say this is, based on the armies, Grombrindle should be in good shape here. It's not a bad Skaven army per se. I mean, certainly suboptimal in many ways. Death Runners are really good against dwarves. They just like crump most dwarven infantry. They can even like cut through Ironbreakers. They sunder the armor. They have crazy AP themselves. Really good bonus versus infantry. The mortars could be an X factor though, for sure, considering the slope of the map. Although Grudge Throwers don't care about slopes. Here in the back, we do have a Vanguard. You can see the Ixchis Triads. You know, okay, so if Gromby screws up and like advances and leaves his artillery undefended and the Skaven can kill it, then that would be a way for the Skaven to get this. Otherwise, I think it's going to be tricky. So the Dwarven Artillery will be opening up here in a second. The mortar's shooting in as well, but the Blasting Charges will clean out all the chaff, basically. These Skaven Slaves will take a righteous pounding, but those mortars are really good against dwarves. I usually like to bring like one myself when I play against Dawi. So Blasting Charge is going down. Skaven Slaves are being nuked into another dimension. Here they come. These poor starving rats just getting Blasting Charges to the face from the Dwarven Miners, so those guys are forced back. The other one's in a little bit of trouble as well. And now Grombrindle is coming in with the Gyrocopter. And honestly, there's nothing in this Skaven army that can shoot the Gyrocopter, which is really unfortunate. So had Gromby gone with like mass Gyrocopters, for example, he would have easily swept this game too. So Blasting Charge is forcing the Skaven back down the hill. And we have Deathmaster lurking in the shadows. Look at this. The Skaven Assassin's just squeaking and hiding in the hills, just looking for an opportunity to feast on Ungrim here, which is really funny. That's very thematic for sure. The dwarves are advancing. Now the artillery pieces of the dwarves are going to be shooting into the halberds and the elite troops, which is really unfortunate for the dwarves. Dwarf warriors with great weapons are advancing as well, knowing it's a mortar build. On the mortars, North Nana needs to get these mortars back. He needs to get back here and hide. So here you can see the rat ogres are pushing forward. The Skaven Assassin attempting to go in for Ungrim. This is a bold strategy, rat. Deadly Onslaught, Axe of Jargo, and the Red Ruin pops. Oh my god, Ungrim has 1,000 weapon strength. Look at that, just cutting that rat to pieces. 1,000 weapon strength on Ungrim with a charge bonus of 68. Oh my god, this rat is just getting 3-shotted here. And Deathmaster's going, and what are you doing, Deathmaster? No, you're going to get karate chop at Ungrim also. Okay, Assassin Trophy is activated. Literally almost 3-shotted that rat. But now Ungrim's going after the Deathmaster. The Slayer King gives no shits. He's just coming in. Now, his buffs will be worn off by now. The Deathmaster can obviously run from him and play it smart, but man, and the Deathmaster Sigil has been used. That was pretty funny for sure. Now, in the back, though, you can see Skaven are in combat with Miners and Dwarf Warriors and different things like that. The Mortar team has fallen back. Up here on the top, the Gyrocopter still getting some healthy shots. The Warp Grinders are done for. It's looking very, very good for the Dwarves. The Grudge Throwers are shooting happily. Slayers are going to feast on the souls of these Ogres. The Assassin is pretty much done for. Deathmaster is thinking about coming to fight Ungrim. It's still a tough proposition. Ungrim is unbreakable. He'll literally fight to the bitter end. And you can see here the Deathmaster does get dropped by Ungrim. Let's just focus on this battle for a moment, because this is going to be pretty funny. Ungrim once again getting in there, and the Slayers they're not about to miss an opportunity. Despite the fact that Ungrim may want this duel, they're not about to miss an opportunity to go after a Skaven. So these Dragonback Slayers are chasing down Deathmaster. If they hit him, he'll be slowed by the power of the Dragonback. And here you can see the Ogres are pushed back. The Assassin is coming back as well. The Plague Priest is going to be dropping some rats, but it is looking very bad for the Skaven here. The Mortars, obviously not a bad tool. I do like his Mortar pick, but I think you need Jezzails and Death Runners. Because what you do is you use Natty Boobo sharpshooters to snipe the artillery pieces. It's really, really strong. It sniped the Dwarf Lords. Usually you see Jezzails, like 3 Jezzails in this matchup, honestly. It's really, really oppressive for sure. The Grudge Swords aren't a bad answer against Jezzails, though. I definitely like that. So some of the Dwarf Miners are engaging against Storm Vermin. Dwarf Warriors and Miners look to be overwhelming the Storm Vermin with Halberds. Because Storm Vermin have pretty bad stats for the cost. 24-33, it's like not that different than Dwarf Warriors, to be honest, which can probably defeat them for half the cost, or at least put a huge dent in them. The Mortars are still shooting in. Balance of power is still somewhat even, believe it or not. Ungrim, of course, is just kind of chasing to his heart's content. He needs to be careful that no Skaven tools get back here and take out his artillery. That would probably be one of the few ways the Skaven could get back in this game. Here we have the Dragonback Slayers angrily chasing these assassins. 54 speed, 54. So the Clan Esh and Rats should be able to get away from the Dragonback Slayers here. And up on the high ground, we do, of course, have the Gyrocopter just flying over, doing its bombing runs and looking for treats here. Going to be going after the Storm Vermin, or maybe the Plague Priest, who knows. Slayers pinning in the Storm Vermin. Now, normally they won't do too much to Storm Vermin because they have decent melee defense and 90 armor, but just the sheer number of dwarves, the Dwarven Tide here, coming in. And the Mortars still have good ammo. I mean, it still does give the Skaven a fighting chance here. Believe it or not, like, somehow the Skaven are still in this game. I can't believe it, which is crazy. It just shows how, like, bad of a matchup it is for the Dowie, for sure. And that's not to say that North Nana isn't playing well with what he has. He is. Being able to pull back, but the Assassin play in the beginning was a little bit dicey for sure. So now we have the Steam Cannon shooting in. The Dwarves have taken quite a bit of damage all over the place. They kind of overextended a little bit, to be honest. Gromrindle did overextend into the Skaven pocket, whereas he could have fallen back and used his Goblobbers. Honestly, move the Goblobbers up onto the hill here, fall back with all your Dwarven troops. Just kind of reorganize yourself, get those artillery pieces shooting into the Skaven artillery, and you should be in good shape. Because he's being too aggressive now. Gromrindle's pushing in the Slayers into these troops. Yeah, my predictions have been very off these past 2 games. But again, you know, there's always the wild X factors. Yeah, he needs to fall back. I mean, I guess he's going to push in with the Dragonback Slayers and try and blitz the Skaven position, maybe with Ungrim here. But the big problem is if the Dragonback Slayers get taken out by Mortars, right? Then you have Ungrim fighting an Assassin and Deathmaster. He'll lose that. He will lose that, especially with AP troops nearby. I think Gromrindle's being a little bit greedy with the approach here. The hubris of the dwarves. Well, they're not. Our dwarves are prideful. They're not arrogant, though. Like, dwarves are pretty realistic when it comes to most things, I suppose. But again, if Ungrim is able to get a fully erect beatdown on these rats here, if North Nana lets this happen, that could end the game. So Ungrim's going in. Looks like there's some sort of a snare or buff popped here. Some Witchcraft Deadly Onslaught, but the rats can get away. They're very quick. That's the whole thing, right? And now, you know, honestly, the rats can run back here and start harassing the artillery pieces. There's a big Dwarven resurgence here. The Dragonback Slayers, are they still chasing, or have they fallen back? Wow, did they just get deleted? Wow, the Slayers are down to 6 models. Those guys are going down here. And over here, the Dwarf Warriors have broken. It's a very close fight. Once these Skaven do run out of mortar fire, though, they'll be much weaker. And there is a pretty big pocket of Dwarven infantry here, which are no joke. But he needs to really be efficient with his artillery here. The artillery can hammer into the halberds. It can hammer into the poison wind mortars. Also, Gromrindle does have the gyrocopters, which can be used to go after the mortar teams in melee combat if they're unprotected. But now you can see the artillery pieces are indeed shooting into the mortar teams, and the Skaven assassins are forced back. This has turned into a really, really close game, actually. What a great scrap, you know? The Skaven were really on the ropes, for sure, and the initial fighting went really badly for them. But he was able to get back with some good micro, good control, and good kiting. So gyrocopters are now pushing into Deathmaster. It looks like the Deathmaster Sigil has been used, which now means the Assassin and Deathmaster can probably turn and fight the gyrocopters and maybe kill some of them, which is honestly what I would probably do. So Deathmaster doing his anime moves here, doing his backflips and his Naruto running and going after the gyrocopters, it looks like. The Assassin is shaken. Slippery has been activated. Some of the Dwarf Miners are going to get into combat here and might be able to chip a couple wounds off the old Deathmaster. But Deathmaster actually has really high melee defense, so he should be somewhat durable against that pressure. Over here we do have the Dwarven Slayers still fighting. Dragonback Slayers are chewing through the remnants of the halberds, which is a pretty grindy fight for them. But of course they're unbreakable, so these Slayers won't go quietly. They're gonna really grind it out to the bitter end. And the Dwarves are collapsing with another pocket of troops. And if the Skaven line collapses and the mortar teams have to run, that's pretty much going to be game over. Over here though, Deathmaster Snitch and company's just kiting Ungrim, which is really good because like the thing is if you don't deal with Ungrim and you don't have anything on him, or excuse me, on Deathmaster, then they're just going to go kill the artillery pieces. I think maybe instead of chasing him, just pulling Ungrim and the miners over here to defend the Grudge Throwers would be a better bet. So the Dragonback Slayers still fighting. There's only 16 of them left. The Grudge Throwers are now shooting in, but it seems like they're slightly obstructed by this pillar. I feel like they're having a hard time drawing line of sight here. So maybe instead of shooting those, shoot over here against the halberds. So So some of the Dawi miners have gotten through, and another group of Slayers could prove to be the difference in this game. 39 Slayers here is no joke. And the Slayers now finishing off the Storm Vermin will push into the mortar teams. And it looks like these are summoned clan rats, so they will be disappearing here in about 20 seconds. But the Dragonback Slayers are pretty much taken out to the man. There's only 4 of them left. 88 of those brave souls. Ungrim Iron Fist in the distance, so if he gets isolated by these 2 assassins, I do think he'll lose. But the Gyrocopter is actually able to bully the assassin, which is big. So Ungrim one-on-one would probably beat Deathmaster at this point pretty well. But if the assassin's in the picture with like trophy heads and a couple other buffs, that could really change the dynamic of the situation. Back over here in the battle, Skaven are, facing a second wave of Dwarven pressure. The Dwarves are a very tenacious folk, and now you can see that the Skaven lines have been broken. The Miners and the Slayers here and some of the remnants of the Dwarf Warriors. Oh man, those mortars are going to hurt really bad. Splashing into those 2 units there. Really, really nasty stuff. Artillery is almost out for the mortar teams. You can see here they're about 2 or 3 volleys each. Some of the Ogres are peeling this direction, but the fact that the Skaven have a summon left is really powerful. Man, those mortars are really wrecking the Slayers. Really wrecking those guys. There's so much damage against the light armor too. But the Slayer is going to be kind of beelining around, so he uses the Miners to tar pit here and is trying to force path the Slayers through as like a sprinter unit. But the Miners in this whole Dwarven pocket is probably done for, guys. And what do we have left? I mean, just artillery crews. Ammunition is out now. Deathmaster and the Skaven Assassin are alive. It's looking bad for the Dwarves suddenly. Man, what a comeback here by North Nana. He was really on the ropes, but these rats are slippery. And Ungrim chasing the rats. I mean, maybe Ungrim should have been over here in this fight and just like... but someone has to deal with Deathmaster for sure. Someone has to. A very unorthodox Skaven build, for sure. So here the Assassin is shaken and stirred. The Gyrocopter is trying its best. Now, there is a chance if Ungrim can somehow get his paws on the Assassin here and finish them, I think there would be a chance for the Dwarves. Because, like, there's not much left for the Skaven. I mean, the Plague Priest isn't bad in combat, but Ungrim is unbreakable, and he could potentially carry this. Like, with all of his buffs and the Red Ruin and the Axe of Dargo. Gyrocopter charges in once again. It's really important here. If Gromriddle can actually break the Assassin, then he could chase it off the battlefield with the Gyrocopters. But in this case, man, look at that. Deathmaster Sigil used once again. This is an absolute scrap. And again, it just goes to show, like, man, this is a tough one for the Dawi here. So the Assassin is able to get away. It looks like the Grudge Thrower, the Goblobber, is shooting at the Assassin. He's got 10 leadership, the Gyrocopter pulling back. It's like every little piece matters so much now. The mortars are out of ammo, though. That is really big for the Dawi as well. 0 here. The last volley about to be shot here. The Dwarven Grudge Thrower crew, they've got their like cudgels out or whatever they're using. Axes. Their axes. How did the dwarf say that? Isn't it like az or something? Is that greenskins? So anyways, the Grudge Thrower is coming in here. Ungrim is going to be leading his last bastion of Dawi here. Now, he does have the Grudge Thrower with pretty decent ammo. So maybe he should just kind of hold firm on this thing. That's the last mortar shot. So what you see is what you got. What an epic scrap. Oh my goodness. So the Miners out of blasting charges, but those mortars have just been raining hell all game. And even though North Nana's build wasn't your traditional competitive Skaven build here, he's gotten like really good value out of these mortar teams. Like repositioning them has been excellent. His use of Deathmaster and the Assassin has been excellent. And where is Gromriddle going with that Gyrocopter? He's like running it off to the edge of the map somewhere. He's going to need that here just to trigger the rear charge penalty. So the Goblobber's trying to get back here. Ungrim is pissed though. And if Ungrim gets one, oh no, there's another assassin or a summon from the Plague Priest. That's really important. That's going to be able to finish off the Miners probably, to be honest. Ungrim's jumping into combat here, going to try and help to break those rats, but mortar teams are coming in, ogres are coming in. Where's that Gyrocopter going? What is he doing with that? He's like hiding it on the edge of the map. He needs that right now. Because he could be like rear charging these very beat up Skaven units. Or maybe there's some sort of a reason he's hiding it. I'll have to ask him later. So the Godlover crew is 100% broken. It's basically Ungrim versus the world now. Trophy Heads is activated. So this is like true Skaven. Only attacking when it's like super in their advantage. And guys, it looks like the Skaven are going to pull out the win. I cannot believe it. The build, I think, was probably more optimized for the Dwarves in terms of the matchup. But the overextension cost him the game. The fact that Gromriddle really chased like his whole army into the mortars out of like when he had like a pretty good range tool, I think the overextension is what cost it. But both players played super well. I mean, being able to almost win that matchup is really good. And Ungrim is just going to get shanked here. Like the Assassins, and Ungrim Iron Fist has fallen. The Slayer King assassinated by Clan Eshin. And there you have it. Well played. Well played indeed. All right. that was insane. That was a wild one. So the current King of the Hill is going to be North Nana. Okay, so we probably have time for North to play until he loses. Yeah, so what we'll do now is North Nana will be the king of the hill. GG, wow. North, GG, wow. North, stay. We will have you play a couple more. That was an insane game. I know it's getting late in Poland as well for Gromrindel, but what a day. What a day indeed. So next up, guys, we have King of the Dead. So we will have North Nana play until he loses now. Because, yeah, it's almost at the 4-hour mark. That was a crazy game, wasn't it? Are the bots still raiding? That game was just so back and forth. All right, so we're going to be on the Iron Mountain Pass, which is an old school map. You don't see it often. Map is set. Good luck, have fun. So now North Nana will play till he loses. We've gone into the reserve list with a couple players, giving them the chance to play. But I don't want to go over 4 hours, because if I don't have to. But if North Nana wins, then we'll keep going down the reserve list. Skaven, Dawi, and Greenskins. I cannot believe that he pulled that game back. His assassin play was so good, too. Not in the beginning, but in the end, man. Ungrim with 1,000 weapon strength almost karate chopped those rats. So King of the Dead is banning Skaven and picking... I mean, Dawi and Greenskins? Man. Skaven... Against Dawi and Greenskins, he can pick Tomb Kings, maybe. Tomb Kings against Dwarf sucks. Okay, so we'll see what the king picks. I know, the YouTube bots... Yeah, they're annoying for sure, but there's nothing we can do about it. YouTube just, you know, hasn't figured out a way to stop them. Hey, Mole Spaghetti, you're welcome, man. The bots are going balls deep today. There's actually no one left in chat. You've all been converted to Slanesh bots. God. I know, I keep minimizing and seeing them. It's like, they're relentless. They're relentless. Look at that. This one's saying Skaven Supreme. Like, how do you stop that? Oh, it's so obnoxious. Hey, Gromrindel, well played, man. Well played, dude. The fact that you were able to defeat the Beastmen and take out the current King of the Hill was quite an accomplishment. Well played, brother. That's a treacherous matchup. Even if Skaven brings suboptimal armies, it's still super hard to win. So King's going Norska against North Nana Skaven, maybe? Huh. Well, we'll see what unorthodox build North Nana has here, perhaps. So now North will play until he loses. That's what we're going to do from here on out. Let me go ahead and update the scorecard here. Yep, it's all good. Yeah, Snitch was so haggard, just trolling and rattling all over the map. Yeah, Leon, that's a very apt description. Click here for taco recipes. Oh man, that's funny. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I know it's getting super late in Europe, but we're still rocking 617 people from what I can see. That's pretty cool. Iron Mountain Pass is coming. It's been a great stream to celebrate the internet working. So King banned Skaven and picked Norse. Okay, he's got it. But like, have fun. So it's going to be Norska versus Greenskins, which is I love this matchup. It's really fun. I haven't tried out the beta yet, Bogdan. No, I might start a campaign on it. I'm not sure. I just love all these multiplayer streams. Can't wait till the bot copies the taco message. Click here for taco recipes. Oh my god, that would be really funny. You know, flying taco, as a matter of fact, I'm going to go get tacos and or a burrito after this. What's up, P-Butter Special? How you doing, man? I actually played P-Butter Special in a tournament recently, and he got me good. He played some really good games. P-Butter is an absolute beast. Everyone loves tacos. I'm not surprised that the bots want to get in on that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the internet's holding firm today. I'm very happy because I have so many big streams coming up that I wanted to like get it squared away. And I want to stream more often. Streaming's my favorite, so. The WA's here, yeah. It's Greenskins versus Norska right now. So the player's just getting their armies ready at the moment. The Burrito Supreme. Good. So on the reserve list, if we look, he'll keep playing. So King of the Dead is here. Random Nix. If North Nana wins, Random Nix will play. But if King wins, the stream will be over. King will bring about the end times. EP butters that bread. Yes, indeed, Cyber Pansy. Indeed. Hey, Samurai Warrior. I'm sorry you're so far down on the list, man. I know it's like it. Oh, I wish I could just keep going, but my hands start to hurt, and then YouTube, if it goes too long, it like screws up the video afterwards. So that's why I try and limit it to like. But there's still a chance. But yeah, Samurai, I'll shoot you a message, and maybe we'll make sure to get you. I'll give you a heads up before we do our next one, so we can get you in. I'll shoot you a direct message. I'll try to remember to. But hey, at least you've been hopefully enjoying watching the games too, brother. So North Nana is ready. King is almost ready. So King's main factions are all the undead factions, except Vampire Counts, really. I didn't see him play Counts too much. Mainly Tomb King's Vampire Coast and then Norska. Those are the ones that he pretty much always plays. He's very good at all three. I was hoping to see some Haggard the Drowned. I'm going to troll him right now. Happened to the Drowned. So I played King of the Dead the other day, and I was Greenskins, and he played the Drowned, the sub-faction. I was hoping he would do that again today. But let's see if King like is inspired to change his mind here. But he could. Although it's kind of annoying to make your opponent repick their army, but we'll see. We will see. I need a squire. Zika and Scaleswinger are hungry? Yeah, I know. No problem, Samurai Warrior. Wookiee is my squire, but he's not very helpful. Wookiee just growls and shits where I'm trying to walk. Wookiee actually doesn't even really... He's pretty mean to me. Unless I'm the only person in the house and I'm like his only lifeline to like attention. Otherwise, he just like, if Anna's home, he just follows her around and like glares at me like I'm like some threat, you know? When we rescued Wookiee, he had been abused for sure when we rescued him. He was like in a shelter, he was neglected, he was underweight, his teeth, tons of teeth were rotting out and missing. And he was very protective of women. So I think Wookiee may have come from a situation in which there was some sort of domestic abuse, unfortunately. And he was protective of the woman. I don't know, I'm just guessing. And because like Wookiee was super protective of women. Like if Anna is like sitting and watching a TV show and Wookiee's on her lap and I like walk by, he'll like glare at me like I'm like some threat. Yeah, poor little guy. It's up to you. So the King of the Dead. So King has a really Haggard build with the Drowned that's super fun to watch, and I kind of want to see that. Do it. King, go the Drowned! Come on, what a way to potentially close the stream. No, it's not that. Because Wookiee goes after... You know, the people that Wookiee hates the most are very, very tall people. Because my stepdad is 6'4", and like Wookiee just like goes after him hard. Like hard. He doesn't mind shorter people as much. It's usually tall people. Yeah, Wookiee's kind of like cat-like, yeah. He's more of a gremlin hybrid beast. The people speak. Alright guys, King of the Dead is going with the Drowned. Celastra's sub-faction, which actually has the damned paladins. It's time. North Nana better get ready. The Drowned cometh. Celastra Deerfon. Yes. Oh my god, the bots are just going ham. Look at them. They're everywhere. Misha's back. Misha is like, she's like Rohan riding to the aid of Helm's Deep. We're besieged, chat. We're besieged. Misha is like, King Theoden stands alone. Not alone. Slanesh demons. They are pretty obnoxious. Yeah, YouTube needs to figure that out. It's pretty ridiculous. Wookiee is definitely has a Napoleon complex. I remember once when Wookiee was a young lad, and we rescued Wookiee from some shelter in Utah, actually. And when we rescued him, they're like, yeah, he's like, a year and a half, 2 years old, in great health. And then when we got him, he was like, the doctor we brought him to was like, yeah, he's probably like 5 or 6 and like in terrible health. Poor little guy. But nonetheless, when Wookiee was, after we nursed him back to health and Wookiee was fat and plump and happy, I used to take him on walks a lot when he could walk better. And I remember once Wookiee, there was a giant German Shepherd beast behind a fence. And I was walking with Wookiee and I bent down to tie my shoe and he escaped my grasp. Like, I had to leap on asphalt and grab Wookiee. I like banged my chin against concrete and was like bleeding from my chin and my elbows were all torn up. North Nana to change his faction, which is very nice. So if North Nana wants to, he can change his faction to what was his other faction picks? So he can go dwarves if he wants to. North can go Dowie if he wants, or GS. Up to him. So we'll wait and hang out. The bots are complaining about the bots. Yeah. They're pretty relentless for sure. It's actually like chaos and lore. It's just like even if you banish them, they always come back. Don't give up, Misha. All right, here we go, guys. Greenskins versus the Drowned. You guys are in for a treat. And so if North Nana wins, he'll keep playing. If King wins with the Drowned, the stream's over. And we'll when the stream ends, I'll show you guys the new trailer I made. The new cinematic trailer I made for my streams. I played it in the beginning, but obviously a lot of you guys probably haven't been here that long because it's 4 hours almost. So we'll do it to it. We'll do it to it. The Iron Mountain Pass. This is a map you used to play on ladder a lot, but I actually like it. I think it's kind of cool. I mean, one army does kind of get a hill, but the other one gets like a huge terrain piece. So it's kind of like, both armies have something to work with here. All right, guys. King of the Dead. I'm just minimizing to make sure there's no screen blocker right now. Or nothing to block this glory. Okay. So guys, for King of the Dead, this is the exact build he used against me in the replay. He's got Solastra. He's got one damned paladin, so Solastra's on her crab. And he uses Lore of the Deep, so no Lore of Vampires. It is literally just a balls deep build, quite literally. Front line's going to be zombies. Secondary line's going to be 4 Syreens. The Shade Wraith Gunners, who I've actually found to be decent in this matchup. He's got 4 Shade Wraith Gunners, 2 Scurvy Dogs, and that is pretty much it, I think, with a couple Halberd zombies in the back. It is a wild build. But the damn Paladin, for anyone who hasn't seen it, is the Solastra subfaction unique unit. This bad boy does have anti-large. It does magic damage and also causes terror. So it's very, very powerful, actually. So for the Greenskins in the front line, we got Orc Boys. We have Archers in the secondary line. Savage Orc Biggins in the back. Skulkers in the rear with an Orc Shaman. He needs magic damage and sniping for sure. Oh my god. An Orc Shaman with Foot of Gork and Fist of Gork. A Goblin Big Boss and Grimgor Thick Hide. Coming in. I don't think we've seen we saw a Grimgor win actually a couple weeks back when it was Zardar Total War facing off against I think it might have been North Nana. I think it was North Nana. And it was just Sigvald versus Grimgor was the last time we saw Grimgor win. But I mean, he's facing another meme here, so we'll see how this goes. But I'm a little bit concerned for Grimgor. There's a lot of AP. Syreens have good AP values actually, and are very, very strong. I really like Syreens. I think they're a pretty cool kind of hidden gem in the Vampire Coast roster. But Lore of the Deep is here, so yeah, he does have the Tide Call to slow things. He has the Crab Summon. He has the Fog of the Damned. I know it's very late for King, so I would imagine he's going to try and end this one quickly, if he can. So the Shade Wraith Gunners they catch people off guard. Like, watch this. Shade Wraith Gunners will start shooting into this army, and I mean, the Vampire Coast doesn't even need to advance here. They could just sit back, use their Shade Wraith Gunners, pull in the Greenskins. 100% what I would do. There are some Black Orcs here. Black Orcs will not have a good time versus Syreens. They're kind of, their offensive stats are wasted on the ethereal, ghostly nature. King of the Dead, of course, one of the better Hound players in existence. He's so good at just slipping his Hounds in gaps and being annoying with them. And what's really funny about King of the Dead is he doesn't play with control groups. He just manually micros like everything. It's absolute lunacy. So Shade Wraith Gunners are shooting. They're going to be going into the Orc Boys in the front here. Doing some decent damage, but what's also nice is they have a Discourage. So if there's something near breaking, the Shade Wraith Gunners can really put them down. And, this is actually kind of hard for the Greenskins because the ghostly units have always been really strong against Greenskins. So it's a hard one to deal with. Scurvy Dogs are being pulled back. I think he wants to use them to fight the Wolf Riders who are coming in. And Solastra will be coming in with their crab soon. Does he have Vangeist Revenge? I don't think he does, but he does have the Ghostly Knights Errant, which he will be summoning back here, I would imagine, to go after these troops. And here comes Celestra and the Paladin. They're going to go after this Goblin Big Boss for sure. Dropping the base, slapping that Goblin Big Boss, actually doing some decent damage. And the Paladin's coming in as well. So a bit of a misplay there. King of the Dead going in for the exposed Goblin Big Boss. But now the Sirens have engaged from the front. Shade Wraith Gunners are shooting into Black Orcs. Black Orcs will take a lot of damage. Shade Wraith Gunners do have good AP values. And some crabs have been summoned in the back. So Lore of the Deep going hard. Summoning those Rotting Prometheans in the back line, which will occupy a lot of the Greenskin forces. But really nice play there by North Nana. He's able to get the smoke bomb, slow them down, and pin them in place. Now in the back, Scurvy Dogs are being used with halberds to fend off the Goblin Wolf Rider pressure. So the Wolf Riders have not been able to get into the back line and shut it down here. And here comes another, the Damned Knights Errant. So he used the crabs as a distraction. Now the defenses aren't there. So the Ghostly Knights Errant are going to be coming in. Oh yeah, Foot of Gork in the back. What was that targeting? On the Shade Wraith Gunners, but King was able to dodge it. So here comes the Damned Knights Errant. They cause terror, which means, and Fog of the Damned going down as well. So suddenly, leadership penalties rear charged by terror-causing units. These Savage Orc Biggins are probably going to break, and they are buffed with magic damage, which is really strong, but I think they're going to break to the pressure of all these spooky units, maybe. How are they not there, though? There's the terror out right there. So big terror out with the Fog of the Damned, a debuff you rarely see simply because of, it's really good, but you don't see it because of how good the other lore magic is. So now the Damned Knights Errant are harassing the back line. Celestra just kind of cackling here, running from Grimgor, being cunning and clever. The Damned Paladin as well. The Damned Paladin able to take out that Orc Shaman. The Orc Shaman looking pretty rough for wear here, as the Paladin, of course, does cause terror and has pretty good combat stats. And the Orc Shaman actually doesn't do magic damage, which I think it should. In the back, Shade Wraith Gunner still shooting. The Goblin Wolf Rider Archers are being fended off by the Scurvy Dogs and the Halberds. And some of the Savage Orc Biggins have gotten back here and might be able to get on top of the Shade Wraith Gunners, but King is going to run with these guys, and I would imagine he is going to use the Hounds to screen and just tarp it, at which point Celestra maybe can follow up and deal with it. Now, Grimgor is trying to go after Celestra, but a Crab Summon has been summoned on top of him, which pretty much will tarp at him. But the Damned Paladin really just causing massive havoc in the back line, about to be countercharged by Savage Orc Boar Boy, so good play by North Nana. Able to tarp at the Paladin, and if the Shaman does come back, he can then imbue these pigs with magic damage, which means they'll be able to kill the Damned Paladin pretty quickly. Now back here in the center fight, the Shade Wraith Gunners are back online. Pretty much all the skirmishing elements for the Greenskins and backline harass tools are offline. Scurvy Dogs should be able to clean them up, and the Shade Wraith Gunners are in great shape, and this is pretty much what happened to me against King. Very similar. The Shade Wraith Gunners were a huge pest, and look at this. They're blobbed up on the caster here, or on the Paladin. They're going to be taking the Shade Wraith Gunner fire. The Paladin will easily terrify these guys once they get a little bit more broken. And yeah, there's still Sirens back here, which are unaccounted for. I mean, they're going to be really, really tough to kill. These ones will probably die just to sheer numbers, but the ones over here are basically full health. So in the back, Celestra is just dropping the Crab base here on the Black Orcs. Of course, she has great AP values. Grimgor is tar pitted amongst a bunch of Halberds, and the Scurvy Dogs from King of the Dead have been able to push back most of the Wolf Riders. There are still some online here. And the Damned Paladin looks to be taking some friendly fire from the Shade Wraith Gunners, actually. Oh, but he's free. The Damned Paladin gets free. The Scurvy Doggos are going to kind of exchange positions and take that beating, and the Damned Paladin lives to fight another day. Now, Grimgor is actually putting a lot of pressure on Celestra, though. She's being forced back by the Ironhide. The Foe Seeker is active on him, of course. Shade Wraith Gunner still fighting strong. Some of the Scurvy Goblin Wolf Riders are trying to get back here, but the Doggos should be able to peel them off. And this is actually a really, really close battle, guys. An absolute scrap. Seems like so many of these games today have just been so back and forth. But the Damned Paladin and the Scurvy Dogs and the Sirens being back here, I think spells doom for the Greenskins. They're going to be able to probably collapse on the Orc Airboys and maybe work their way down this formation. And Celestra can obviously... Oh, the dreaded Tide Call! Here it comes! Yes, splashing all over those Orc Airboys, which might lead to them actually being terror-routed here by the Sirens. We will see in a moment. Goblin Big Boss still going, so even though he kind of got gooned earlier, that guy's been doing his thing. And Grimgor... Oh, he's got his axe back here, guys, and he's going after the Shade Wraith Gunners. They're very slow. They only have 23 speed. It's going to be relatively tough to catch those guys. Zombie-powered Jackhand Mobs with polearms are fighting Grimgor once again. Sirens still grinding back here. Black Orcs on death's bed. And the Sirens have been intercepted by Nasty Skulkers, which is good. And if North Nana can imbue them with magic damage with the Fist of Gork, that would be very, very powerful. So now Celestra is chasing off the Goblin Big Boss here. Some of the Scurvy Dogs and the Damned Paladin probably able to finish off the Orc Airboys, I would imagine. One leadership right now. A couple more attacks should lead to their demise. And another Tide Call coming in from the Lore of the Deep. Able to hit those Nasty Skulkers, which probably will break to the combined effort of Celostra's magic and the spooky nature of those ghostly boys. Some Orc Archers are back online for North Nana, shooting into this army here. But Celestra, of course, continuing to trundle about and wreck this Greenskin force. The Damned Paladin is still in great shape. He's got 1400 HP, could easily finish off this Orc Shaman. And in the back we got Grimgor, you know, but Grimgor is Grimgor. He's not a terribly impactful character. He's got some kills. But it's going to take Grimgor like 5 years to kill all this stuff back here. So yeah, it's not going to be super impactful. Over here, dogs are able to get a nice rear charge on the rallied Goblin Wolf Riders, which will instantly break them once again. Celostra seems to be too healthy. Again, there's no invocation, so it's not like, you know, Celostra that can be healed and be really, really scary in that respect. And here you can see the Orc Shaman is terrified, being rode down here by the damn Paladin. And the terror routes are going to be a pretty big deal back here. Another Tide Call coming in. Tide Call does have a slow, actually, so you can see it slows the Orc Air Boys down to a pretty manageable speed for these ghostly ladies, and a mass terror route for the Greenskins back here from Celostra. And that damned Paladin, that darn old Paladin, causing a lot of problems for the Greenskins back here. And as is the fate of Grimgor, he's usually just ignored or sniped. So Grimgor here is popping Gitsnick, but he's basically tar-pitted by a bunch of AP units. Shade Wraith Gunner still shooting in, up to a whopping 28 kills. But they've been discouraging and, you know, have been a constant source of pressure here from the Vampire Coast that the Greenskins have had to deal with. And we'll see. He's saying GG. It certainly is GG, I think. I don't think anything can kill Celostra at this point. Maybe Grimgor if it just stood still, but that's not going to happen. The Banshee chasing these units off. Cyrene's chasing as well. Grimgor Ironhide, of course, being Grimgor in the back. It's going to be trying to hold to the bitter end. You know, fighting a bunch of halberds, which do have decent AP values. And there's a wild goblin pick here. Players saying GG to one another. That was a really fun game. An excellent one to potentially close the stream out on. So King of the Dead is going to be the world breaker. He is going to end the stream. Therefore, King of the Dead proclaims that Anticity shall be the winner. So Anticity with 4 wins today. Able to do really well. Yes. That was a pretty fun game, for sure. That was a fun game indeed. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. The winner of today's stream is going to be Anticity. With a whopping 4 wins. We'll put his name up in the lights, as they say. So well played indeed. Direfin, stay still so Grimgor can kill you. I know. That was really cool. That was really cool indeed. So well played. GG, well played. Thank you, King. Get some rest. So Anticity shall be our victory today. Our victor. King of the Dead is the usurper, coming in with the drowned and ending the stream, doing me a favor so I can go get some food, because I'm pretty hungry. So well played to King of the Dead. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Grimgor did as good as Grimgor could do there. The mighty Anticity shall win today. But we'll be back with more content. Don't worry, more King of the Hills, more good stuff coming up soon. 118 kills on Grimgor. You guys deserve some rest. So now, my friends, let's go through. Special thanks to the mods today. We have some new mods as well for slaying the foul bots of Slaanesh, banishing them to the realm from whence they came. Thank you guys so much. I did not upload a video 16 minutes ago. No, I shouldn't have. Unless my account's been hacked or something. Hopefully not. But I did upload one this morning, but maybe you just got the notification. And also, guys, special thanks to everyone. Some super generous donations today from Indiana Mogans. Stay tuned, guys, for a second if you guys want to see the trailer I made, the new trailer. I'll be showing you guys right after we go through all these donations. From Indiana Mogans, Magic D, Nem, 100 from Grim Soka, 100 from Joe Leonard, just absolute mad men and women here.
No longer.